that now become part of the campaign in 2024 that weren't part of it when he first ran for office. Trump, as you say, he's changed his position so many times that it just becomes sort of the background noise. The other thing that's important to note, that Florida is one of the states that has a referendum on the ballot, which would, this is right now, Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. This would enshrine abortion rights in to the state constitution, and it needs 60% to pass. It's at 57% right now. There's about 88% of the vote in, but that is a high bar to get 60%, but right knocking on the door. So again, this goes to that exact point. You have Donald Trump may win there by 8-9 points, and the abortion referendum will win. At least, even if it loses, it will be getting 57, 58% of the vote.
And if I may, that's a place where Donald Trump was slow to declare himself.
That's right.
I mean, he was wouldn't be pinned down on it. He finally said he would vote against it, but it took several asks.
Yeah. Well, it is a little after 8:30 p.m. Eastern here on the East Coast, obviously. And the polls in Arkansas have closed, and we can now say that the state's 6 electoral votes will go to former President Donald Trump.
Meanwhile, we can also report that Vice President Harris has won the state of New Jersey. Polls there, of course, closed at 8 p.m. So here is a quick update. The national electoral map at this point in the race, former President Trump with 101 to Vice President Harris's 49 electoral votes.
Let's bring in Harris campaign co-chair Marcia Fudge, the former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the Biden administration, and a former Democratic member of Congress from Ohio. It's great to have you back with us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. It's good to be with you, Jeff.
I know that you and the Vice President are close. Have you spoken with her this evening or recently? How is she feeling about her chances, and how is she really feeling about this moment?
I haven't spoken to her today, but she's feeling good. I mean, just think about it, Jeff. She's in 107 days. She changed the entire dynamic of politics in this country. She gave it everything she had. We left it all on the field. She feels good about her work. She feels good about the work of the campaign, and very, very optimistic tonight.
We were talking here among the panel about the impact that abortion and reproductive rights might have on this race. Do you think that women will be decisive in this election? The loss of Roe was really seismic to women, especially women who were alive before 1973, and saw a right extended to them as it relates to bodily autonomy that was later removed for their daughters and granddaughters.
Certainly it's a major issue, but I think that as I've been looking at exit polls, more women are saying that democracy is their number one issue. Democracy and then freedom. Yes, it's going to be important because no one wants to live in a nation where we are rolling back the ability to control our lives, our families' lives. No one wants to live in that kind of a nation. And so I think that it is going to be important, but it's not the only important issue. And so I'm really glad that she's talked about freedom of choice, but also about what kind of country do we want to live in, Jeff?
Her closing argument was really focused on pragmatism and compromise. In fact, I don't think she even mentioned Donald Trump by name yesterday. What was really fueling that strategy?
Well, the strategy was that everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We wanted them to know who she is and where she stands and what she believes in and the kind of America she would lead. And I think it came across very, very well. I thought the speech was excellent. We were very pleased with the reception. And I think it just became time to just turn the page, as she says, on what is in the past and look solely at the future. She did a good job with that.
Yeah. You know, as we look at the arc of history, Shirley Chisholm on this day back in 1968 became the first black woman elected to Congress. You watched her run. You were heavily involved in Hillary Clinton's campaign. You're now the national co-chair of the Harris campaign. How are you feeling this evening?
I'm a wreck, actually. You know, I mean, I have watched them all. But what I do believe is that Kamala now has an opportunity because Shirley Chisholm ran and because Hillary Clinton ran. And they just kept breaking that glass. And I think now it is time for her to just shatter it all. But yes, I'm a little anxious.
All right. That is Secretary Marcia Fudge. Always good to see you. Thanks for being back with us.
Thank you. Good to be seen.
All right. Be well. And we have another race call. Vice President Kamala Harris has won the state of Delaware, President Biden's home state. No surprise there. Let's bring it back to the panel. Amy Walter, I see you pouring through
I'm pouring through some numbers.
Excel sheets.
I know. I wanted to
What do you
go
see?
back to this point. Fez was talking about how the outreach that Donald Trump has done with talking to Joe Rogan and YouTubers and all of this as a way to reach out to
the young men
really
vote.
young men vote. And so I'm just looking right now in Pennsylvania, and the biggest gender gap, and we'd seen this in some polls, but it is holding up that the biggest gender gap is between 18 to 29-year-old men and 18 to 29-year-old women. The women voting for Harris by 27 points and the men voting for Trump by 10 points. Wow. So even among, if we go into the 30 to 44, it's not much different. Men voting for Trump by 2 points, women voting for Harris by 8 points. So that's a pretty narrow range. It is an older voters, it's a little bit bigger than sort of middle-aged voters, but that young voter gap, and that was the whole reason to go on to those shows. Now, they make up that's 7% of the overall electorate. Younger women are 9%. So obviously, I can't do that math right now. But the point being, there are more younger women who are voting, but that the percentage to which women are voting for Harris and that younger men are voting for Trump is quite notable, and it's not represented in any other generation.
But Kevin, is it enough for Donald Trump to sit down for a couple hours with Theo Von or 3 hours with Joe Rogan? Is that enough to drive out the young male vote, or do you have to do more than that?
That's the test, and this goes back to the conversation that we had earlier about getting out the vote and your infrastructure. And going and talking to those voters, I think, is very important. Many of them are very disaffected. And also, many of them are casual voters. They're not as necessarily dedicated to making sure that they have their ballot ordered and mailed in, or showing up to the right polling place on time. So they're sort of a lower propensity audience to begin with. The challenge that you have is, now that you've talked to them and you've got them on the hook with your ideas, and you've motivated them to support you, how do you make sure that they get to the polls and that they take 10 friends with them? And that's where the organizational advantage of having a campaign where you own the infrastructure and you have been building it over 2 years inside the RNC or in an integrated fashion with your own campaign makes the big difference. So this will be a big test of whether or not they were able to do that. They've definitely knew that they had an opportunity with these voters. Were they able to take the curiosity and convert it into actual votes? Well,
the other thing we're seeing, though, again, in the exits, is Trump is doing better with black voters than he did in his previous election in places like Georgia and North Carolina. So going from 9 to 15. Again, it's not a huge jump. He's not winning these voters, but in a state, especially like Georgia, where to win there, Democrats need to get not just black voters to show up, but to vote overwhelmingly for them. That is probably a good sign for Trump.
Can we go back to this idea of that gender gap you pointed to, particularly among young voters? And David and Jonathan, I'd love to get your take on this, because we've seen this trend across the country, right, of younger women becoming more progressive, younger men going further to the right. It was interesting, too, Faz mentioned Megyn Kelly, who appeared at a Trump rally, who's previously been a very vocal critic of former President Trump, saying you're not doing enough to reach out to women. I think she called one of his rallies like brotastic and urged him to do more. He has not. He's resisted at every turn. We've seen this persistent gender gap. Will that be the death knell for him in some states?
So far, no. I don't see it. I mean, it's sort of been a wash so far. Yeah. And I don't think the campaign had much to do with why young men are going for Trump. I think it's because if you look at 2/3 of the people in the bottom of high school classes, 2/3 are men. If you go to the top of high school classes, 2/3 are women.
Yes, so this is a trend we've been seeing anyway,
so this is
right?
a trend. So I think the young men are just like, the system is out to get me, and they're voting. I'm looking at all the New York Times has a very handy piece where they take counties where all the votes are in. And they do a red arrow if Trump is doing better than 4 years ago, and a blue arrow if Harris is doing better. And I'm looking at a sea of red arrows. Now, Most of these are in Trump country. So it's Trump doing better in Trump country. That's not important. The one that leaps out at me here is Loudoun County, Virginia.
Yeah.
Which is an exurb of Washington. It used to be the fastest growing county in the country. It's now solidly Democratic. Harris is up by 16. But compared to 4 years ago, Trump is performing 9 points better. And so if we see a lot of red arrows in places like Loudoun County, then that's a warning sign for Harris.
Jonathan?
What?
After
that.
Can we also clarify here, these are places where you say these are most of the vote is already in?
Right.
It would tend to come in
It's plus
faster
95%.
in some of these rural counties,
They're rural
correct?
counties, but Loudoun
Right.
is a straight up suburban county.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I look at the fact that Trump is doing better in Loudoun and better in these red counties already. I can't remember who said this, who said it on another network, that really what's happening tonight is America is basically on trial, in that we're going to find out who we are through this election. And the fact that despite the things that Donald Trump said on the campaign trail, the things that he's promised on the campaign trail, a lot of things that are concerning to millions of people, and he's still getting more votes than he did the last go round, that to me is more concerning than, the vice president's not doing as well, say, even though she's up plus 16, even though, it's not as good as 2020. And so for me, that's what I'm looking at and what I'm most concerned about what I'm about to learn about the American people through this election.
A lot of questions about what's going on and what's going to happen. I have to say, I brought a little cheat sheet here. To the extent the economy is driving where people are, we know, the Democrats point out, the numbers, the inflation number, the rate, it's down to 2.4. That's better than it's been, a lot better than it's been compared to when Donald Trump was elected, 1.7, when Joe Biden was elected, 1.2. But average price of a loaf of bread, it was $1.36 when Donald Trump was elected, $1.51 when Joe Biden was elected. It's $1.97 now. The average price, median price of a house sold in the United States this quarter, it was 8 years ago, it was $303,000. It's $420,000. I mean, those are the practical things in people's lives that people are dealing with. So we don't know what's going to happen, but just pointing it out.
And we certainly don't want to get ahead of
Right.
where the results are.
But it's a good point. There is this sense that it really is a luxury to be concerned about the fate of democracy when you're trying to pull together 2 or 3 jobs in a gig economy and put food on the table for some folks.
Yeah, people can care about both things, though. Yeah. So, I think a lot of this argument that it's a luxury if you can't afford bread, you don't think about democracy. No, you think about your country. But I do think you think about, how's my community doing? It's not only how you're doing individually, it's how my community is doing. And if you're an affluent person in a community that was in West Texas where the community is just, the grocery stores are leaving, the shopping stores, it doesn't matter how rich you are, you see your community failing and you're upset about it and you definitely want change. I don't know, I'd be curious to know if Amy has run across which candidate is the candidate of change in the exits.
Right. I have not seen that yet,
Yeah.
but that's a great point.
We'll continue to come back to this issue, I'm sure. In the meantime, I do want to update viewers with another race call we can make at this hour, coming up on 8:45 here on the East Coast. That is that Vice President Harris has won the state of Illinois. 9% of the expected vote in there so far, but the winner can be called again. AP calling those based on historical data, trends, and votes as they've come in. So when you look at the national map right now, here's where the electoral vote count stands. Former President Trump with 101 to Vice President Harris's 71. Amy, I want to return to the state of Georgia if we can. Polls there closed back at 7 o'clock. We're still waiting, obviously, to be able to make a call.
We will be waiting.
We've seen this phenomenon of split ticket voters in a state like Georgia. Do we expect to see those again, where voters made a difference between who they were voting for at the statewide level versus the federal officials?
Yeah, and for the first time in a long time, we do not have a Senate race on the ballot in Georgia. It feels like every 5 minutes there's a Senate race in Georgia for various reasons.
Raphael Warnock would agree with you.
Yes, he would. Yes, it's like same with Arizona. There's been a Senate race there forever and ever, but for retirements and such. But and this was why Democrats were actually concerned from the very beginning about Georgia, which was that it was a state where without Raphael Warnock on the ticket, without a governor's race, without other things, especially without an African-American candidate on the ballot helping to juice that turnout, you were not going to get that same kind of intensity among Democratic voters. And that may turn out to play. As I said, the one data point we do have is just the fact that Trump is doing better among black voters. And thus far, it doesn't look like other issues other groups of voters have changed all that much.
Let's bring in our Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, the polls in Georgia closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
You have Georgia there up on the
Yes.
super screen. What are you seeing?
Yeah, more results, which is, of course, what I want. Let's go on a 3-minute tour of what we know in this moment. Trump up, but we're getting now 55% of the result in the state of Georgia. I want to look at a couple of places to judge sort of what's happening here. First of all, Liberty County. This is a rural Democratic county. We spoke to a black farmer there that broke for Harris. Right now, she's at 59% in Liberty County. Where is that? That's where Hillary Clinton was. That's not where the Democrats want her to be in a county like this. It's a smaller county, but this is a place where they need to be getting closer to Biden's numbers if they're going to win the state of Georgia. So let's look at another county, though, where Democrats see something more that they like. This is Douglas County. This is suburban Atlanta. And if you look at where they are now versus where they were in 2016, this is where, for the moment, Harris is outperforming Joe Biden in this suburban county. Big difference here. This is 40,000 votes. Many more votes here than in those rural counties like Liberty. And look, 80% of the vote in. This is a place that Democrats like to see this kind of change going on for them. Let's take a look at what else is going on in some other states. Pennsylvania, we're getting more results in, but still, it's only 13%. But we are starting to see this even out a little bit as some of the Trump areas are coming in. I want to take a look closely at also the Pennsylvania Senate race. Here we see Bob Casey actually underperforming Kamala Harris at the moment. But we have a lot of results to come in, including we don't have anything from Chester County yet. So there's some big areas to come in. And just a couple more things to look at. Pennsylvania, this is another key race that we're watching. Susan Wild, the incumbent there right now with 9% in. She's crushing it, but, this is the early vote. Ryan McKenzie is a rising star state representative there in Pennsylvania. And then, look, we've got a few results coming on in Michigan. Let's take a look at Washtenaw County. I've mentioned that as a key county. Ann Arbor, students there were wondering how they feel about Kamala Harris at the moment. With about a third of the vote in from Washtenaw County, we're seeing her underperformed by a lot. Even Hillary Clinton in Michigan, again, still many more votes to come in, and we'll just keep following this closely.
All right, that's our Lisa Desjardins. Man, guys, I need my coffee. Over at the super screen. In the meantime, we've got reporters fanned out across the country, including two with both of the campaigns. Laura Barone Lopez is with the Harris campaign at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. So, Laura, give us a sense now. We're coming up on 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. What are you hearing from the campaign about where things stand so far?
Yeah, Amna. So Harris's campaign is still exuding cautious optimism. They aren't, reading too much into these early numbers, but they are sending still updates from what they're seeing on the ground, where their surrogates are, where their ground operation is. And so the campaign shared with us that right now there are long lines still at universities across Nevada. That they've deployed surrogates to those universities to make sure that people stay in line. Also in Wisconsin, they said that they had 1 to 2 hour lines there and were trying to make sure that people were staying in line to vote. They deployed some of their brand name surrogates, some big names like Paul Rudd, the actor, to universities in Wisconsin. They also had others like Jennifer Gardner FaceTime in to Pennsylvania. And they continue to keep pointing out that the Puerto Rican population turnout is high in Philadelphia. Another thing that they're pointing out, Amna, is that they like the numbers that they're seeing in the suburbs of Atlanta. I was also texting with a House Democrat, a lawmaker from Michigan, who is also saying that they are cautiously optimistic and said that they think that it's going to come down. More than anything, it will be the gender gap, which I know that you and everyone there on the panel was just talking about.
All right, let's head down to Florida, where William Brangham is with the Trump campaign. William, what are Trump campaign sources telling you?
Well, this is going to be no surprise to you, Jeff, and that's just as Laura is reporting that the Harris campaign is expressing optimism, so is the Trump campaign. Specifically, Trump campaign officials have been telling me that they are very bullish on Pennsylvania, and specifically, they were pointing out that they think that turnout in Philadelphia, while it is high, which is something that would normally favor Democrats and the Harris campaign, they're saying that it's showing high for them in areas that are strong for Trump, south and northeast parts of Philadelphia. The other Harris strongholds, they say, that aren't doing as well. That goes a little bit of what Lisa was saying, that Casey's Senate campaign was seemingly underperforming. The Trump campaign seems to be echoing that same idea. Overall, the campaign is saying also that across the country, that rural turnout, which again was be expected to go for Trump, is very, very strong. Monster and huge were the adjectives that the campaign official used. The other thing that the campaign is pushing is that they have argued that low propensity voters, as we talked about earlier tonight, would be critical for their turnout. They say that the numbers that they have seen show that those voters turned out early and that they turned out today, which is critical because the concern always is that if you have a strong early turnout, that ends up cannibalizing a lot of your actual election day turnout. And the Trump campaign saying so far that has not turned out to be the case, that those voters turned out early and more of them are now turning out today. So overall, again, as to be expected, a bullish update from the Trump campaign here.
William Brangham, our thanks to you. And we have a governor's race call to share with you. North Carolina's governor's mansion will go to Democrat Josh Stein. Faz Shakir, when there is a 7-hour-long line at Lehigh University, as both John Yang and the reporter from Pennsylvania told us earlier this evening, whose fault is that? I mean, should the campaign have known that there was going to be significant turnout, and could they have coordinated with the local election officials to account for that?
Well, election officials, this is their responsibility, right, to make sure that they've accounted for over the past historical numbers of elections that there are enough poll watchers, basically voting assistants at these poll sites. So that's a failure of the state if there's too long a line. But it's also a good problem to have, from my perspective. You want people voting, you want them to stay in line. So I urge everyone who's watching, who's in the line or watching it, just please stay in line. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, take us inside. I'm curious from both of your campaign experience here, as Laura was reporting that they're deploying surrogates to get people to stay in line. I mean, imagine being out there in line and the actor Paul Rudd walks up to you and says, "Hi, I'm asking you to please stay here." I mean, is that literally what's going on in each of these places? Is that it seems so haphazard in some ways, whether or not someone will stay in a long line to cast their ballot?
It is, yeah, but it goes on. It's actually, if you go behind the pipe and drape in a campaign, that's going on all day. I just remember 2004, our political director, Mike Hartley, kind of just walking around the headquarters in Ohio where we were stationed on election night, just like a raving madman. He looked like Mike Ditka on the sideline of a Bears game with like a headset on, talking and yelling to people. But that's the big part of the campaigns, and I think that with the campaign sort of modeling that you go through early on and the practice that you put into that and the work that you put into that so that on election day, you do know where you're not just randomly haphazardly calling volunteers and asking them to go out and get people in line, but that you've anticipated where the turnout could be, where the turnout needs to be, so that you have your volunteers out there making sure that everybody's voting as best they can and that they have the opportunity to vote in all of these crucial battleground counties inside the states.
Amy, when William was sharing his reporting from the Trump campaign that they feel good about the turnout for them in North and Southeast Philadelphia, in the rural parts of Pennsylvania, is there anything that you're seeing that tracks with that?
Well, I need to dig into Lisa's map. I wish I could just go on over there and type it in. But I think what we're really going to be looking for, and if you're the Harris campaign, I think this has been their key all along, is doing just well enough in those rural areas, holding on to Biden's margins with that white working class voter, even if you're not getting the same margins out of Scranton or Erie, but really running up the score in and around the suburbs. And if Philadelphia is coming in, if those people are standing in line, remember, Philadelphia has been a real sore spot for Democrats for the last few cycles because it used to be this huge vote driver. And two things have been happening. One, fewer voters are turning out, so lower turnout out of Philadelphia. And then, as we've seen in these last couple of elections, and this is what Trump was leaning into as well, in parts of North Philadelphia, which are heavily Latino, he made up some ground there. So I think that's going to be a fascinating part of the city to watch. It's going to take a long time before we see those final numbers. So.
Well, we got all night together, guys.
Oh, we do.
Thank you so
That's
much
what's
for
so
being
great.
here. Thanks to all of you for being with us as well. David Brooks is getting an important call. We're going to ask him who's calling him at this hour. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break so our PBS stations can report on some of their state and local races.
We'll be right back at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is when polls close in many more states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. So stay with us.
Tens of millions of voters cast ballots in this election, but knowing the exact number of ballots cast is critical to determining if the election is over and whether the Associated Press is able to call the winners. Tonight, you've heard us talk about the percent of the estimated vote that's been counted. So how does the AP reach that estimate? I asked David Scott, the head of the AP election team.
It is an estimate of what we believe to be the total amount of ballots cast in an election. And I could tell you, if we had that number hard and it wasn't an estimate, we'd be making race calls a lot sooner, right? That denominator is so important. We really look at it in multiple ways. We're looking at how many people are registered. We're looking at what was the turnout in the past comparable election. We're looking at how many advance votes are already in the ballot box, information we get from a lot of states. 1972, 95% of Americans voted at their neighborhood polling place on Election Day. And this year will just be the continuation of more and more Americans casting their ballots in different ways. And it's not just advance versus in-person on Election Day anymore. In some states, you can cast your ballot by mail. In some states, you can return that ballot by mail, or you can drop it off. And so now there's two different types of mail ballots. In some states, an advance vote is cast early in person. In some states, it's cast at an Election Day office in a process that we sort of colloquially call absentee. So there's so many different ways that people are able to vote. One of the things that's more recent is that county election offices in many places are giving us Election Day turnout. So on the day of the election, we'll find out, hey, in this county at 10 a.m. they had this many people vote, and at noon, this many people had voted. And we sort of plug that all into a model where we are trying to estimate how much vote has been cast.
So in real time, you can adjust.
Absolutely.
Is this going to be a bigger election than we thought or smaller?
Right. And then once polls close and we actually start getting ballots in, those actual returns feed into the model as well, and we make adjustments. So you'll see that estimate change over the course of the night. That's not a problem. That's us adjusting to the data and trying to make that denominator as accurate as possible.
How good have you been able to be at predicting roughly the estimated vote?
I mean, we feel good about it. You know, we do. I will also tell you that it's easier to do that in a general election when you have R versus D than it is in a primary when you're dealing with with a single party. You have less things to make comparisons to. Registration is a good example, right? So you have your Democratic registration, your Republican registration. In a primary, you just have one party type registration, but people can choose in some states which primary they want to cast their ballot in. So it'd actually be a little bit easier in a general election to do the estimate.
And welcome back to PBS News special live coverage on election night. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. It is now 9 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in 3 more of the biggest presidential battlegrounds, which include Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
We can, at this hour, call several more states for former President Donald Trump. Those include Nebraska, which has 5 electoral votes, but of course also awards several of them by congressional districts. So Vice President Harris is trying to win one of those votes out of this reliably red state. Former President Trump has also won the states of Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming.
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris has claimed the states of New York. Polls have also closed this hour, but it's still too early to call the winner in these following states: Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Texas. So if we take a look at the electoral map, that's where it stands at 9 p.m. Eastern, as the vote is still coming in and still being counted. We mentioned Arizona as a race we couldn't call yet. It's one of the big battleground states. Lucky for us, our friend and colleague Stephanie Sy is at one election center in the most populous county, Maricopa County. That's in Phoenix. Stephanie, what are you seeing?
Well, Jeff, polls have closed here in Battleground, Arizona. That means if you're in line by now, you will be able to vote, or if you have dropped off your ballot at 7 p.m., you will have that ballot counted. I will want to give you an update now on Apache County. That is on the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation reported that they were having problems at many of their polling places earlier this morning. A judge has now granted the Navajo Nation's request to keep their polls open for 2 more hours. That is critical. Joe Biden won Apache County by 66%. He had 66% of the vote in 2020. Most of the voters, 43,000 of them in Apache County, are Navajo. So they will be given 2 more hours. Everywhere else, the polls are closed now in Arizona. What happens next? Well, we're at the tabulation center in Maricopa County, the largest competitive jurisdiction in voting in the country. What will happen now, the polls will close. There is new legislation in Arizona that requires that any of the dropped off ballots today, those envelopes are counted. Then the memory cards holding the data from their tabulation machines at polling places throughout the county will end up here tonight, and they will begin to both signature verify those early dropped off ballots, dropped off late, as well as begin to tabulate the in-person voting today.
Stephanie, thank you for laying out that process. I think it's so important for folks to understand how it works in each of those key states in particular. I do want to ask you about something that relates back to what we heard from the reporter in Pennsylvania, which was this idea about election denialism and misinformation making its way through the system. John Yang was also reporting out on that from Pennsylvania, because we know Arizona back in 2020 was really the hub of a lot of that election denialism and misinformation. It led to threats against election workers and others. Are you seeing any of that, any of those efforts again this year?
You know, what's so interesting is you talk about 2020 and Maricopa County, the day after Election Day, being ground zero for a lot of misinformation as well as election fraud conspiracies. But you have to remember that in the 2022 midterms, the Republicans that went up against Democrats who were Trump-endorsed election deniers pretty much all lost. That's why you have in this historically red state, the top 3 state offices all held by Democrats now. Now, several of those election deniers in 2022 are running again. For example, Kari Lake, who lost the governor's race, has never conceded that she lost that race, by the way, is in the Arizona Senate race with Democrat Ruben Gallego. She has really played down her election denialism in this election cycle. In fact, I saw that she was asked today whether she would accept the results of this election, and she said she would. So we're not hearing Republican candidates necessarily lead with that in this particular cycle, because it was not successful for those candidates in 2022. Now, there are certainly polls that show that there are a large number of
voters here in Arizona who still have questions and distrust of the election system. That's why election officials here have tried so hard to get out ahead of that. A lot of them, by the way, elected Republican county election officials that have been doing really hard work to get ahead of that. We're really just not hearing that be the leading issue here.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, Stephanie, earlier today I was seeing long lines on television at Arizona State University. ASU has, 4 campuses in Metro Phoenix. Do you have a sense of the Gen Z voter turnout?
Oh gosh, in the early turnout, Gen Z was very low, and we saw a preponderance of the early ballots coming from Arizona voters that were 65 plus, and the younger turnout was very low, 20-30%. I saw the same video on the campus, the main campus of ASU today during lunchtime. There were very, very long lines, and so it'll be really interesting to see where those voters landed. I did speak to 2 Arizona State University students this week. They were both voting for Harris, and they were voting Democrat down the line. Of course, Democrats in Arizona and throughout the country believe that younger voters favor Harris. So it'll be interesting to see where that demographic lands today. We're also watching another group, Jeff, and that is that out of all of the voters that turned out to vote in person in Maricopa today, the biggest group right now, our latest data, which is from an hour ago, is independents. That's unaffiliated voters. So even though Republicans have a huge advantage in registration in Arizona, 200,000 registrations more than the Democrats, there's a large group of independents that turned out today. The second highest group that turned out today in Maricopa County were Republicans. Democratic turnout from our latest numbers were only about 30% in person.
Steph, before we let you go, I got to ask, because Arizona is one of those 10 states that has an abortion measure on the ballot. What's your sense of how much of an impact that could have?
It's so interesting. I spoke to 3 women in a row at one of the polling stations today, all of whom were passionate about the abortion issue. In fact, 2 of them were women in their mid-70s who said that is the most important issue for them. One of them even shared with me that 40 years ago, she had a miscarriage and they had to do a D&C, and she would have lost her life if they had not been able to do the D&C procedure. And tears welled up in her eyes. That issue is so pervasive among the women I spoke to. Having said that, it is really hard to stereotype by identity. I think a lot of the voters this year in Arizona. I spoke to another voter. She's a Latina woman who identified as a Christian, but said she is pro-choice and voted for the proposition that will legalize abortion again and make it a constitutional right in the state of Arizona, but she voted for Trump at the top of the ticket because she said, even though I believe that women should have this choice, she believes that her predominant issue when it comes to voting for the president is the economy and crime. And even as a Latino woman, she said she connects crime to immigration and illegal immigration. But this is the interesting thing, Amna and Jeff. She said she didn't want to talk about it. She was what I would call the shy Trump voter. So she talked to me readily, but she did not want to be on camera. And she said, I don't want to talk to my friends about it, but this is how I'm voting.
Stephanie Sy reporting for us from Maricopa County, Arizona, the battleground state. Too early to call, even though polls have closed there. Stephanie, thank you very much. In the meantime, now we can make another race call at this hour. The state of Ohio has gone for former President Donald Trump. When you take a look at the national map at this hour, just past 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, brings the current electoral vote stand for former President Trump to 137, Vice President Harris with 99. Back here in the studio with our panel, Judy Woodruff, can I just get you to weigh in on what we heard from Stephanie Sy reporting on, because I think one of the questions you mentioned we want to try to answer tonight is how much of an animating issue is this abortion rights issue? Will this matter, make a dent even in red states? This idea, she mentioned that for older women in particular, it could bring them out in larger droves because they remember a life and what it took to get to those reproductive rights in the first place.
And you're right, Amna. I think I misspoke earlier and said 13. It's on the ballot in 13 states. It's on the ballot in 10 states, as you said. There's been so much attention and news coverage in the last couple of years, but especially during this election cycle, about not just abortion, but about women's experiences. And you see it in the advertising that has come out of the Harris campaign, but these other advocacy groups have come forward with, and we just heard this from Stephanie, very personal stories where women have been willing to speak about their experience. We saw it at the Democratic Convention in Chicago. So again, it's such a personal issue. I think it's clearly going to make a difference for many women voters and men. Is it going to be the issue that makes the difference? I don't know. I mean, I think we're still waiting. You did hear Stephanie say, the woman said, it's important to me, but not as important as the economy.
Right.
It's an interesting point, and especially the degree to which it's an animating issue for men. And we often don't talk enough about, how men see this issue, how girl dads might be driven to vote on this issue, or Dobbs dads, to use that phrase. How do you see that, David?
Yeah, I mean, it used to be, I haven't looked at the whole, back 10 years ago, women were more pro-life than men were. And so it was a mistake to say it was a women's issue, that it's both genders are involved, obviously. The one thing I'd say, it's not just Dobbs. If the Republicans had said, okay, we're going to take it to the states and we're going to do where the median voter is, I think it's like a 20 to 25 week ban. And if Republicans had said that, okay, we'll be roughly where the median voter is on this issue, legal until 20 weeks, say, it would be a very different landscape, I think. It's when they had states going to 6 weeks or 0 weeks, basically. Like then you're really drifting away from the median voter rule. And the median voter rule is get to where the middle is and you'll be okay. And the Republicans just ran away from that, and it's hurting them. As Amy said earlier, Florida's now a pretty deep red state, 10-point Trump margin, and that initiative on abortion is 57% support. So that shows there are an awful lot of Trump Republicans who are like, we're not going there.
Well, we know, as Judy mentioned as well, 10 states have different ballot measures related to abortion rights tonight. Florida is among them, and we can now report in Florida there's no wins on the right to abortion there. Abortion rights will not be enshrined in the state constitution. It got 57% support, but fell short of the 60% needed. And Amy Walter, this is a noteworthy moment in many ways because so far, anytime we've seen an abortion measure on the ballot, even in a state like Kansas, it has passed the bar.
Right. And so the 60% threshold was really the challenge. And the governor of the state, Ron DeSantis, he had campaigned very hard to make this 60% threshold in place. Remember, this is the 6-week ban that is in place, was one that came from his administration. And so it is a win for DeSantis in that way, that this is something that went through a Republican legislature. He obviously is a sitting governor. He campaigned strongly about turning back this amendment, and he was successful. And it is also just a reminder. I mean, it was not that long ago we were talking about who was going to win Florida. This was the bellwether of bellwethers, and how dramatically it has shifted in such a short period of time from, a real toss-up state to one where Republicans have just been really dominant up and down the ticket.
It's interesting, when Donald Trump voted today, he was asked by a reporter how he voted on the abortion measure and said something to the effect of, well, let's not talk about that, and kept walking. We have one more race call to share with you. Donald Trump has won the state of Texas with its 40 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the overall electoral vote map at this hour. You see there Donald Trump at the moment with 177 votes to Kamala Harris's 99. That is a number that will shift over the course of this evening and into the early morning. When we talk about reproductive rights, you were making the point in Politics Monday that the way the Harris campaign has framed it, in many instances, it's less about abortion and more about this issue of freedom, and that has been resonant for a subset of the
and I think it was very purposeful that she did not talk about abortion rights or even reproductive rights, which you talked a lot about, is not going back, turning the page, freedom. This idea, when we talk about so many of these issues, whether we're talking about what does it mean for you when you say that this is an election about democracy. For some people, that's, and including conservatives, they say, look, this is about freedom of my speech. I feel like liberals, Democrats are actively trying to ratchet back conservatives and their free speech. Or I feel like my freedom is impinged when you are trying to make it harder to get a gun. Right. In the same way that you will get other voters saying what freedom means to me is not whether I want an abortion, need an abortion, talk about this issue. It's really more the idea of somebody putting restrictions on. And that's, you know, I a couple of weeks ago, I sent a note out to all the people that I communicate with who are, you know, strategists and campaign types. And I said, so if you had to say to a group of eighth graders what this election was about. You can't go in with your partisan hat on, all right? You had to say, what is this election about? What was so fascinating was that they came back really with a similar thing to what we've been talking about at this table of, you know, what is at stake is not, it wasn't really about, this isn't about the economy necessarily, about abortion necessarily. It's this idea about control, having some sense of control over their lives, feeling as if things are so out of control right now in the world that this person, electing this person, will make it worse. Electing this person, maybe it won't make it that much better, but it won't make it worse.
All right, let's shift our focus back to Pennsylvania for a moment and return to PBS News weekend anchor John Yang, who's in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, at a ballot processing center. John, what's the latest where you are?
Well, they're still working on the ballots here. They've gotten the most of the mail ballots counted and posted, and now they're going to turn to the in-person ballots. Actually, the spokesman for the Board of Elections just gave me a little briefing over here. Producer Sam Weber is listening in, so I may have more for you in a bit. But also, earlier I talked about some of the long lines around colleges and universities. In Lehigh University, Lehigh University, which is in Bethlehem, which straddles Northampton County and Lehigh County. The ACLU and the Democrats went to a county judge asking him to extend voting hours. He rejected their request. His reasoning was that there are people in line, and if they're in line at 8 o'clock, they can vote. They'll be able to go in and vote. It may take them a while, but the Board of Elections is sending more people and more equipment to that ward. It's Ward 3 in Bethlehem to try to speed things up.
All right, that is John Yang for us in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. John, thank you. Let's head over to the super screen. Lisa Desjardins, who can give us a deeper look at some of those results coming in from Pennsylvania at this hour. Lisa?
First of all, Amy, you're welcome over here anytime. Anytime. Come on over. All right. Okay, Pennsylvania. For a lot of people, the whole ball game. 20% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, so most of the vote not by a long shot. But right now, Kamala Harris is up by 19 points. Now, let's take a look at where we're starting to get more idea of what's going on. This is Berks County. This is that county with the 25% Hispanic population, including some Puerto Rican. Right now, Donald Trump is up there. Let's see how that compares in the past. He's actually lost some ground at the moment in this county over his past two performances there. That's something Democrats want to see. But of course, more important probably for Democrats are these big counties right here around Philadelphia that we keep talking about. Harris continues to do well there. Look at these large margins, Philadelphia. Bucks County, just 14% of the vote in. Bucks County, parts of it, as Amy has said, I think, are very purple. Some of them are red. So this is a place we'll be watching very carefully. Allegheny County, this is a huge Democratic county. Let's see how much of the vote is in there. 40% of the vote. So this is a place where Kamala Harris can continue to make up ground. But a lot of these counties down here, Lancaster, here's Franklin, all of these kinds of places, Adams, are places where we think, this is a red county right here, Lancaster County. these are early votes, so this could very well flip coming up. I want to also do a quick check-in on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Where are we right now? Here we have from races called and races that were not on the board this year, 46 Republican Senate seats. That, of course, is only 4 seats away from 50, which could be a majority depending on who wins the presidency. This is where we expected things to be at this moment because West Virginia has been called. This is the first flip of the night in the U.S. Senate. It was expected. Joe Manchin has retired there. Jim Justice, the governor, has picked up that seat. Now, the race you all have been talking about quite a lot is Ohio's U.S. Senate race. I want to say something about what's going on here. Right now, Bernie Moreno, the Republican, is leading incumbent Senate Democrat and banking chairman, as you've noted, Sherrod Brown. But just a half hour ago, we were watching this, and it was the other way around. So this is a race that I think we could see go back and forth over the next couple of hours. Right now, 56% of the vote is in there, and we are seeing some of these Democratic areas come in, Cuyahoga County, up here, right here on Lake Erie, all of this starting to fill in. This is more of a red-purple area that we haven't seen numbers from. While we're in Ohio, let's check out an important House race as well. This is Ohio's 13th district, right up here, Akron, Summit County. It's redrawn. It's a sort of a new map up there. 42% of the expected vote in. Amelia Sykes, freshman House representative, someone who Republicans were hoping to unseat. Right now, she's up by a nice, comfortable margin. But again, we still have the majority of the vote to come in. Kevin Coughlin and his crew are probably watching right now, hoping that it goes their way.
All right, Lisa Desjardins, thank you very much. Let's turn now and take a deeper look at the state of Wisconsin. We've been checking in with our colleagues and public media reporters across the country. In Battleground, Wisconsin, we're joined by Zach Schultz of Wisconsin PBS. Of course, we're still awaiting results for both the presidential and Senate races there. Zach, good to see you, and thanks for being with us. Just give us a sense of what you're hearing. Polls have closed there. What do we know about turnout, and what does it look like on the ground so far?
Well, we spent the day traveling across the state, starting up in Green Bay and coming all the way back down to Madison. And the one thing we ran into everywhere was rain and voters waiting in rain. Their turnout was really good in a lot of the places. We hit some rural places that had long lines. Ripon, the birthplace of the Republican Party, or so it lays a claim to be so, had lines stretching through their halls and out and around the block, people passing umbrellas back to wait it out, up to a half hour at times for people to get in and vote. There was a really large early in-person absentee vote in Wisconsin that lasted a couple of weeks. It's closed now, but we're not quite to 2020 pandemic-style turnout for absentee ballots, but it's very high, higher than the normal presidential. And what that means, it's just going to be a long time before we have results from a lot of these communities. The city of Milwaukee does a central count for all of their 100,000-plus absentee ballots, and they actually had a tabulator error earlier in the day, so 30,000 that they'd already counted, they're going to redo. So we're looking at late into the night, probably tomorrow morning before we have results. Some of these smaller communities, we're not expecting to have as many absentee ballots. Some of them, more than 53% of registered voters went absentee. I checked in at one, they had 9 people to process 8,000 ballots. They're expecting a long night as well.
Zach, you mentioned some of those larger metro areas and counties. Milwaukee and Dane tend to come in later, and as we expected, it could be a very long night for you as well. But help us understand what other counties you're watching much more closely as the night progresses to give you a sense of where this might go, especially if Wisconsin expects another incredibly close margin of victory for either candidate.
Well, one county that we've looked at throughout this election in the last couple of cycles is Ozaukee County. It's just to the north of Milwaukee. It has a rapidly growing Democratic population, that typical educated, college-educated workforce, with a lot of turning blue in a lot of those areas. And it used to be a stronghold of the Republican WOW counties, Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. If you've ever heard the Wisconsin WOW counties, it was the deepest red traditional Republicans, and it's really bled a lot of voters in the Trump era. And the question there is whether it'll keep going. We were there earlier this election cycle, and they couldn't keep up with the yard signs, getting 1,000 in at a time for Harris' campaign. So Democrats are really looking there. As for the rest of the state where where Republicans are looking, it's western Wisconsin. They've got a very competitive congressional race there, and they're really hoping that the rural areas of Wisconsin turn out strong for Donald Trump. That's where they're going to be watching for a better margin than last time around.
Yes, Zach, this is the time the rest of the country gets to talk about the WOW counties. This is our favorite time of year. But I do want to ask you about the U.S. Senate race as well. I believe you're at the campaign of Senator Tammy Baldwin for her watch party tonight. She's running for a third term there. She's being challenged by Republican Eric Hovde. There's been tens of millions of dollars spent on ads there, and this is really a seat Republicans have been targeting. Can you give us a sense of where that race stands?
Well, the latest polling shows Baldwin up a couple points, depending on which poll you're looking at. Now, the question really is, will she be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket? Because historically, especially in 2018, which was an off year, it was an off cycle for her, she ran way ahead of all the other Democrats on the ticket, doing really well in some of those rural Republican areas. And the question is, will that happen again, or will that race get nationalized in the same way a lot of the other races are getting nationalized and voters are tying them together, or will they separate those out? That's part of Eric Hovde's campaign strategy, is telling people through his ads she's not the same Tammy Baldwin that she was, that you voted for before, trying to split some of those off, whereas Baldwin spent her campaign traveling every corner of the state. Even when the DNC was in Chicago, she spent the first part of that week back in the farthest corners, the most rural northern corners of Wisconsin, trying to court those voters and say, hey, I'm still the same one you voted for 6 years ago.
Zach Schultz from PBS Wisconsin joining us tonight. Zach, thank you. Appreciate your time. Let's turn over now to Lisa Desjardins for a closer look and pick up where Zach left off there. Right. Lisa, take us through what we know about Wisconsin.
This, guys, I know we've been waiting for results, but this is the part, fasten your seatbelts. I think we're going to start getting more and more results, including here from Wisconsin, including from those WOW counties that you were just talking about. Look at this one that we heard him talk about right here, Ozaukee County. There's Milwaukee, first of all, to give people a sense of place. Here we go. There's Milwaukee. Right next up top there, Ozaukee County. We have not gotten any results from there yet. We will watch it closely. Obviously, they have not been had the polls closed there long. But Waukesha County next door. Look at this important county in Wisconsin. Right now, we have Donald Trump tracking with his 2016 results there, outperforming 2020. Kamala Harris is somewhere in between. She's kind of between what Hillary Clinton did and Joe Biden. So we've got to watch this carefully. This is good news, early good news in Waukesha County, just one county for Donald Trump. While we're here, let's do a quick check-in on Pennsylvania, the big one, 25% of the vote in. Harris is still retaining her lead. But as I say, we will just keep watching it carefully.
Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much. Always good to get a deeper look at Wisconsin there. Amy, this is the part of the night I think you've been dreading when I bring up Iowa.
And see what it means.
We know at 9 o'clock, obviously polls closed in a number of key states, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We are tracking, but we spoke earlier about older women voters in particular, older white women voters. We talked about that poll from over the weekend from a renowned, well-respected pollster in Iowa that sent political Twitter all aflutter. Will we know soon what that really means on the ground?
Well, this was a big outlier. And I think people were taking it, and what it may show, and this is sort of interesting as we're watching some of these states come in. As I said, the states that are not tied to the big story, which is they're not one of the 7 swing states, behaving a little bit differently than we have seen them in the past. So a state like Florida going even more red, but a state like Virginia or New Hampshire is likely to be a smaller Democratic margin in those states, even though they are pretty blue states. So what we have in Iowa is a state that, if it's going to behave the way, say, some of these other states have done, which is, they're not sort of following, or when they don't have when they're not focused on by the presidential candidates, they behave maybe a little bit differently. But there's nothing that I'm seeing right now, whether it's out of Ohio or whether it's out of Wisconsin or these other states, to suggest that Iowa is suddenly going to pop up and be this one great big outlier, right? That even as everywhere else is sort of tracking with what we assumed it would be in terms of the demographic and how these states have performed in the past, that would be quite remarkable if Iowa did not.
David and Jonathan, we didn't get to talk about it because it came out over the weekend. What's your take?
Yeah, I was a little. She's a great pollster. I was a little dubious. Everybody has rogue polls. If I could just bring us to Texas, we got 65% of the vote in, and right now Trump is up by 11 points. If he maintains a double-digit lead, there's no way Ted Cruz loses. And so Texas is always about to turn blue over the course of my lifetime. It looks like we'll still be waiting. So this margin in Texas is kind of impressive.
Back to Iowa and the poll. I don't know if it's an outlier or not. I'm not a pollster. I'll look to you, Amy, to say whether that is the case. But I think it was a bit of a political earthquake and something that, at least among Democrats, was hopeful. Not necessarily that the vice president would win Iowa, but what it portends for the rest of the country, in particular demographics. I mean, for me, it was akin to the abortion vote in Kansas. And the fact that ruby red Kansas voted to protect abortion rights sent a signal to me about how important that issue would be across the country. And so the Iowa poll, the Seltzer poll, to come out and to show the vice president ahead by 3 or 4 made me wonder, what does that mean for the battleground states? More importantly, what does it mean for white women voters? And so with all these results coming in, pictures being filled in.
Picture is being filled in.
And the takeaway of the Seltzer poll was that Kamala Harris had expanded her margins among independent white women and older white women. In order to win this evening, she would have to really historically run up those numbers, one would imagine, right?
Well, so this is where my math skills really are a problem because they're very low. As many of us, I won't speak for anybody else here, but those of us who got into this profession did so because we did not do particularly well on the math SAT.
I was told there would be no math.
That's right.
Correct.
And so we like to do the other part, the writing piece, not so much the math piece. What is interesting is, and let's see if this plays out, but in state after state, women are they do traditionally make up a bigger percent of the electorate. But so in a state like Pennsylvania, women are making up, say, 54% of the electorate. She's winning women by 9 points, but losing men by 9 points. Mm-hmm. But because women make up a bigger percent of the overall electorate, that is a benefit, right? So losing men by 9, if it were 50-50, and that would be a bigger problem. But what is also pretty clear is that it is not that we're not seeing that, she's winning women by 15 points, while there's also an increase in the number of women who turn out, right? So we have more women that are turning out. The margin isn't dramatic, but that ultimately could be the difference. This is why I say the math becomes the problem here, because if at the end of the day, it's not that she wins them by a bigger margin, but they made up a bigger percent of the electorate, that would matter a lot.
Kevin and Fess, how are you looking at that gender gap?
Well, first of all, I have to get my word in on the Iowa poll.
Please.
I mean, look, the Iowa poll had everybody shook because I think, the fact that there were so many independents and women breaking towards Harris, I think was a surprise for a lot of people. But I always think back to Mike Murphy, who is a grand wizard on the political strategy side, on the Republican side, had taught me. He said, if you really want to, if aliens wanted to invade Earth, one of the first things they should do is buy up all the pollsters, because you sort of set the sort of zeitgeist in one direction just with just one little poll like that. And what I tried to tell everybody after that poll was, like, we have an election on Tuesday. We're going to find out what happened and how and whether or not these campaigns matter. And what you have is billions of dollars pointed by these elections, pointed by these campaigns at engaging these voters and trying to make the case to them on these elections. And I think the thing that we're seeing is that the economy mattered, the issues like abortion matter, issues like immigration matter, and those independent voters are more likely to vote based on their station in their local economy than they are on what some Iowa pollster tells them that which way they should be breaking. So I think it's just more of a reflection that these campaigns actually matter.
What they are breaking.
Well, you know this about me. I'm interested in class politics. As much as there's gender politics to discuss, class politics is always at the top of my mind. And it pains me to watch, more black working class people, more Latino working class people, at least by exits. And I think maybe we'll see tonight moving away from the Democratic Party. It's not great. We have to analyze how and why that's happening. I think you could win without them, but I think it's better that we win with them. And one of the reasons is because the Democratic Party has long been believed and understood to be the protectors of government, the executors of government, believers in government. And to believe in government right now, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with it, feeling the government is corrupt and broken and not delivering in a disruptive way for people who have been left behind. We talk about freedom. We have to talk about abortion freedom, abortion rights freedom, but there's economic freedom at play very much on people's minds. Whether do I have the liberty as a middle class person to make it in this economy? And the Democratic message on it has been cautious. It has been status quo and I think we got to continue to push that envelope. Can't leave the playing field to say, okay, we're going to do abortion, we're going to fight for democracy, but on economists, we're going to sound status quo. No, you got to sound just like the disruptor that we need to be, and say, I get that there's some working class people who say, Biden's going to Trump's going to come in, he's going to disrupt government. And yet he's standing here with Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world. He's going to turn over government. So it seems like it's going to be some kind of co-presidency if they were to win, right? That he'd be running government efficiently. How can you not fight that fight and explain to working class people, no. There's a difference of a choice here. And I wish and I want more of a Democratic Party that's on the class issues as much as all these other
I'd be
issues.
curious your take because of the messaging on the economy, because we've talked almost exclusively about women, about abortion, but if you look at the ads run, both by the Harris campaign and by her super PAC, it was almost all on middle class, helping the middle class, getting the economy back on track, getting prices down. What do you think? Was that the wrong economic message, or was it that they should have been?
It didn't go far enough in your view?
Enough.
Here, that was good.
Okay.
And I think hopefully we'll win because of it too. Also, the number one issue polled on the economy in terms of both Trump and Harris putting out ideas. You know what the number one was? Trump saying no tax on Social Security. Breaks my heart. On Social Security, are you kidding me? That Donald Trump's going to outflank you? What the Democratic response on that has been Project 2025 will do the X, Y, and Z to Social Security, undermine it. Donald Trump has proposed budgets that would cut Social Security. All true. But what was left on the table is say, we're going to expand Social Security. Guess what? Here's a plan. Here's a proposal. Here's how we're going to fight. Here's how we're going to change that. Right? I mean, because if you read, what does no tax on Social Security sound like? It codes like an increase in the benefit.
Right.
And you're like, well, we got to step up to that and fight that fight.
We are going to return to this. There's a lot more to talk about on all this, but I have to break in now because just past 9:30 here on the East Coast, and we can share another race call when it comes to the U.S. Senate, and that is that the state of Maryland has been won by the Democratic candidate, Angela Also Brooks. That's a Democrat. Holds the first time, by the way, that we will have 2 black women in the Senate. We reported earlier that Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware had won her race as well. Here's where control of the Senate stands at this hour. Republicans have 46 seats. They've gained 1. Democrats, of course, lost 1 and now have 36 seats. And Jonathan, guys, we're going to talk about the politics of all this in a minute. We're going to talk about what it took for her to beat a popular, moderate Republican governor there in Larry Hogan. But we can't lose the history of this moment, Jonathan. 2 black women for the first time in this country's history serving in the U.S. Senate together.
And elected on the same day. No, this is huge. And so no matter what happens tonight at the presidential level, and I know from a lot of my friends, there's a lot of angstiness out there. But, akin to 2016, Donald Trump got elected, but so did Kamala Harris. In 2016, she was elected to the Senate. This is a big day for those states, but also for that chamber, because it's always good when there are more women in institutions, and it gets real good when there are more black women in institutions, because you get you just get a different perspective, a different way of looking at things. And it is my hope that both Senator-elect Also Brooks and Senator-elect Blunt Rochester will bring all of themselves to the table to help to push back against what's happening to the Senate, which is a Trumpification of the Senate. A lot of the Newt Gingrich bad boy ways of the House moving into the Senate. And I hope that those two women and Senator-elect Kim of New Jersey, another history-making elected official now in the Senate, will improve things there. It's my hope.
Judy, your take on this. You've covered a lot of these races. These are big moments worth noting.
It is a big
in our
moment, and
story.
it is worth noting this election. And we know Larry Hogan put a lot of money and a lot of effort, and he is a very popular former governor. His belief was that that would overcome, even though Maryland, we know, is an incredibly blue state. But the headwinds were just too much. I will say that the Senate that these women are going to be serving in is looking more and more like it. We don't know yet, but it might not. The Democrats might not hold on to their majority. We don't know yet, but being in the minority and depending on who's president and dealing with appointments, confirmations, it's a different place when you're in the minority.
Mm-hmm. I'd just say I think abortion was a giant issue for also Brooks. I mean, we all, those of us who live here, saw a lot of those ads, grainy pictures of Larry Hogan saying things making him look pro-life, and then immediately would come on a Hogan ad. Don't worry, I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice. Don't worry. But she really hit that really hard.
Well, and actually, I think her most important message at the very beginning was simply, y'all, he's a Republican.
Right.
And he'd be in the United States Senate. And her ads, and this, to me, for all of us olds around the table that remember, there were times when people would say, this is a Maryland Republican. We can send a Maryland Republican. It's not a national Republican, or a Montana Democrat. A West Virginia Democrat isn't a national. Those days are pretty much gone. And so her ads basically said exactly that. They said, we know you like Larry Hogan as governor. I did too. I voted for him. But this is the Senate. And the Senate is now, we have to be very careful because...
And it also shows Maryland voters, because we're some of the suburbs of Washington, D.C., they have a little bit more sophisticated view about Senate control. I think that weighed very heavily in a lot of these votes. I also think this is also a case of, a Republican who, tried to run outside of the Trump model in a state and really tried to tailor his appeal, his legacy name in the state to voters. And I think it just showed that this is still a Republican Party that is, built in Trump's image, built with Trump's tone and style, and even, Larry Hogan couldn't get ahead of that here in Maryland.
Yeah. I mean, all the ads I saw, also Brooks ads I saw, were about Larry Hogan's a Republican. Larry Hogan is going to be a vote for Donald Trump in the Senate. Larry Hogan is going to be a vote for a Supreme Court justice if Trump is president. It just hammered away at it for weeks.
Well, let's shift our focus to Michigan just for a moment, because Michigan is being closely watched tonight for the presidential race, obviously, but also a Senate seat and several House seats that will be critical for control of Congress. Let's check in with Zoe Clark of Michigan Public. So, Zoe, bring us up to speed on the Senate race with the Democrat, Alyssa Slotkin, who is running against the Republican, Mike Rogers. What's the latest?
Well, first of all, let's just talk about the money game, right? I mean, the just millions and millions and millions of dollars that has been spent on this race. The Detroit media market, for example, you cannot turn on a television and not see back-to-back ads. And yet what we know is that polling has continued to show it incredibly close. And with very few precincts reporting yet, it continues to appear like it's going to be very close. But much like what the theme of the night, talking sort of about Vice President Kamala Harris and whether or not she can get, center and right-leaning suburban women, it very much could be the same for Alyssa Slotkin here in this state.
I understand you've been tracking reports of long lines around Michigan. What can you tell us on that front?
Sure. Well, first we should say there have been long lines, but Michigan, this was the first presidential election where we had early in-person voting, 9 days of early in-person voting, no reason absentee voting. So more than 40% of registered voters had already voted before even beginning to see election day. But we have been seeing lines, but overall, things have been moving and working very smoothly, including in Detroit, in Huntington Place, where there was in 2020, probably many of your viewers will remember, pounding on glass doors and windows as absentee ballots were being processed and counted.
And lastly, the Biden administration and the Harris campaign have faced criticism from some Arab American and Muslim American voters in Michigan over the administration's handling of the war in Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there. How has that issue evolved to Election Day?
Well, this is what we're also watching, right? I mean, within Michigan, which is a microcosm sort of the country as a whole, there's a lot of these different demographic groups, whether it's suburban women, right? Whether it's Detroit voters, or whether it's Arab American voters. And what we saw was Donald Trump becoming the first of the two candidates to actually visit Dearborn this past weekend. And so it's something we're closely watching, particularly when you consider 100,000 voters voted for uncommitted back in the February presidential primary. 100,000 votes means something in Michigan when you consider that Hillary Clinton lost the state by less than 11,000 votes in 2016. Joe Biden then won Michigan by some 150,000 votes in 2020.
Zoe Clark of Michigan Public, our thanks to you for your time this evening.
Thanks so much.
As we've been covering in the last several months and stressing to you at home, Americans should have confidence in the integrity of this election. That is the overwhelming message tonight from both intelligence officials and election workers.
For a closer look at how tonight has gone from a security perspective, we turn to Juliet Kayyem, a former Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security and Faculty Chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School, and Jessica Huseman, Editorial Director for VoteBeat, that's a nonprofit newsroom covering voting rights. But thanks to both of you for joining us.
So, Juliet, you and I spoke not too long ago about the possibility of violence, about threats to election workers and others. And we did see some hoax bomb threats earlier, some threats to election officials. Of course, many people still in line, a lot more votes to be counted. But when you look back at how the days unfolded, how prepared have we been as a system for these incidents?
I think very prepared. We'll talk about the threats, which are likely Russia inspired, and they are targeting Black and minority areas in these swing states. So that's not a surprise or a coincidence. But in terms of what the reaction is, it's exactly what was being prepared for, was the potential hoax disruption, or at least a disruption that they would have to ensure was a hoax that would delay voting times, disrupt voting. And so what you saw in almost all of these instances was a quick response, a quick sweep to ensure that no one was in harm's way, a relatively fast reopening, anywhere between 20, 30 to 45 minutes, a request to a court simultaneously to ask for more time to vote. So you're seeing that now. And then get people back to vote, whether Democrat or Republican. I don't want to say it's good news. This is just, we should not be accepting this as normal. As we've seen in the nighttime hours, these bomb threats are getting faster and more furious. But nonetheless, fortunately, all of them appear to be hoaxes inspired, or at least coming from Russia, at least according to the FBI.
And Jessica Huseman, we have seen very few disruptions, or at least reports about disruptions to voting infrastructure, the tabulators, the printers, that sort of thing. The actual administering of the vote has gone off, for the most part, without a hitch. Talk about what we've seen and what effect it's had on the vote.
You know, I think that you are exactly right. We've seen a couple of errors here and there. There was a ballot printer error in Pennsylvania. There was some scanning issues as well, but nothing that has materially slowed down processing or anything that would allow us to question the results or our confidence in them. And I think that election administrators are really to be lauded for how seamlessly today went from an election administration standpoint.
Juliet, we know some of the disinformation that we've seen, and you referenced this a little bit earlier. The FBI has now come out and made multiple statements attributing that online disinformation to Russia. There's also reports about National Guard deployments for Election Day support in a number of states. So as people see these reports and these kinds of updates going on, is there any concern about violence or unrest moving forward, or is this business as usual?
And well, it's not business as usual just because of January 6th. So there's learn from the past. So you're seeing about 18 states have deployed their National Guard. To be clear, the mission is quite limited. It's just to ensure that people are protected if people go out in the streets for lawful protest, to make sure that they don't become violent. DC obviously has activated its National Guard, and starting around January 6th, all of DC will be what's called a national special security event designated between January 6th and January 20th. Those of you who live there might start to experience this a little bit now, in which that area, because of the electoral vote count, if there's any question, if there's any legal issues going on, through January 20th will be designated. These are right now not based on specific threats, especially specific threats of a mass unrest, but the night's going to unfold in ways that we don't know. And we know, Donald Trump has already alleged voter fraud at least in Pennsylvania. How do people respond to that? We don't know, because we don't know what the vote is yet. But this isn't over. And so what you're really seeing is the pre-positioning and anticipating of what happens on the street, but also what's going to be happening in terms of the candidates.
And Jessica, what are you looking for in the hours and days ahead as this vote continues to be tabulated?
I think I'm really interested in how the counting goes tonight at the central count locations, especially in places like Arizona, which are expected to take quite a while. It will be interesting to see how people react outside of those locations as the counting continues into the night. As you remember from 2020, we had some disruptions in both in both Michigan and Arizona. Hopefully we won't see those again tonight. Counties and states are much better prepared, I think, for the possibility of disruption.
Jessica Huseman and Juliette Kayyem, thank you both. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we have another race call to share at this hour. The state of Missouri has gone for Donald Trump. He puts that in his win column. Let's take a look at the electoral map overall. At the moment, Donald Trump with 188 votes, Kamala Harris with 99 votes. And again, that number will continue to shift. Let's check in with Laura Barone-Lopez at the Harris Election Watch event tonight over at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the vice president's alma mater. Lisa, what's the latest? What are you hearing from the campaign?
Well, the campaign, again, Jeff, is still being very patient, very calm, and they are saying that, again, they are seeing good suburban support, specifically when they're looking at Georgia. Yes, Donald Trump might be up right now, but they are saying that in some of the larger suburban counties, they're feeling good. They say, the campaign says, that Harris is currently overperforming Biden's 2020 margin in those suburban counties. They're looking at ones like Douglas. They say that she's running ahead of him in Rockdale. And so that's what they're pointing to right now. And they also say that the rural turnout in Georgia is looking about what they expected. So they don't expect Donald Trump to run away too much with that rural turnout as of right now. They also say that there are late arriving ballots in North Carolina that they are paying attention to, that they say should break in their favor. So far, the campaign is being pretty calm about all this, saying that they're waiting for more votes to come in, that they are not worried at all about what they're seeing in the numbers so far. I was also, Jeff, checking in with some voters in Michigan today. 2 young voters, and as we've talked about a lot tonight, young voters are going to be a key part of Harris's coalition and whether or not she is going to win in these swing states. And these 2 young voters in Michigan, one of them is a college student who told me that they ultimately, she ended up voting for Jill Stein, not for Kamala Harris. She was very upset about Harris's position on Gaza and Israel and ultimately voted third party there. But the other young woman, a young black woman who is around 28 years old, she told me that she ended up deciding to vote for Kamala Harris, despite being hesitant months ago and not thinking that she would vote for Joe Biden. She said that she decided to vote for Harris, especially because she liked the fact that Harris had Tim Walz join her as vice presidential nominee.
All right, that is Laura Barone Lopez at the Harris Watch Party in Washington, D.C. tonight. We also have William Brangham with us. He's in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign. William, we're coming up on 10 o'clock Eastern here. Polls have closed in all the battleground states except Nevada. How would you describe the mood in the room? What are you hearing from campaign officials?
The mood here is very, very positive. I mean, I haven't been able to poll everybody here in the room, but the sense you get walking around and talking to voters is that the news keeps getting better and better and better for them. I talked with a couple of older veterans who were here, proudly wearing their military medals and insignias, who felt that Donald Trump was exactly the kind of leader that we need in a world that is at war and full of conflict in Ukraine and the Middle East. I asked them, what about these allegations that Trump has said denigrating things about veterans? They didn't believe any of those stories. A lot of Jewish voters here saying that they believe that Donald Trump's stout defense of Israel is a principle overriding reason that they want to vote for him, and they think he will deliver for them. In fact, one voter that I talked to said that she actually voted for the abortion extension, the expansion of abortion access, which many Democrats thought would draw people here in Florida, but also voted for Trump on the issue of Israel. I had people who were also pulling out their phones and showing me lovingly photographs they have of Donald Trump from prior rallies, of him sitting on one of their motorcycles. And so there's just a great deal of sense that things are going well for them. The mood is great. And with one exception, they did have most of the night tonight, they've been playing Fox News constantly here in the room. Recently, they've switched over to CNN. I'm not sure exactly why they're doing that. Maybe they like the results that even CNN is reporting to them. And it did prompt a little bit of a chant of CNN sucks by a small group of people here. But otherwise, people feeling very, very confident and eager for the continued results that they think are going to deliver Trump to the White House once again.
All right, that is our William Brangham in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign headquarters there. We'll continue to check in with both him and Laura Barone Lopez with the Harris campaign over the course of the evening. Polls have closed in almost every single battleground state now. Still too early to make those calls. Stay with us, and we will have more. In the meantime, right now, we're going to take a short break.
That's right. So PBS stations can report on some of their state and local races. We'll be right back.
Tonight, we've been using information from Associated Press voter surveys, what the AP calls VoteCast. The data help us understand who showed up to the polls and also why they voted for specific candidates. To get a better understanding of how the surveys are conducted and how the AP uses this information, I recently sat down with David Scott, the head of the AP election team.
VoteCast is our survey of the electorate. And for many years, we were part of the consortium that did exit polls in this country. And after 2016, AP decided that we would not be part of that consortium anymore, and that we would look for a new way to survey the electorate.
Was that because of 2016?
No, it was because of the way that people are voting differently. So if half or more than half or now close to 2/3 of voters are casting their ballots before polls open on election day, a survey that's built around interviewing voters as they leave polling places on election day is going to leave far too much of the electorate, not necessarily not surveyed, but not surveyed as part of the core methodology. So we developed a new methodology. It's based on having a very large survey of the electorate that meets voters where they are, that takes place during early voting, but also on the day of the election. We're still making calls and we're still taking in online responses to our survey right up until the moment polls close in a state. And we think that the scale of what we've been able to do with VoteCast is its biggest advantage. When we were part of the exit poll, we would get results in the battleground states. We get results for VoteCast in every state. The size of the survey, we're targeting more than 120,000 responses this year, means that we're able to analyze smaller slices of the electorate with a margin of error that means we can act on it. So we're able to look at Hispanic voters or African-American voters or young voters, but then also combinations of those voters in a way that helps us potentially get to a race call sooner or understand the way that the electorate is shaping up in a level of detail that didn't exist before.
That is a big number, 120,000 voters that you are personally in contact with about their decision.
That's right. A normal pre-election poll might have anywhere from 500 to 1,000 voters. Our survey of the country will be 120,000 respondents this fall. And in some states, we'll have as many as 4,000 or 4,500 responses. There are some states where vote cast is the last piece of information that would allow us to declare a winner as soon as polls close. We're able to use vote cast to confirm early trends in the vote count. So maybe we don't have enough to call the race on its own, but we're able to see something from the survey of the electorate that starts to match up with the data that we're seeing in the vote count. And it gives us an extra layer of certainty that the trailing candidates won't catch up.
Welcome back to PBS News Special Live coverage on this election night. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. It is now 10 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in 3 additional states. Nevada is one of the key states we're watching tonight, and that is still too early to call the race there.
We can, however, call 2 other states for Donald Trump, and those include Montana and Utah. So taking a look at the electoral map at this hour, you see the 198 in the Trump column to Kamala Harris's 99. Let's check in on the home state of Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz with Mary LaHammer of Twin Cities PBS. And Mary, I know you've been tracking Tim Walz's evolution from governor to his elevation now as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate. What stands out to you?
Yeah, I've covered Governor Walz since his congressional race nearly 20 years ago. Was there for his very first debate when he flipped a rural red district to blue and then went up to the governor's office. And obviously the rest of the nation is discovering him here at Democratic Party headquarters in Minnesota. Right now behind me, they're touting some of his progressive accomplishments like free lunch for all students here in Minnesota, allowing felons to vote again. And speaking of voting, we went out to several precincts today. Steady traffic all day and very busy tonight. A couple precincts even saying that they have perhaps record turnout. We are hearing high turnout in red and blue areas. And in Minnesota, we do have same-day registration. We often lead the nation in voter turnout, and we're looking to regain that title after slipping into second last election cycle. And perhaps the excitement for Governor Walz, his supporters, or perhaps his detractors are turning out and driving that turnout here in his home state. There are several things relevant to the governor also on the ballot. Some of that progressive agenda we just spoke about was accomplished because of Democrats having all control of state government. Well, that's on the ballot here tonight. That Democratic trifecta is up. Our State House of Representatives, Democrats only have a 4-vote margin. They'll have to hold on to several seats to retain control there. And interestingly, our state Senate is in a tie right now. And it is tied because kind of a few dominoes fell here. You might remember Congressman Dean Phillips, who ran for president, challenging President Biden, questioning his age. Well, a state senator is now running for Congressman Phillips' seat right there, so that would resolve the tie. But if Governor Walz wins, the Senate here would go back to a tie once again, and it would make a lot of history because the president of our state Senate, Bobby Joe Champion, would immediately ascend to lieutenant governor, and he would make history being the first black man to ever hold that position. And more history would be made because Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan here, who has run with Tim Walz twice, she would make history becoming governor, becoming the first woman to hold that position in Minnesota, and the first Native woman to do so. So that line of succession could really set up some historic dominoes here in Minnesota.
And in fact, we spoke with her during our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Minnesota, is a real Democratic stronghold. No Republican presidential candidate has won there since 1972, if memory serves. You're at the Democratic Party election headquarters.
Yeah.
What are folks telling you tonight? How are they feeling about the ticket's chances tonight, the Harris-Walz ticket's chances?
Yeah, as you cited, Minnesota does have the longest history of a Democratic streak here. I mentioned not picking a Republican since Richard Nixon back in 1972. Another year that stands out in Minnesota history is when another local person was on the ballot. That was Vice President Walter Mondale. Minnesota was the only state in the nation that went Democratic that year in 1984. That was the Reagan landslide. So Minnesotans in the past have kind of voted for their own. And another interesting stat about vice presidents in Minnesota, if Governor Walz wins, that would mean that 3 out of the last 6 Democratic vice presidents would hail from the state of Minnesota, where in one of the statewide races on the ballot here, Senator Amy Klobuchar was just declared the winner. She was looking at perhaps one of her closer races. She's won by huge margins before. She was facing a former NBA player, Royce White, on the Republican side, but it does look like she prevailed, but not the 20, 25, 30-some% margin, maybe closer to around 10. We don't have final returns there, but that's about the only major race here declared so far in Minnesota.
Mary LaHammer of Twin Cities PBS. Mary, thanks so much.
In the meantime, Nebraska has gotten a lot of extra attention this election year since it's one of 2 states that award electoral votes to the winners in different congressional districts. Vice President Harris is looking to repeat 2020 when Democrats picked up 1 vote there. Cassidy Arena of Nebraska Public Media is following it all. Cassidy, thanks for joining us. So we should point out the Republicans have won the popular vote in Nebraska every year going back to 1968, but Biden did manage to get 1 of those 5 electoral votes in 2020. The question is, can Harris do the same? What's it looking like this year?
Right now, it's a little bit too early to call, of course, but Harris is leading right now as for Congressional District 2. You can hear some cheers in the background as more elections come in. So as you were saying, Nebraska has 5 electoral college votes, and typically we can see those splitting. So Congressional District 2, which is also where Omaha is, which is the most populated city in Nebraska, has gone blue, has gone for the Democratic presidential candidate, both for Biden and Trump. And then also the first year Obama ran in 2008, that was when Congressional District 2 also split its votes to go toward the Democratic candidate. So as of right now, it's a little bit too early to call, but in those most populated cities, Omaha and Lincoln, we are seeing more Democratic voters coming out and showing up this year.
All right, that is Cassidy Arena from Nebraska Public Media joining us tonight. Cassidy, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, back here in the panel, I know we've all been digging into some of those voter surveys that have been coming out. More specifically, Amy Walter has been digging in to those. And just so folks know what those are, we also talk about exit polls. This is something different. The Associated Press conducts surveys in the days leading up to the election and on Election Day with tens of thousands of voters. These are really deep dives. What are you focused on right now?
Well, what I always am interested in is to see, and I talked about this at the very beginning of the show, what is the coalition that each candidate has to put together in order to win a state? And so the easiest thing to do is to look backwards and say, well, how did that candidate do it last time, and how similar could it be this time around? What you find interesting, and we've been talking about this a lot on the panel, is the degree to which Trump has been able to make some inroads with traditionally Democratic voters, especially with black voters, where he's getting now 17% in Pennsylvania, according to these polls. That's up from 9%. That was Biden was getting 90% of black voters. And so Trump has basically doubled his share of black vote. I think a lot of that we're going to see is going to come from some major urban areas, say in Philadelphia. But the other interesting thing to me is where white voters are. And I think, wasn't it you who said, I'm going to be watching where white voters go? Mm-hmm. And the one thing I had been really wondering for Harris is whether she would be able to hold on to the support that Biden had gotten from white non-college voters. Not just can she overperform in the suburbs, but how far can she afford to lose those folks in Scranton and Erie and all those places we talk about? And right now it looks like she's basically hitting where Biden was in the last election in 2020. So Biden got 39%, Trump got 60% in 2020. Where she's overperforming, and this is what has been giving Democrats some hope, is with white college voters. So again, this is 56-41. That is a pretty significant lead there for Harris, that is a group of voters that this is double the amount that Biden had with those same voters last time. Now, non-college voters, as Fez knows very well, they make up a bigger proportion of the electorate, but holding on to those voters, not losing more of those voters, and increasing your vote with white college voters, again, with white voters being 84% or so of the electorate here, that's going to be the key thing to watch as well. So we're going to talk a lot about, especially in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, defections potentially from Latino voters and black voters. But there is a reason that the Harris campaign has talked almost incessantly about the blue wall. These are states that are whiter than those other states in the Sun Belt and out west. And holding those numbers among white voters is going to be key if she's going to win in a state like Pennsylvania. And quite frankly, in Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
And putting you on the spot.
Just real quick, Baz, I'm sorry. We have one race call to share with everyone. The state of Colorado now goes for Kamala Harris with 10 electoral votes. So let's take a quick look at the electoral map overall at this hour. We've got 109 electoral votes for Kamala Harris to Donald Trump's 198. Again, that's a number that will continue to move over the course of the night.
And another notable win we can report at this hour. In the state of Delaware, Sarah McBride has won the lone U.S. House seat. She will now be the first transgender member of Congress. So another moment of history being made with that election for the 1st District in Delaware.
Fez, I want to go back to you, to the point you were going to make.
So taking all of what Amy said, agreeing with all of it, then the operative question heading into tonight was who turns out and who votes.
Right.
And so does Georgia look like 2020 Georgia? Does it look like 16 Georgia? Or does it look like something even bigger than 2020 Georgia, which was a possibility? I mean, I think last time, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, over 150 million people voted in the presidential election. I don't think we quite yet know what that number is. But if you had an expanded number of people voting in Georgia, in North Carolina, now those margins that Amy was referring to, if Trump found even more rural voters, they would account for people without a college degree. And that margin then suddenly doesn't hold up if you're looking at the 2020 margins.
That's right.
And that has been the GOP bet, that the Harris coalition was too precarious, that if it included everybody from AOC to Liz Cheney, that was a coalition that was precarious and it would tip over and it would present problems in places like Pittsburgh and Philly. And if there were problems in Pittsburgh and Philly, you'd have the same problems in Detroit. Kevin, how do you see it?
Well, the other big bet that Republicans made was driven by another number, and that's 56%, which is the average of Joe Biden's disapproval rating right now. And so, he's underwater right now by 17%, and that's one of the challenges and the burdens that Harris has had to have during this campaign, which is in a 107-day race to the finish line, because she entered the race at the end of July. Was she going to be able to put enough distance between herself and a president with an incumbent president with a very low approval rating? And I think that approval rating is driven largely by economic concerns. Now, yes, the economy has gotten better in the last few weeks and months based on all the macroeconomic numbers we've seen. But there has been a hangover on inflation. There's been a hangover on just the state of the economy, the direction of the country. And that's largely been shared by voters who are, working class voters, who are white, black, and Latino, and many of them younger men, I think, in some of these states. And we'll see if some of these numbers hold up. Those demographics started to come out in a way that were challenging for Harris.
Judy, this issue of the diploma divide, which I know you've reported on extensively, as Amy's pointing out, it really is a defining feature we're seeing so far. We don't know how much of an impact it's going to make, but how do you look at what we're seeing?
Well, as I think we talked about during the 6 o'clock hour, so many hours ago, what we specifically were looking at in Michigan was to look at the Oakland versus Macomb. Oakland, I think it's 52% of the residents have a college degree. It's 27%, 26% in Macomb, right next door. Trump won Macomb, Biden won Oakland. It's clear. I mean, Harris has been campaigning in Oakland both campaigning in the Detroit area. But Democrats do think, as Amy's been saying, that there is an opportunity for them with specifically white college-educated voters. And it is a complete reversal from where we were several decades ago, when Democrats were the party that represented the union workers, the blue-collar workers. Republicans were the party of the college, the college grads. And that's changed. It's moving even more rapidly now in that direction, and Democrats are trying to take advantage of it. To Fez's point a minute ago, it is painful for some Democrats who don't want to say, we're not walking away from blue-collar workers, but hey, if we see an opportunity here, we're going to take advantage of it.
I mean, it's a moral responsibility for both parties. Like, high school-educated grads die 8 years younger than college-educated grads. They're 5 times more likely to die of opioid addiction. They have more obesity. They obviously earn a lot less. If you look at the social life of high school grads, many reports that they have no friends compared to college grads. They're less likely to go out to be involved in churches or hobbyist organizations. The education gap at 8th grade right now between affluent and non-affluent families is bigger than between whites and blacks in the end of Jim Crow. There's just a chasm between these two Americas. And it's a moral responsibility of both parties to figure out what to do about it. Now, I thought Joe Biden had one job. That was to funnel money to high school grads. And he did a good job of that. The infrastructure bill, a whole bunch of the spending he did went to basically high school grad Republicans. And he got no credit because of inflation. But I thought he did what he was assigned to do by the country. But so far, the events have not, and I think they will eventually, but they have not yet redounded to the benefit of the Democratic Party.
Why didn't he get credit for that, John?
Well,
yeah,
sure.
both of you, actually.
Go ahead.
I don't think he got credit for it because, it's not like they didn't champion what they were doing.
Sure.
I think, we in our profession don't cover it. It's boring. Great, another project in another state. We don't cover it. So that's why I think he doesn't get any credit. And then also, I'm sorry, David, but also when someone like the vice president goes out and campaigns and says, here's all this stuff that we've done and I'm going to continue to do it, she gets criticized for it. Everyone hears the criticism, you're not separating yourself from President Biden, but no one hears what she's saying, and that is exactly what David was talking about, the things that they have done.
If I could just interrupt very quickly, this reminds me of the trip we made to Steubenville, Ohio, about a year ago. It used to be thriving steel town. Of course, that ended some time ago. We spent a lot of time talking to people at a food bank and interviewed, I will never forget, we interviewed a couple, spent a long time talking to them. He's earning pretty good money. She can't work anymore. They have 2 children. The bottom line is they just don't make enough money to put food on the table. They were not aware that federal money coming in through the infrastructure, through the Inflation Reduction Act was building a new wing on their high school that was going to focus on STEM, on technical education for high school students, to David's point, and that there was other money coming into the community, but they didn't know it. And that gets to the whole question of what's happened to local news media, which is another whole subject we're aware of. But people don't, to your point, they just don't know.
But there's something deeper, I would say. It's not just policy. Because we're having a policy conversation. I agree with a lot of policy. When you get into the art of politics, in order to animate some of these infrastructure projects, what we've done on the IRA, it's important to tell people what you fought against as much as what you fought for. That friction, that contest, that contrast is really critical. And when you get into the economic storytelling, if I asked each of you, tell me who the Democrats are fighting against besides Donald Trump, we got to answer that question. You're taking on Big Pharma, right? Haven't you taken on Big Pharma and delivered? Right. Who are you? Are we taking on big monopolists? Yes, we are. How many of our Democratic candidates are fluent in the lingo? of hey, we went out and we expanded unions through project labor agreements. We've made sure that Texans are getting their vote, and we had to do it despite opposition of this and this and this and this in order to do. That's what you got to do in the political sphere. After you've delivered policy, you got to animate a contrast. And this is where Trump lives. He's going to do McDonald's. Why is he doing McDonald's? Because it's just a
also
contrast.
China and immigration.
But Faz, is that a failure of Democrats to adjust to the vernacular of the moment? Is that what it is? That this is the way people need these messages framed now?
I thought that Biden was laying a foundation of an FDR-style Democrat, in which you deliver policy. What we're missing is obviously the FDR-style politics, which is to say, I welcome your hatred. I am in some battles with you guys. I am against some battles with the powerful people. And when they start spending money, as crypto people have done, as Elon Musk has done, as some large, powerful actors have done against you, it's your job to animate and tell people, why are they spending so much against me? Who am I taking on? What are the fights? And I think especially when we got into economic discourse, there's a lot of economic framing that gets set by powerful actors in our economy. They have a lot of money, lobbyists, and the infrastructure to tell you a certain story about corporate profits, about stock buybacks, stock dividends, about what the regulators at the FTC are doing and the CFPB are doing, and they're all bad. It's incumbent upon a Democratic administration willing to take that fight to also animate that in the political sphere.
I'd also say that Democrats have to worry about the shadow party, not the actual candidates or the people who are elected Democrats, but the media, the universities, the foundations. They set the cultural tone for this country. And to me, Biden, it's a test case. Can you win over working class votes just with economic policy?
Right.
And I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
That you have to show respect, you have to speak the language, people have to see people like them represented in your institutions, which they do not see in all of our information age institutions. Yeah. And so they, it's a identity. I'm going to vote for people like me. And they look at the elites and they say, well, they're not like me in a million different respects. And that's just a harder hurdle, because it's not a question of Kamala Harris running a better campaign. She ran a pretty good campaign. But everything that's happened over the last 20 years in the culture.
Let's bring in our Stephanie Tsai just for a moment and get a picture of what's happening in Arizona. Stephanie's in Phoenix for us. And Steph, I understand you have some information about the vote count in Maricopa County?
We do. We do have initial unofficial results from Maricopa County. But before I get into these numbers, I just want to lay out for voters kind of how this works. At 8 p.m. local time, we got a big drop from Maricopa County. This represents about 55% of the total vote in Maricopa County. So why do we have this count so early? Because a lot of people in Maricopa County vote early. So the numbers I'm about to describe to you involve 1.1 million ballots that have been tabulated. And let's just put those results in perspective statewide. There are about 4.4 million registered voters statewide. Now I'm going to read you the results that we know so far. With 1.1 million ballots tabulated, Vice President Harris has just over 50% of the vote. Mr. Trump has 48%. These results are also reflected statewide. Ms. Harris has a slightly greater lead statewide. That accounts for about a third of total registered voters. I want to talk about the Senate race. We haven't had a chance to talk very much about that from Maricopa County, but there is a competitive Senate race in which the seat for Kyrsten Sinema, who was a Democrat, now an independent, is open. That is a race between Democrat Ruben Gallego, a Marine veteran, and Carrie Lake, a former news anchor who also ran for governor in 2022. Gallego, with 1.1 million ballots tabulated in Maricopa County, has a significant lead over Carrie Lake with almost 54% to her 44%. That is also reflected, that trend, in statewide results as of now. That's a 10-point lead. I also want to just point out another race that we're following, and that is in Congressional District 1, where we have a Republican representative, David Schweikert, a longtime incumbent, being challenged by a Democrat named Amish Shah. He's an emergency room doctor. Amish Shah is showing a slight lead over the incumbent, David Schweikert. We also have some information on Proposition 139. Now, this is a referendum that hundreds of thousands of Arizona voters put on a petition to get it on the ballot. It would protect the right for a woman to access abortion in Arizona, where there is a current 15-week restriction without exceptions. In in early unofficial results, 63% of voters in Maricopa County have voted yes on Proposition 139. So again, this is the first tranche of results representing about 55% of the total vote, and that's what we have here. We'll expect more results to come in as more ballots are tabulated throughout the night right here at the tabulation center.
Stephanie Sy, our thanks to you. And we have another race call to bring you. The District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. has gone for Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the map overall. We've got 112 for Kamala Harris to Donald Trump's 198, a number, again, that is moving throughout the night.
We're, of course, still waiting on race calls in a number of those battleground states. Arizona, where Steph Sy was reporting from, among them. Let's turn now to Lisa Desjardins to take a deeper dive at some of what Stephanie was reporting there. Lisa, over to you.
Hi, lots to talk about. We are getting more and more results in. This is Maricopa County, as you saw on the graphic there, but I want to spend some time talking about the results she gave. This is exactly what Stephanie Sy was talking about, but with rounding. So Trump rounds up to 49, Harris at 51. Let's see historically where these two candidates sit right now. This is a place where at the moment, Harris is outperforming both Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. But of course, it is still very close. The early votes could have favored Democrats. Don't know, but we're going to have to wait. This is a close race, but right now this is potentially good news for Harris in this key county in Arizona. But as I say, guys, we're getting so many results. There's so much to talk about. And what I see in some of these maps is potential tipping points, tipping point moments in the election. In Georgia right now, we have 88% of the vote in, Donald Trump up 51 to 48. So I want to look at some of the counties here because two things are happening at once. Harris is doing very well in these counties around Atlanta. Look, there's DeKalb County. Look at how she's doing. She's outperforming Hillary Clinton. That's what she wants to do in this giant population center suburb and there with Atlanta. This is good news for Harris. So why is she behind right now in Georgia? Let's look at some other counties in the rural parts of the state. Here's Donald Trump in Peach County. This is sort of a medium-sized rural county. Look what he's doing. He is not only outperforming last year or 2020 and 2016, but he is outperforming it by a lot with 67%. We are waiting for more results. But what I'm seeing here is rural turnout really showing up in Georgia for former President Trump. Now, there's more to talk about here, too, but there's other states we have coming in. Let's take a quick look at where we are in Pennsylvania with the vote. This key state, 55% of the vote. Trump is up 51 to 48, but we do have some big counties to come in still. And let's look at the percentages here. Philadelphia, only 45% of the vote in. This is a place where you see Harris running up the total. There are thousands more votes for her here that have not been counted yet. So even though it's close, there are some big areas still to come in here in Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Wisconsin's Senate race. Also something that I think is important to talk about because look at this, guys. 1 point in Wisconsin. One thing I've noticed here, a lot of you folks know about these swing counties. Look at this, Door County and also Sauk County. These are two counties that voted for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. Look where they are right now. Door County, 76% of the vote. Trump is up. Also look at this, Sauk County. Trump is up by a lot. Let's compare that historically. Look at how well he's doing there. He's beating his performance in both of these two races. So when I talk about tipping points, this is what I'm talking about. Still waiting for half of the vote here, but it's a moment of momentum right now. Could change in Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Notice this, Senate race, 49-49 essentially. Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent, critical for Democrats to hold on to the Senate. Right now, she barely has a lead. Michigan, the presidential race, dead heat, 49-49. And I want to pay attention, remember those numbers, to the Senate race there. 49 for Alyssa Slotkin, 48 for Mike Rogers. what we're seeing in these races is the Senate candidates, the Democrats are tracking with Kamala Harris. They're not outrunning her, which is what Democrats wanted to do. The one exception is what Stephanie talked about in Arizona, where Ruben Gallego is running ahead of the pack there. Nebraska, guys, hold with me another minute. I promise it's going to be worth it. Nebraska, we see Donald Trump has been declared the winner of the state of Nebraska, but we all know that this one electoral vote here around Omaha is critical. And the most recent results that I saw had Harris 55, excuse my handwriting, my nuns who taught me in Catholic school, and we see Trump right here 44. So she really is on her way to winning this electoral vote. But watch this, because this Senate race in Nebraska, Republican incumbent Deb Fischer, right now down to Dan Osborne, who has never been in politics before, a mechanic. He had never been to Washington before this year. He is not in any party. He doesn't call himself an independent either. He's someone who's running against what he sees as the Washington establishment. And right now he is winning this race. This would not mean an additional Democrat in the U.S. Senate should he pull this out, but it would mean one fewer Republican. So that is something Democrats are praying for as they see problems in these other races. We knew this was going to be an incredibly close and exciting race, and yet we have another potential historic twist that you really couldn't write about. You couldn't imagine it, but this is where we are right now in Nebraska. Back to you.
Lisa Desjardins, I have to say, I think your Catholic school nuns would be very proud of you this evening. One issue we haven't talked about yet, Kevin and Faz, is transgender rights. And I raise it because the Trump campaign and allied entities has spent more than $20 million on TV ads in battlegrounds attacking Kamala Harris on her past stances on transgender rights. Now, this might not be a top priority issue for most voters. In fact, most voters say it's not. But the bet from the Trump campaign seems to be that more people will be swayed in this cultural war issue to vote with them, to see their side of things. Do you think that's a resonant issue that might really penetrate in this race?
I think it is, and I think it was, again, another big part of the Trump playbook and the Republican playbook overall, which is to paint Kamala Harris and Democrats as out of touch with sort of mainstream values, out of touch with out of touch with people on this particular issue, and sort of more representative of a West Coast. You heard it over and over, right? San Francisco liberals were going to take the country in the wrong direction. And it was something that I think is leading to a lot of some of these things, as David pointed out earlier, some of these redder states getting redder. We are seeing a little bit of a clash of political civilizations in some of these areas. And a lot of folks, forget about the economics and forget about the policy issues, the policy details. A lot of these folks feel that Trump and the Republicans speak more strongly to those issues than the Democrats do.
Well, I wouldn't say forget about the economics, because I see them as class-based issues too, in which they're trying to suggest to people Kamala Harris cares more about this issue than she does about the economy.
Right.
It's part of the message. And if you think of somebody like Dan Osborne, for instance, I've been involved with helping him way back when, and early part of this year, felt strongly that he'd have a good chance, because what's unique about him? Well, obviously he's running as independent, but what's unique about him is this is a guy who led his Kellogg's workers on strike during the midst of the pandemic in 2021, when they felt they had worked 70, 80 days straight, never got any pay out of that, never got any raise, and he leads them on strike. They successfully get a wage increase. Then he turns it around and says, I'm going to run for Senate. Everyone knew and understood that Dan Osborne is running because he wants a government to function for working class people. It was the number one thing on everybody's mind. He made sure it was clear. And while I might disagree with you on this thing or that thing, I am a working class candidate. And as we'll see, regardless of outcome, that overperforms. You're going to have a chance. And it should be a recipe, hopefully, to Democrats across this country. You can compete in a place like Kentucky, Tennessee, Montana, whatever it might be, if you have this kind of credibility, this kind of language, this kind of message, this kind of push.
But if he'd had a D after his name, could he have gotten this far?
That's what
I wonder.
I don't know.
Even with the message.
I don't tend to think that you'd have as much of it. You'd have some discounting.
Yeah.
But I still think that kind of a candidate, still with the D next to their name, running with that bona fides of no one will, question his credibility and desire to fight for working class people when he gets in the Senate because of where he came from, what he says, what he talks about. Would the D next to his name have limited his ability to talk about some of these other issues is a question. But to their credit, the Democratic Party of Nebraska worked together, and he's now in this position. So, but there's a message there.
Well, did it limit Joe Biden's ability to do that? I mean, Joe Biden was the first president to hit a picket line. The Scranton Joe, working class Joe, is sort of key to his presidential brand. Of course, he's not in the race, but we were talking earlier about the Democrats' inability, as you phrased it, to really make that working class argument.
You know this, Jeff, about me because we did a number of interviews before he dropped out about how I felt about Joe Biden's chances. Obviously, I think he got to a place of age and questions of mental acuity that limited his ability to be an effective candidate. But if we were able to rewind the clock 4 or 5 years, that Joe Biden running again, I tended to believe, because he had established the basis for himself on this question that you're talking about, the credibility of fighting for working class people, restoring pensions for Teamsters, going to the picket line, fighting for UAW workers, that it would have benefited him and helped translate some of these margins. We'll never get the chance to see that, though.
If I could just interject quickly, I remember interviewing Joe Biden after the 2016 election when he was so upset, frankly, and he was careful about what he said publicly about Hillary Clinton's campaign and the fact that he thought that she had not reached out enough to working class voters. And he was saying in so many words, this is something my party must do. This is 2016, beginning of 2017. Trump has just been elected just 8 years ago.
Just 8 years ago. I do want to get us back out to the field, check in on one of those key battleground states we have been tracking. Our Miles O'Brien is in Gwinnett County, Georgia, with an update for us and a bit of a tour, I understand. Miles, take it away.
Yeah, Amara, the polls may be closed, but the work is not done by any stretch. We're at the Gwinnett County election headquarters, and this is the lobby, which is filled right now with precinct workers from the 156 precincts all over the county. They come in the door. They have bags which contain memory cards as well as the paper ballots, provisional ballots, all right there. How's it gone so far?
It's went really well.
Nice and smooth? Did you have good turnout?
Yeah. Wonderful turnout.
Yeah.
All 6 precincts I had.
Excellent, excellent. So they go this way, around through here. This is where the final tabulation occurs. The election management system is in here. So that's kind of the end of the line there. But those precinct workers, as they come in with their ballots and their memory cards, go to various stations here. Everything gets checked in, double checked, re-signed in, and then, excuse me, how's everything going for you?
Great.
Is that nice and smooth?
Nice and smooth.
Yeah? It's getting a little busier, huh?
That's what we want.
Yeah. So then they put everything on these carts, and down the hall they go into the main area here. Now, here's what we know so far. They've counted 323,289 ballots. Donald Trump with 129,930. Kamala Harris with 188,560. Now, we would expect Kamala Harris to lead in this county because of the demographics of this county. Historically, it was red. It flipped in 2016 to blue and has moved in that direction. Now, this is where the real counting is occurring right now. You see all of the empty bags now, which contain the memory cards and the ballots. All the sorting is going on. Still a lot of work to be done. We know that this was a record turnout of over 400,000 voters in Gwinnett County. Never seen anything like that before. So the night has been a little bit longer than they expected. So back to, we'll be here. We'll let you know how it goes.
Miles O'Brien in Gwinnett County, Georgia, with a fascinating behind-the-scenes look at democracy in action. Miles, thank you so much. Meanwhile, at this hour, 2 more Senate races we can call and report to you. Republican Josh Hawley wins re-election in the state of Missouri, and Republican John Curtis wins in Utah, taking over for Mitt Romney there, of course. Both of those are Republican holds. So when you take a look at the updated Senate map, of course, control of the Senate is up for grabs tonight. 48 seats for the Republicans, 36 for the Democrats.
And there's one governor's race of note in New Hampshire that we're going to bring you. Republican Kelly Ayotte has won that race.
Meanwhile, we know Democrats' hopes to maintain control of the U.S. Senate hinge on Montana and keeping Senator John Tester in his seat. Anna Rao of Montana PBS is following that race tonight and more. She joins us now. So, Anna, John Tester here is fighting for his 4th term. He's being challenged by Republican Tim Sheehy. We know Republicans have been targeting this seat. Tell us about the race and where you think it might go.
Well, it's hard to say, of course, right now, but I can tell you the things that we're watching tonight. We're watching that voter turnout number. In previous years, John Tester has managed to pull out a win against some pretty strong Republican candidates, even popular Republican candidates in the state, with the voter turnout hovering around 72, 71%. And they've usually been election years where there wasn't a president at the top of the ticket. However, we're expecting a higher voter turnout today, and the last time that we had a voter turnout of this size was about 80%, maybe 4 years ago. So if we're hitting the 80% mark, it could be very difficult for Senator Tester to pull out a win, and more likely Sheehy would take that seat, and then power of the Senate would go to Republicans. So we're really watching that voter turnout number tonight. What we're hearing is there is a tremendous voter turnout. The question is, who's turning out? Are they Democrats? Are they Republicans? Are they rural voters or urban voters? And that's what we need to figure out as the night goes on. It could be quite late into the morning before they decide who won this race.
And Anna, over the course of this race in particular, we've seen Senator Tester really distance himself from President Biden, from Vice President Harris. He'd skipped the Democratic National Convention as well. How did that go with voters? How are they looking at this?
Well, I think voters have always liked John Tester. He's a local boy, native son, Big Sandy. He's a dirt farmer. He is a Montanan through and through. So I don't feel like they find that to be disingenuous. And I feel like he's always had to ride that fine line to prove that he's Republican or that he's Democrat, but also Montana enough to win the race. So he has to do these things, distance himself from Biden, distance himself from national Democrats. And of course, Sheehy has tried very hard throughout his campaign to tie him to Kamala Harris and to tie him to Biden and to tie him to immigration and all of the things that are very unpopular in a red state like Montana. But in the past, ticket splitters have made the day for John Tester. And in 2012, when Obama lost the state by 14 percentage points, he won his seat again by 4 percentage points over a very popular Republican. So those ticket splitters in the state have been key, but the state has turned redder over the years as more people move here. And so it's anybody's guess what's going to happen tonight. With that high voter turnout, it could be Democrats, it could be Republicans. More likely, if we see high voter turnout in the state of Montana, that's going to benefit Sheehy and not Tester in the state of Montana.
That is Anna Rao from Montana PBS joining us tonight. Anna, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you so much.
And a presidential race call we can bring you at this hour. The state of Kansas, with its 6 electoral votes, has gone to former President Donald Trump. And we also have one more Senate race to call at this hour. Democrat Martin Heinrich has won re-election in the state of New Mexico. Bring it back here to the panel now and
make a note about that Martin Heinrich thing. I'm only thinking about that because I recall during the whole conversation about whether Biden was going to stay or go, and you had a number of members of the House and the Senate on the Democratic side kind of nudging him to leave. And when Martin Heinrich put out a statement, I think it was on Twitter, saying, I think it would be best for you to drop out of the race. That's when you realized that this thing was really getting to be a 5-alarm fire for Democrats, right? Because New Mexico is a state where Democrats shouldn't, a Democrat up for re-election in a state like New Mexico should not be worried about his own race in a presidential year. And obviously, he ended up winning, but it's a different top of the ticket.
Amy, stand by just 1 second, because we want to bring another race call in here that I do want to get your reaction to on the back end. We can now report that the state of Iowa has gone for former President Donald Trump.
There we go.
Amy says, there we go. Wow. Let's take a look at the national map just for an update at this hour, coming up at 10:45 here on the East Coast. Former President Trump now has 210 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's 112. Of course, we're still waiting on race calls in all of those battleground states. But Amy, your reaction?
Yeah, as we had just discussed, sometimes An outlier is an outlier. And this is part of the challenge that we are living in a time where we had, I think, 4 billion polls of Pennsylvania, and we literally had 2 polls out of Iowa, statewide polls out of Iowa. The only thing that we had, and it felt a lot like, what is that thing with the elephant? You don't know if it's an elephant. You're just touching certain
too
parts.
close to it, so you can't tell what it is.
So
Yeah.
we were seeing results, presidential numbers in 2 key battleground House races that didn't show that she was outperforming Biden by much. So that's why we didn't say, oh, I think this is a race. We did not move the race into a highly competitive category. And indeed, it looks as if those 2 races, at least right now, only in the 1st district, we're still out a bit. But that 3rd district race, which is the Des Moines district, the Democrat now is ahead, but only by a point. So it's going to come down to those 2. And those 2 are critical for Democrats in the House. We haven't talked a lot about House races, in part because none of the really critical House races have been called yet, which is also telling. So everything we thought about this election, about how close it was going to be at the presidential, how close it was going to be at the House, is actually coming to pass.
I was going to ask you that question. I mean, if we reset a bit and establish the Iowa poll that came out this weekend as an outlier, that this race is coming down to the Rust Belt being on a razor's edge, is essentially what many people thought
from kind of day one, right? That was always that pathway of, all right, Pennsylvania is literally the most important state. It is now seems more and more likely that it is going to be the decider. That is, if Harris she still has to win, though, Wisconsin and Michigan in order for Pennsylvania to be the decider.
With a heads up to Lisa Desjardins that we're going to head your way in a bit. Kevin Madden, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I think I'd love to pull the tape from when we were all sitting here in January and February. We were saying it's going to come down to 7 states in about a 30-mile radius around Philadelphia, Atlanta, Maricopa County, Milwaukee, and Detroit. And here we are watching all of these numbers come in. But yeah, and it also just shows, and David and Judy have talked about this earlier as well as Jonathan, is that the country is incredibly divided. And there's going to be an incredible amount of challenges on the other side of this. Like we will not have solved all of our problems with this election tonight. And 6 months from now, we're going to be having a lot of these same debates about the divisions in the country and what both parties can do to sort of win the big middle back. And that's a lot of what Faz also mentioned too.
But let me do a counterpoint. I'm just for conversation purposes here. Amy, I would challenge you on this question. Would it be fair to say this is now the 3rd election in a row in which we've discounted Trump's strength on election day? Mm. Mm-hmm. Because if you say in 16 he overperforms, in 20 I would argue he overperforms. Yeah. You look at that margin and what he shows up and not in the midst of a pandemic, delivers the Republican House in many ways. And here we are again looking at an overperformance in my view, based off, we had all these theories of silent Harris voters and all these other things. Right. What would be your reaction to that proposition? Well, the polling industry has now discounted them 3 times in a row.
Well, except that they didn't, because if it really does come down to the fact that those 7 states are being decided by 1 or 2 points or 3 points, right? Then it is saying exactly what we said, which is that these are the places. But it does say, and this is the point that a lot of Democrats have been making to me throughout the entire campaign, is if you do not take the fight to, I think this was your message too, if you don't take the fight to those voters and make it very clear in the way that Democrats are making in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Arizona about what's at stake, that's where Trump does better. In the places where they do make that case, that's where Democrats do a little bit better. Right. And we saw that in 2022, right? That there were states that Florida number came in. I was sitting with you all. That Florida number came in, and we were like, oh, wow, this is going to be a big, big night for Republicans. But once we got into the purple states, it was a very different conversation. So that is what I love about campaigns, is that everybody has a theory of the case going into a campaign, and election night is the time we get to really test out if that's true. And if Harris is able to win those blue wall states, the answer will be, that's right, the places where we really put the energy, effort, messaging, and money, we haven't evenly divided. And it lined up with where the polls were.
I think Lisa Desjardins is standing by over at the super screen for us to give us a deeper dive at the data. Lisa, take it away.
Right. We've got lots to talk about. Arizona, as you're talking about, look at this. This is a mathematical hat trick, I will call it. 50% Trump, 50% Harris, with 50% of the expected vote in right now. Could not possibly be closer. And to get at, again, what Stephanie Tsai was talking about, we're still got 54% of the vote in Maricopa County. A lot of votes to come in here. Harris is still in the lead in that county. So what are we waiting for? Apache County, which is what Stephanie Tsai was talking about as well, where they had voting problems. I'm told there's some 9 precincts around the state that are still open right now as I'm speaking. Now, this is an area that goes usually blue, but there are 2 red counties as well that Trump will be waiting for some numbers on. So again, so unbelievably close. Let's talk about that House race that we're watching closely here. Incumbent Dave Schweikert, deficit hawk here in Maricopa County. This district is, let's say, right around there. Arizonans, don't be too mad if I'm a little bit off. And then the challenger, Amish Shah, an emergency room doctor. Many a challenger has gone up against Dave Schweikert and failed. But right now, this one with 63% of the expected vote could flip a seat. Remember, to take over the House, Democrats need to flip a net of 4. So this is when they've got their sights on. Democrats would like to see it flip. Now, Pennsylvania, where are we? 63% of the vote. And we have a very slim lead for Mr. Trump. But look at where we are in Philadelphia. There's still a lot of votes to come in there. 56% report in there. Chester County. This is an area that in the last couple of cycles has gone blue. Only 11% reporting. I know my sister did vote there. I don't know if her vote has been counted yet or not, but the point is that this is a place that Democrats would be looking to gain some more. Let's talk about House races. I know you guys were talking about that. There's a lot of interesting things happening in Pennsylvania. This is a race we've been watching. This is Pennsylvania's 7th district, right over here, kind of on the eastern side, over there in the Lehigh Valley. Ryan McKenzie, the challenger, is right now ahead of Susan Wild, 66% reporting. So this is a problem for Democrats. Good news for Republicans. However, a different story. Not too far away in Pennsylvania's 10th district, somewhere kind of around here. Janelle Stelson, former TV news anchor, well-known in the district, is beating Scott Perry, who's well-known nationally, former Freedom Caucus chairman. This campaign was all about democracy, all about Scott Perry, his role in January 6th. Right now, he is down, but of course, just 60% reporting. This could be another +1 for Democrats. Then let's look in Iowa, not at the presidential. I know it's been called, guys, but instead, this is the district right here, Iowa's 3rd district, Des Moines, down here, kind of like that. Oh, so messy. I'm sorry about that. But Lenon Bacom right here is winning in his race against Zach Nunn. He's the challenger. This is going to be close. This is a very close race. But right now, some things Democrats like to see. So where are we right now in Virginia? In this race we've been following, the Democrat is up. Ohio, Democrat is up. Right now in Pennsylvania, no, the challenger is up. So that's a -1 for Democrats. Then we have here in Iowa, however, a +1 from Bacom. And then the rest of these races, we're waiting to get a few more results. But the House, just like everything else tonight, guys, it's close.
All right, Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you. Let's check in with John Yang, PBS News weekend anchor, who is at his post in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. John, I understand there were some problems with the vote count in Cambria County. Is that right?
That's right. Cambria County, they had the problems early on. The judge extended the voting hours for 2 hours. Some of the ballots couldn't be scanned by the machines once they put them in. Once the voters marked them, they put them in the machines, and the machines couldn't read them. They got some the IT people out. They got all sorts of people out. It turns out it has to do with the way the ballots were printed. It has something to do with the ballots themselves. Now, There are several options that the Board of Elections there has. They've chosen to count them by hand. So this will make that Pennsylvania's count go even longer. By the way, that's a county that Trump won last time plus 37 by 37 percentage points. Now, there's also going to be on the question of counting. There was a law passed a couple of years ago here in Pennsylvania called Act 88. It gave counties money for new high-speed machines and that sort of thing to make the mail ballot count go faster. One provision of that is that it requires, if you took the money, it requires the county to go through the night, to start counting by at least 8 p.m. and to keep going until you finish. So Philadelphia is going to have to keep going until they finish their mail-in ballots. Another thing I want to talk about is their bomb threats. The bomb threats that were started in Georgia have now reached Pennsylvania. These were email bomb threats. It affected a number of counties: Bucks County, Chester County, Delaware County, and Philadelphia. 9 polling places were hit by were targeted. In Westchester, the Chester County Government Building, in Luzerne County and Wilkes-Barre, the same thing where they were counting ballots. And that in each of these cases, they did close down for a sweep, but they did secure the ballots, and with sheriffs or police there to make sure that everything was done right, and that the ballots were indeed safe and not tampered with. So this race in Pennsylvania is going to take a long time, but not so much because, partly because of it's going to take a long time to count, but also it is just so close. If it's so close that it comes down to overseas military ballots, that could be a longer time because those aren't due. Those can come as late as a week from today.
All right, that is John Yang with an important message we should stress. The closer it is, the longer it will take. That's just the process unfolding. John Yang reporting in Pennsylvania for us. Thank you, John. David, I'm going to ask you to weigh in as we reset heading up on the 11 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. This conversation we were having earlier about pretty much being exactly where we thought we might be several months ago when it comes down to which states will matter and when. You agree with that?
A little, mostly.
Yeah.
But I do think Trump is overperforming. You look at these stats, Georgia with 93% of the vote in, he's up by 3. North Carolina, he's up by 3. Pennsylvania, he's up by 3. Michigan, he's up by 4. Wisconsin, he's up by 2. So that looks to be like overperforming. In Ohio, we talked earlier in the night about Sherrod Brown. He's in real trouble. So, I think he won Texas by certainly more than I expected. So you'd have to say that his strength is bigger than I thought it was. His strength we expected him to gain among Hispanics with some of these numbers out of places like Michigan. His gains among Hispanics are kind of eye-popping if the exit polls are to be believed. So I'd have to say it's a long way to go, but right now it's less close than I thought it'd be.
Jonathan, about 30 seconds left before we go to a break, but what do you make of where we are?
Well, I'm still waiting for all the votes to come in.
Yeah.
And it's one thing for 93% of the vote to be in, but it's another thing if it's 50-something% of the vote in, and then where's that remaining vote? And so that's what we have to keep our eyes on.
We will keep our eyes on, not get ahead of the calls as they are made. It comes down to math and facts, everybody. However, at this time, we're going to take a short break so PBS stations can report on some of their state and local races.
We'll be right back at 11 p.m. Eastern when polls close in a few more states, including California and Washington state, so stay with us.
The first goal of the Associated Press when calling winners tonight is to be right. But what happens when some news outlets are calling some races faster? Do competitive pressures enter the equation? And more importantly, does that difference in race calls create space for misinformation to creep in? Here's more from my conversations with David Scott, head of the AP election team, and Washington bureau chief Anna Johnson.
How much pressure is it when you see perhaps some other news outlet has made a call. Do you see that? How do you feel that? How do you reckon with that?
It's one of the things that we've actually changed. In past general elections, we were very disciplined about not worrying about what the networks have done and only focus on our data, on our analysis, so we wouldn't get distracted. But one of the things that we realized is we need to be paying attention to what they're doing, because misinformation can creep in where there's a gap in information. So the networks have called a race, but AP hasn't, or AP's called a race and the networks haven't. What's going on? And often it's nothing more than they were looking at one thing and we were looking at something else, and then we'll switch places. And so you sort of get to the 270 roughly at the same time, but your path might be a little different. But in those variations, there is the potential for misinformation to come in. So now we're much more open about keeping tabs on what the networks are doing and how our race calls are faring, not because we want to be fast from a competitive standpoint, but we want to make sure that we're complete and we're not allowing misinformation to creep into the
It's
ecosystem.
a flag that you can
yeah,
check.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That like something might be going wrong when in fact we might just be focused on another state at that given moment.
Accuracy is the utmost important thing. That's on our race calls, but that's with everything that we do. Any kind of news story, it's to be accurate is ultimately the most important thing all of the time, to never waver in that. And that speed, well, important. We are the Associated Press. We're known for our breaking news coverage. We're known for being fast. We need to be fast. In a world in which there's so much misinformation out there, so much room for gaps, and when you have gaps of information, that's where misinformation spreads the most. Being fast and being speedy is really important, but never that speed outweighs accuracy. If you get it wrong, it's really hard to correct that. You have to be right. And so ultimately, that's the most important thing.
You mentioned misinformation. Can you talk about how you think the AP's role and what you think the environment is in terms of misinformation specifically around elections right now?
I mean, there's obviously a lot of misinformation out there about a whole myriad of things involving the elections. Focus on the election process, how elections are run, how ballots are counted, everything involving an election. There's so much misinformation about it. Our role in fact-based journalism is to say, this is the actual, to combat that sort of misinformation in any way that we can.
And welcome back to PBS News special live coverage on election night. I'm Amna Navaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. It is 11 p.m. Eastern, and polls have closed in 4 more states. We can call the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes for Donald Trump at this hour.
We can also call the state of California, that's gone to Vice President Harris with its 54 electoral votes, as well as Washington State with 12 electoral votes. Oregon, however, is still too early to call. So this is a look at the updated national electoral map. Former President Donald Trump with 214 to Vice President Harris's 179.
A short time ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson was speaking at a watch party in his home state of Louisiana. He struck an optimistic note for his party's chances tonight. Take a listen.
I think in a little bit we're going to go to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and be down there with President Trump. But I think at the end of the day, at the end of the night, when they tabulate all this, I am very hopeful that we're going to have not only a larger majority in the House to make my job easier, but we retake the Senate and the White House as well. I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, let's shift our focus back to our panel. And we should say, Amy Walter, that there's no data right now to suggest that what the speaker said is actually going to happen, that the Republicans will have a larger majority. We just don't know enough to know that yet.
We don't. And in fact, everything that we're seeing right now sort of lines up with what our expectations were. Nothing has been out of the ordinary. So it has really been all about these 22 to 25 seats. None of them have been called yet. It'd be great if 1 or 2 could. But right now, they're sort of lining up where we expected. And if those break disproportionately for Republicans, then yes, they could expand their majority. But it would not be a majority that is, like, huge. It would get, like, maybe an 8 seat. Or instead of what they have a 4 seat, or a 9 seat instead of a 4 seat, right? So it's still, it seems like where we're headed right now is a single seat majority Whether that's a Democratic or a Republican, we don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not single seat, single digit.
Single
Sorry.
digit.
Single digit.
Okay.
Okay.
It's very different. Yes.
Important
Digit.
clarification.
It's 11. I'm trying to get my words out.
Understood.
Yeah, we're still going to get the coffee flowing at the desk.
Seth, what are you paying
Yeah.
closest attention to at this hour, both in terms of the balance of power in the Congress, but also in the presidential race?
Well, the blue wall is called the blue wall for a reason.
Yeah.
And we are living the blue wall. It's the blue wall or bust, it looks like, for Kamala Harris. And we'll take a little while to figure out Philadelphia vote, obviously, for Pennsylvania, and see how close that is as we get later into tonight. And then the margins in Michigan and Wisconsin. Kevin and I were just talking about it. I feel fine about Michigan and Wisconsin. So Pennsylvania, we'll see how it goes at the end here.
Well, I still think you have to look. I think you have to continue to look at Wisconsin and Michigan. The blue wall is very tenuous right now. Also, I think in the House, some of these House races I'm looking at too, that we're not really getting a very clear picture. I think Amy's right. We're going to end up looking at a very slim, razor-thin margin in the House. I mean, some of the majority right now for Republicans goes through bigger, better performances in some of these suburbs in New York. And right now I'm seeing, like Mike Lawler, for example, is in the Westchester, Rockland area, is probably doing a little bit better. But we're not seeing it maybe across some of these other districts and some of these other areas.
I want to return to control of the Senate, too, because we haven't talked a lot about that. We've updated on a few of the races. But, David, the Arizona Senate race caught my attention earlier. Ruben Gallego against Carrie Lake, who's a staunch election denier there. And so far, with a lead for the Democratic candidate there. How are you looking at that?
Yeah, somebody said recently, we're not having a campaign, we're having a census. And what they meant by that is demographics is destiny. But candidate quality still matters. And I would say Carrie Lake is a pretty flawed candidate. And so she didn't do well last time she ran statewide in Arizona. She may not be doing so well this time. So that's a candidate where I would say the candidate quality there was a wide gap favoring the Democrats.
You don't think that's indicative of anything broader in Arizona that's specific to candidate quality on the Republican side?
Well, we'll see how the presidential turns out. But in general, the presidential, the pattern holds. The Susan Collins exception is still the Susan Collins exception, that when a president wins a state, it's pretty much his party or his or her party's nominee that tends to win that state, and that seems to be holding tonight.
Jonathan, what do you make of that?
Which part?
Well, David's theory both that Susan Collins is the exception, but also Ruben Gallego polling where he are with the tally that he has right now.
Well, sure, great, because candidate quality should matter, and it's great that it matters at the Senate level. We're about to see if it matters at the presidential level, but I'm looking at the Senate in terms of who takes the majority, especially with that Nebraska race, since Dan Osborne. Dan Osborne said that he isn't going to caucus with the Democrats or the Republicans, which would make him, if he's elected, probably the most powerful person in the Senate if it's a 50-50 or 50-49-1 Senate, where whoever the president is going to have to work with that person. Also, with the Senate majority, and this is why the race with the White House is so important. Right now, it's a 50-50 tie with the West Virginia seat going Republican. The Vice President of the United States is the tie-breaking vote, as Vice President Harris can say, since she had to stay in Washington for the first 2 years to break all those tie votes. If we have a 50-50 Senate with a Vice President Tim Walz, the Democratic agenda, such as it is, may or may not be able to get through because of the 60-vote filibuster. But if it's Vice President J.D. Vance, the same issues hold. But I think for a lot of Democrats, they'll be probably quite happy, if that were to be the case, that the filibuster is still in place.
Let's bring in our Laura Barone-Lopez, who is at the Harris Campaign Watch headquarters tonight over at Howard University. So, Laura, I understand Jen O'Malley Dillon has told campaign staff that, as you know, she said all along, this is going to be a close race that comes down to a handful of states, and that she said that she feels pretty good about how things are shaping up this evening. Do I have that right?
That's right, Jeff. Jen O'Malley Dillon sent a memo, to campaign staff that we've obtained. And in that memo, she says that it was always going to come down to the blue wall states, even though they're still waiting as votes trickle in the Sun Belt. And she says that they feel good about what they're seeing. Specifically in Pennsylvania, Jen O'Malley Dillon says that that the campaign overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, that they overperformed early vote expectations in Bucks County, Jeff.
And just to pull back the curtain a little bit, Laura, a lot of times when campaigns send those memos to staff that are also shared with reporters, they are meant for public consumption. So you have to imagine that Jen O'Malley Dillon and the Harris campaign also want that message to get out to Harris supporters and Democrats across the country. How much of that message, based on your reporting and your sourcing, is spin, and how much of that is you? Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I think I need to get a little
That's okay.
drink of water.
But how much of that, if you okay? So I'll go to our old campaign hands. When you get a message like that, when a campaign sends out a message like that, how much of that is spin? And
It was directed at you, Jeff. So, you, MSNBC, CNN, a bunch of media pundits who, they're trying to say, don't start counting too early and suggesting that there's an outcome here. Give us an opportunity to make sure all the votes are counted, which is absolutely fair. And she's giving you the tea leaves of where they'd be looking. So yeah, that was intended for you more than the campaign staff.
Yeah, that memo was not obtained. It was sent out so that it would be sent out to staff, so it would be leaked right to the press.
Okay.
So the message spin at this point, and we are now just past 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. We're just as a reset for our viewers, we do not yet have race calls in those key battleground states we are tracking, and where the presidential race will be decided. So, David, your theory before we went to the last break here is that Trump is overperforming. You're hearing the pushback from the Harris campaign here, saying they're actually overperforming in states that are in parts where they know that they're traditionally strong. And is it just too early to say?
Well, it is too early to say, but we have some actual results. I mean, 93% in Georgia and 80% in some of these states. If I could ask our two campaign veterans, when people give us this spin, do you secretly know that it's just spin, or have you persuaded yourself that oh yeah, we're winning no matter what?
Or is it actually true?
I've never heard a campaign operative tell me our internal polls are just terrible for us. It's always our internal.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not hearing we're winning. I'm hearing we think we're doing well where we thought we would do well, but it's still too early to say. And in some cases, we still know the large metro areas, which tend to come in later and in larger batches, will tend to break Democratic. Right? Not to get ahead of where anything is. But
David, I didn't hear a ton of spin, but maybe the one thing that I did hear, if we get Laura back, is that it was always the blue wall, right? That wasn't always the blue wall. We obviously, even just yesterday, I think David Plouffe was suggesting that we obviously see a path to victory in all 7 of the battlegrounds. That obviously isn't going to necessarily be the case. But the blue wall is really critical. There's no doubt that Democrats have focused on it all the way through. So I'm not sure it was a ton of spin, but certainly maybe a reframing of the evening right now.
Well, I would say, David, a lot of it is self-medicating. But you also have to remember, like, all of these campaign operatives have invested, in many cases, 2-3 years of their lives to just, you have to, and particularly Jen O'Malley Dillon as the leader, has to send a message to everybody that we are going to fight into the last minute. And you don't know if you're going to actually be asking by the end of tonight some of these folks to get on a plane and go to a recount somewhere in some of these states where it's still very close. So that's a really big part of the psychology of it all.
Laura Brown Lopez is back with us. So Laura, pick up where you left off, if you will.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jeff. So Jen O'Malley Dillon was also saying that specifically in Michigan, they are waiting a significant amount of the vote to come in. In the city of Detroit in particular, they say that vote will not be reported out until roughly midnight. And then in Wisconsin, Jen O'Malley Dillon says that there's also a significant amount of vote remaining. They're looking at 2 counties in particular, Dane and Milwaukee counties, and they don't expect to hear a result in Wisconsin until about 3 or 5 a.m. And then, of course, there's Nevada. When I was talking to sources yesterday close to the campaign, they said that they ranked the Blue Wall and Nevada as the top states that the campaign was the most confident in. They were not as confident when it came to the Sun Belt states and Arizona. So that really does appear to be her best pathway right now. In terms of spin, Jeff, look, the campaign has gotten a little bit more quiet lately than they were earlier in the night. That's just, that's the facts. But Jen O'Malley Dillon, as the chair of Harris's campaign, is trying to project some calm here. Even yesterday when she was talking to reporters was saying that things were always going to be tight despite some of their confidence that Harris did have a pathway in the 7 battlegrounds. they were all along saying that things were going to be narrow, that the margins were going to be tight. I was texting with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell just a moment ago, a congresswoman from Michigan, who in 2016 had warned about Michigan and Hillary Clinton's chances there. Debbie Dingell said that she was nauseously optimistic still and that it was going to be tight, but she wasn't worried just yet. And that's kind of the sense that I'm getting from a number of Democrats, those here, those elsewhere, that they are trying to be as calm and patient as possible and still feel as though there is a pathway for her in those blue wall states and when Nevada comes in.
Nauseously optimistic is something I've heard from other Democrats as well. Laura Brown-Lopez with the Harris campaign for us tonight. Laura, thank you. William Brangham continues his reporting with the Trump campaign in West Palm Beach, Florida. William, over to you. What's the latest where you are?
Amna, it is still as it was earlier today, a growing seeming sense of confidence in this room that things are turning out the way all the people here hope it turns out. We were noticing how every time CNN would cut to the latest update out of Georgia or out of North Carolina or out of Wisconsin or out of Virginia, huge roars would go up in the crowd. And these were sometimes only the simple, the shift of 0.1% of Trump's lead over Harris, but a great sense of optimism amongst people here. And we've also seen some of this too. We haven't heard as much from the Trump campaign of late. They are still, as they were saying before, very bullish that the ongoing numbers, especially in Pennsylvania, are going to pan out for them tonight. The other thing we've also seen is that Trump is not has seemingly toned down his social media criticisms and allegations of fraud and voting irregularities in Pennsylvania and Michigan. He hasn't been doing as much of that. We understand he's still at Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk and now with Tucker Carlson and a few other guests. But some of those guests from Mar-a-Lago have started to filter in here. So this room has gotten more crowded. It's starting to fill up with more supporters. And again, pretty strong sense of optimism so far. Again, acknowledging that it's still early in the night, but it's palpable.
William Brangham in Florida with the Trump campaign for us tonight. Judy Woodruff, love to get your reaction on that piece of reporting from William, especially given you've been speaking with so many folks across the country, many of whom are Trump supporters. This idea that he's pulling back from his social media allegations of election fraud and cheating and so on, just a bit so far. We don't know what will happen later, but what do you make of that?
I think it's interesting since he was talking it up when there was a moment, there were weeks during the campaign in recent weeks when it looked like Kamala Harris might have some momentum. You hear more of that talk from former President Trump then. So now does this suggest that he may be winning? He's feeling better, feeling more confident, as William was reporting. So he doesn't need to put those allegations out there, which, by the way, most of or all of which were unfounded. There was no evidence of any fraud that anybody could find. I mean, we've got people all over the country looking in every state and every voting jurisdiction. So what was it based on in the first place?
Well, the other thing we've heard repeatedly from him is just continued election denialism from 2020. And Jonathan, when we go back to this Arizona Senate race and we talked about candidate quality, Carrie Lake, the Republican candidate there, who's continued to say that the 2020 election was stolen and seems to be trailing the Democrat there, and Ruben Gallego, the potency of that message has really resonated across Republicans, but it doesn't seem to be translating at the ballot box anymore. And we saw that in 22.
Right. It's not translating at the ballot box, it seems in Arizona, but you look at polling of Republicans and the fact that a majority of Republicans believe that the 2020 race that Donald Trump won or was stolen or was irregular is quite concerning. But you were just talking about, I just had a brain freeze. What were we just talking about?
About Trump's messaging. At
Trump. Donald Trump is probably the most transparent person in politics. And so when he's frothing about cheating and fraud and all the final weeks of his campaign, he didn't feel good. He thought he was losing. And the fact that he's gone quiet on social media, I don't take that as... he's probably looking at the New York Times needle, which is sitting there in the red and thinking, okay, and whatever data he's getting, and well, I don't have to do this anymore. But I suspect as we go later into the night, we might see him gin it back up. And if he starts doing something on his social media site or doing things on Twitter, that could also be a sign.
David, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I give him time. He'll say something stupid. I mean, Kamala Harris hit him at the end for fascism. And I thought that was not the right way to go at him, because to me, the problem with Donald Trump is not too much order, but too much chaos. And so I think the main threat of a Trump presidency is it'll just be not only chaotic the way it was in sort of a shambolic way in the first term, but now that we have global threats, chaos in the United States is a truly terrible thing. And so I thought they should have hit him. He's just out of control chaos. You want chaos on your life every day? You want chaos around the world? Because in my view, the American electorate tends to vote for the candidate they associate with order.
Well,
that was the Nikki Haley argument, wasn't it? He's bringing chaos. He will bring chaos.
But also the vice president said, he's unhinged, he's erratic. I mean, saying exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, which raises the question. I mean, in your view, what accounts for the durability of Donald Trump as a public figure?
A large percent of Americans think elites have betrayed them. I mean, his core story resonates, and if you get your core story right, then the facts don't matter as much. And I think he's got that core story right. Though that's a subject which, if he wins, we're way ahead of ourselves right now. But if he wins, that's a subject a lot of us really have to do some deep thinking about. Why is his strength so durable? And why, with the Democrats, with all the strength they have, why have they been unable to really deliver a blow?
We have a key race call to share with you. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the overall map at this hour. You see Donald Trump with 230 votes. Electoral votes to Kamala Harris is 179. Again, this is not the final number. Of course, this will continue to shift. Let's go to Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, put the North Carolina call in context for us.
It's really interesting, because I was just about to go on air and say she's really running out of room to make up her distance in North Carolina. Here's why. 89% of the vote in, but the number of votes separating the two is 136,000. So there is still some vote outstanding, but it's really not in the Harris areas. Mecklenburg County, 99% in, for example. Wake County, 93% in. The county remaining out is Alamance County. Now, this is a Trump county, generally. We very possibly could split. There are some places like Cumberland County, if I can find them out there, is Cumberland County, where Harris could make up some distance here, 23% of the vote in, but look at the problem she's got. This is not a place where you're going to be able to make up 140,000 votes. She might be able to add 9,000 votes, something like that. In the end, the distance is just too great for her to overcome. Some other things I want to check in with: Pennsylvania, the Senate race there. We've got something happening here where the Republican, Dave McCormick, is right now ahead of the Democrat, Bob Casey, with 75% of the vote in right now. What's happening here, we are still waiting for about a third of the vote from Philadelphia. As Laura reported, Democrats feel very good about the turnout there. This is a place, unlike North Carolina with Harris, that is a place where Casey could make up a lot of votes, because look at right now, he leads by 290,000, and there's still a third left to go there. Also, some interesting House races going on in New York State, right above Pennsylvania. John Mannion has been declared the winner in New York 22. This is a flip for Democrats. So that's a +1. They wanted to pick up 4 in order to take over the House. Now they just need 3 on net. Brandon Williams, the incumbent, is out. This is sort of Utica, New Hartford area. Let's look at some other New York races that will tell the tale of the House. Mike Lawler, the defending Republican. Right now, he is still winning this race, 75% of the vote in, looking very good with a comfortable margin against former Congressman Mondaire Jones. And let's also stick with New York here. Laura Gillen, this is a Long Island district. She is the challenger, and she is right now beating Anthony D'Esposito. This is going to be close. This was a headline-making race for sure. D'Esposito, a former New York City detective. However, the headlines about him about a month ago were a story saying that he had hired his mistress to work for his congressional office. He didn't deny that, but he also said he never did anything ethically wrong. Abortion is also a big issue in this district right now. Democrats see this could be their next pickup. One last thing I want to do, let's go to the electoral map. Now that we have seen North Carolina called, what does this mean for Harris? Well, if indeed the blue wall is still her path, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she still has the same opportunity she's always had. Let's say we go Georgia, let's say that goes for Trump. New Mexico has not, these will have this go blue, Mexico blue, and then we've got Arizona red. It's still close, but she still clearly has a path. This is sort of how we expected things to go. This is the map with races not filled in, but just to say the blue wall, it could still add up. This is how we expected it to go for North Carolina, but we'll keep watching.
And Lisa, that House race you mentioned, that was the one that flipped. That's the first flip of the night.
This is the first flip of the night. That's correct. There are some other races, as we've been saying, where the challengers are leading, but this is the first flip of the night. This probably was the most vulnerable Republican in the country. I spent some time in this district. Brandon Williams really didn't do a good job getting to know his constituents, and they felt it there. There is a lot of Trump support in this district, but not support for him as much.
All right, our Lisa Desjardins with the deeper dive there. And just to clarify for everyone following at home, Lisa was playing with some of the numbers there on the national electoral map. That is not where things stand at the moment. Here's what it looks like.
I'll tell you what happened. Exactly.
Moment.
This is the that. This is right. So this is if you take this is the way things are expected to go. This is not races called, but this is sort of the expectations from the Cook Political Report by Amy Walter. And if you just leave the toss-ups out, that helps you with your path. But here's the races that have been called right now. This is what we're waiting for. So Trump right now within 40 electoral votes of becoming president. But Kamala Harris still has a lot of her big states out there, Minnesota, New Mexico, where she could easily make up some distance.
Amy Walter, are you familiar with this political report of which she speaks?
I've heard of such a thing. I love a good House race map, Lisa, so thank you for doing that. And she's right. That New York race was probably the easiest for Democrats to flip. In fact, I think we had that already leaning to Democrats, so there's no surprise there. Democrats had been realistic about it, even though there are 5 seats in the state that Biden carried. Their hope was if they could come out with at least 2, they could make up their deficits. That was enough for them to get the House majority. So New York 4 would have to absolutely, that one on Long Island, which is really, really close. And again, this is a district that Biden carried by double digits. And so the expectation that we'd been seeing for some of these states like New York and California underperforming Biden seems to also be coming true in New York.
I want to talk more about North Carolina in a minute, but you have a race call.
We do indeed. One more race call to make at this moment, and that is in the state of Oregon, where Vice President Kamala Harris has won and adds 8 more electoral votes to her count. So when you take a look at the national map, this is where things currently stand. Just a reminder, each candidate is working to get to 270. But back to here at the panel. And Jeff, you were going to ask a question?
Yeah, so North Carolina, of course, Democrats haven't picked up North Carolina fast since 2008, the Obama election. But Kamala Harris's campaign targeted it because of its the large black population. And the thinking was that they could make an inroads with that group of voters. It didn't seem to work out for her. Why not?
Well, we'll find out as we get more of the results in and see how close it will be at the end of the day. But I do tend to think that when you look at the North Carolina geography, what we're running up against as a Democratic Party brand, we're not doing so great in the rural areas, right? In North Carolina, you have a very rural state. Those who don't live there, travel there. It's a very rural state. If you go around there, maybe the most rural of all. If you take Nevada out of the equation, which Clark County is so much of that population, Nevada, but I think one of the most rural states there. And I think it causes a self-assessment for the Democratic brand of how we get to those types of voters and make a compelling pitch. One of the things that hurts my soul is that, if you look at what Trump lands on Election Day and you looked at his approval on the economy, handling of the economy, I think by most polls, he had a higher number just now than he did at any point in his presidency.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Well, as a Democratic brand, didn't really make an effective argument that the Trump economy wasn't as great as you think it was, right? It led you into COVID. We had like small business shutdown. People did not associate that with his economy. And I feel like that's where in order to get back to some of those rural voters, you gotta talk their language, speak their language, and understand and associate with their condition.
How do you see it, Kevin?
Well, I think North Carolina was always probably one of the toughest swing states, battleground states here. I think what's turned Georgia into a legitimate battleground state, and Arizona is like the influx of people into places like Maricopa County and in the sort of suburbs of Atlanta. They are bringing some little bit more liberal blue state politics with them when they move there. The growth in those two areas has been tremendous. I think Charlotte and North Carolina, a little less so. They're a little bit more moderate. They're a little bit more culturally to center right. And so I always thought it was just slightly outside of the sort of target zone for a Kamala Harris presidency. And so I think you're seeing that reflected in some of the numbers tonight. Still a little bit ways off for Democrats.
One of the biggest determinants of whether an area is going to go blue or red is its population density. And so it's not just that it's rural, it's that if you're in North Carolina, a place Judy knows very well, but if you're in the middle of Durham, or if you're in the middle of Asheville, or if you're in the middle of Charlotte, and you don't have to drive very far, just drive 5 miles. And you go from dark blue Kamala Harris signs to Trump flags everywhere. It is not, there's no transition. These states, the states where Democrats do better, and that's why Georgia has been better, and that's why Arizona's been better, are the ones where you have the transition areas. So you get the urban area, and then you get suburban, and then suburban keeps pushing out, and then you get exurban, and then you finally get to rural. It doesn't work like that in North Carolina. It's literally urban, and then rural, and there's not much else. It's changing. It's becoming more exurban. But
yeah, there's a little bit of that. I mean, Carberus County, which you focus on near Charlotte, and I mentioned earlier tonight, Alamance, which has been very rural, but there is a huge demographic change, a lot of immigrants, other people moving in who are working in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle or some other part of the state, some of them coming all the way over from the Triad, Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem. So it's a changing area, but it's not there yet. And I noticed in Lisa's, I think it was in Lisa's numbers a minute ago, that Alamance it still isn't called. That Trump is ahead, but it's not called. So
we have a key race call. This is a Senate race. This is actually a flip. Republican Bernie Moreno wins in Ohio, beating incumbent Sherrod Brown, who is looking to seal his 4th term in the U.S. Senate. Some other calls. Adam Schiff has won his Senate race in California, as expected. Schiff is, as you'll remember, one of the House impeachment managers during the Trump impeachment trial, for both of them, actually. And earlier this year, he beat 2 other House Democrats to make it to this general election. Democrat Maria Cantwell has won re-election in Washington state, and Democrat Tim Kaine has won in Virginia. So let's take a look at the Senate map right now. The balance of power. We've got 40 to 49, and that is not, of course, the final number. No. Let's bring in Stephanie Sy, who is covering the latest from Maricopa County in Arizona. Stephanie, what do you have for us?
Hey, Jeff. Well, the work of tabulating and processing ballots is a 24/7 job here at the Maricopa County Elections Office. There are hundreds of people, a lot of them temporary workers that they brought in for this job. And so the tabulation continues. But I thought it bore remembering, especially as we look at those early Maricopa County results that came in at 8 p.m. that showed Kamala Harris with a 2% edge right now over Donald Trump. That's with 1.1 million ballots counted. A lot of what I heard from Republican operatives in the state last week was how big the Republican registration advantage is going into election 2024. There are more than 200,000 Republicans registered that were not not registered in 2020. And it felt that there was some degree of optimism among Republicans I spoke to last week about that. And I think it'll be interesting, though, to see where those Republicans actually landed. And the reason I bring that up is you have to remember that after the 2020 election, the GOP party in Arizona really fractured. You had state GOP members going after elected Republican election officials, other Republican state legislators that refused to go along with the fake electors scheme. Several of them have been indicted and are going to trial in January. So you still have a very fractured party here. And so a percentage of those that are still registered as Republicans here, I heard one consultant say about 5% of them are those McCain, Reagan Republicans, those establishment Republicans. And it's not clear what their ballots say, especially at the top of the ticket. And I will say that I interviewed two lifelong Republican women last week, one of whom said she was 100% in for Kamala Harris in this election, even though she voted Republican down ballot. And I spoke to another Republican woman who said after 2020, she refused to ever vote for Trump again. She was planning not to vote at all at the top of the ticket, but after Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, she said she was disgusted and she ended up voting for Harris late, sent in her ballot last Tuesday. And she said she voted for decency and principle over policies that she believes in. So I just wanted to point that out as we look at more results coming in to this battleground state.
All right, that's Stephanie Sy reporting for us in Maricopa County, Arizona tonight, a state, of course, in which we are still waiting to make a race call. Back here with our panel, David and Jonathan, would love to get your reaction on both the race call we had, North Carolina going for former President Trump, and also that Ohio Senate race. We see that seat now flipping to the Republican. And David, what does that say about Sherrod Brown's inability to outrun Kamala Harris in the state?
Yeah, I thought there was a bit tighter because, as always in Ohio, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland comes in at the end.
Yeah.
And I thought there might be votes there, but I guess not. One of the things I'm wondering, there's been some arguing in the world of Substack, which is a real world. I'm not denigrating. I read Substack, and there are a lot of smart people there. That the country's just turning rightward. That on immigration, on some foreign policy issues, on maybe economic policy, that the country it shifted to the left in 2020, and now maybe shifting back rightward, and maybe Trump is the unwitting beneficiary of sort of an ideological trend in the country. I'll have to think about that.
Jonathan, hold that thought 1 second. I want to just bring to our viewers another race call we can make in the presidential race, and that is in the state of New Mexico, where Vice President Harris has won. Here's now a look at the national map and where things stand, 230 to 192. Jonathan, over to you.
There's a shift right, and then there's a shift to Trump. And shifting to Trumpism. And, I'm looking at a lot of things, especially after David talked about looking at counties and, how Trump is gaining on what he did in 2020. And to me, I'm mystified in some ways, simply because we're talking about a twice impeached, 4 times indicted, convicted on 34 felony counts, former president. That's one bucket. Then in another bucket, you have all of the things he's been saying on the campaign trail that gets to the decency that the woman was talking about in that last report, and how she wanted to vote for Vice President Harris because she didn't like that Madison Square Garden rally. I am mystified that despite all of that, he's gaining support compared to 2020. And it gets back to something I said earlier at some point, one of the hours ago, that who are we as a country? And we're starting to find out. And from what I'm seeing right now, I'm not sure I like it.
Well, Judy, this is the exact question you've been exploring through your Crossroads series. Speak to that, especially as we talk about the fact that there's so many issues animating voters this year. Yes. What is the pull to Trump that you've heard out in the field?
It's the things that we've been talking about tonight. It's the economy. It's the fact that he's strong. When he was running against Joe Biden, it was that he was more vigorous and would get through another 4 years. It's immigration. It's the transgender issue. I mean, I won't soon forget a group of Republican voters we sat with Sarah Longwell of the Bulwark Group in Iowa, who and several of them described themselves as evangelical Christian. And they talked about transgender and how that bothered them, and you could see why. I could see why later Republicans were pushing that, because it has been resonating with voters, and so it's a collection of all these things. But I just want to point out that the other half of the country, or 48% or whatever the number, and we don't know the result yet tonight, feel quite differently on these issues. People are very divided. And I'm still trying to understand what it's all about. It's a complicated, multi-layered, I think, set of issues that are at play here. And we're going to continue, if he wins this election or if he doesn't, we're going to continue to try to understand what it's all about.
And can I just say something on the trans issue? We need to remember, or folks need to know, that they're hammering, the Trump campaign is hammering the vice president over a policy that he continued and tinkered with, but continued in his presidency. And we're talking about a minuscule portion of the population. And I think this gets to my bigger issue, that hammering away at transgender people, promising a mass deportation plan without talking about how are you going to distinguish between who's here legally and who's here illegally. The disruption and chaos that he is promising for the country is stultifying. And that's why I am mystified by why we are here. Not saying that anything has happened and that the race has been called or anything, right. But again, we're about to find out about half the country is down with this.
And I was just going to say, getting back to David's point about, the values, the argument that Democrats have put forward, and the people Democrats have chosen to put those arguments forward haven't made the sale. Yet. We don't know what's going to happen tonight.
The Donald Trump of 2024 is so unlike the Donald Trump of 2016 in a million different ways. But the one that stands out to me is that his closing message in 2016, you can argue the merits of it, but it was clear and it was coherent. It was about being tough on trade. It was about being tough on China. It was about beating back the Clinton and Bush duopoly. It was about draining the swamp. Fast forward to the current moment, you cannot draw a through line to the message that he is trying to convey to the American people. It was objectively dark and undisciplined. So is it less about what he is saying and more about what he embodies? Is that the draw
Jeff,
for people?
I disagree with you there. I actually had this open operative question oftentimes of like, how much do we listen to Donald Trump? Because I think we have gotten to this state of how we consume him that is very partisanized. How many watch and listen to a rally of Donald Trump? I do it a lot. I don't know if it's great for my mental sanity, but I want to hear what he says. And if you watch the first 20 minutes of his remarks, they will touch on tariffs. They will touch on no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. We're going to take on China. We're going to bring back jobs. We're going to shut down John Deere's jobs to Mexico. I'm going to put a tariff on them if they want to bring it. That's the kind of language. And then, of course, he rambles for an hour and a half. And so you're going to get, all kinds of other things there, too. But my point would be that he's making a certain class-based economic appeal that oftentimes I don't think gets even heard by Democrats who just heard the enemy from within. Women, take it or leave it, or whether you like it or not. And those things go viral as a social thing. But the rest of his remarks and what he's talking about, I've often wondered, are people listening to him? To the extent that they were, there's something, as a class-based appeal there for them.
I think David wanted to respond.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think for 40 years, people's own reality is this. For 40 years, immigration policy has favored people in the educated class and disadvantaged people in the working class. Nobody's taking my job as a columnist who's sneaking across the border. Trade policy has favored the educated class. We get to have a lot of cheap labor, and it's hurt the working class. Tax policy, you go down education policy. For 30 years, among Republicans and Democrats, education reform was about getting people into four-year colleges, and not much vocational education for people who didn't want to go to four-year colleges. And so issue after issue, the policy from both Republicans and Democrats has favored the educated class. And a lot of people say, that's not me. What about me? And so they rebel. And I think that is the long-standing support for Trump, but also for Bernie Sanders when he was running.
Yeah, and people wanting a disruption. And I think that's an important thing because, Bernie Sanders' book is called It's Okay to be Angry About Capitalism. And there's something that, the elements of what the right and the left feel. That word angry is always right, because there's a righteous anger and there's an inappropriate anger. And there is, in some sense, a real righteous anger of people who have felt left behind and upset about a government that is not functioning for them. And you can imagine if you're in a desperate economic state, feel left behind, who's going to come in and just shake this up? I don't even, it's as much a verdict on a Democratic Party. Because if you take some of these issues really quickly before Kevin jumps in, if you took minimum wage and pulled on it, you took paid leave, you pulled on it, you take Medicaid expansion, you pull on it, you take abortion, you pull on it, the chords of the Democratic contest are there, right? That's what a lot of candidates want to talk about. But the animation of whether you believe them and they're going to do something about them as aggressively as you want them to is an operative question.
Well, I'd say one of the things we have to sort of take stock of, too, with Trump's successes always also been directly attributed to the failures and incompetency of his opponents. Right. 2016, 2020, or even the 2024 primary, people sort of failed to sort of understand what it was that Trump's, how his calcified message was sort of breaking through with a large sector of the electorate that was disaffected with Washington, D.C. and elites. And so I think that's been discounted. I think anybody who's mystified about why he's beating Kamala Harris has to look at Kamala Harris's campaign and also question whether or not that was the right approach and whether or not she had the right strategy and whether or not she was an authentic voice for a lot of what Faz is talking about within some of the base parts of their party, but also with the big middle. And so I think that was lost on a lot of folks during this campaign, which is that Kamala Harris in 108 days was going to try to appeal to working class voters in the blue wall as a moderate, even though everything we had known about her career and her history up until that point was as a progressive. So that was one of the big things that Trump was able to benefit from, was an authentic voice honed over 8 years with these voters that were going to make or break this election.
We're going to come back to this conversation in just a second. Let's just break in to update with a race call again in the presidential race, and that is in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where Vice President Harris has won. And we can now make that call. Here's a quick look at the national map and the updated total electoral vote counts for each candidate: 230 for Trump, 205 for Harris.
And we have a couple of Senate race calls. Ted Cruz has defeated Democrat Colin Allred, so that is a hold for Republicans. And Democrat Amy Klobuchar keeps her seat in Minnesota, easily defeating Royce White, the Republican in that race. And with this, the Republicans will have at least 50 votes in the Senate. They are one vote short of control without winning the White House. Is our Lisa Desjardins, are you over there? So what are we waiting for? What's left in the Senate race?
This is exactly what we're looking at. Yeah, the fate of the Senate and the fate of the presidency are tied at this moment, but we are waiting for some more big races here, namely, of course, Montana, where in the early returns, Jon Tester is behind the Democrat. He was not expected to win this race, but, Democrats had hope. So if they do that, that could very easily be the race that puts him over. But I'm going to look at some other races around the map. Let's go back to that Sherrod Brown race and talk a little bit about what happened here. Now, it's interesting because if you look at what Ohio did in the presidential race, let me show you where they are presidential right now. Donald Trump, about 56%, and Kamala Harris, 44%. So what you have here is Sherrod Brown outrunning Harris by 2 points, not enough to get him the state. And David talked about Cuyahoga County up here, always comes in late. Well, right now we're about 76% of that county has come in. But what's happened here is over his run in 2018, Sherrod Brown has lost percentage in this county. And he needed to rack it up. And he also needed a bigger turnout, and none of that came together for him. That's why the AP has called this race. Now, let's look at Michigan, where we are right now in both the presidential and Senate race. Right now, we've got Trump up by 5 points, 40% in. The question now as we go into the night, where can Harris find this many votes to make up the distance? 111,000 votes separating them. There are possibilities here. Laura mentioned some of this. Wayne County, only 15% of the vote is in right there. Look at that margin that Harris has. But there are also places where Trump might do well. 23% in Macomb County. He's going to rack up the margin there. But it's not as large as Wayne County. So this is not over in Michigan, not by a long shot. There are places where Harris expects to get large quantities of vote that have not come in yet. But look at this, what we're going to see with the Senate race here. Alyssa Slotkin really running almost the same race at the moment as Kamala Harris. So this is a place where Republicans, I could almost feel them now saying, oh, we might have a bigger margin than expected. Democrats saying, no, it's not over yet. Wisconsin, the presidential race was 70% in. Trump continues to have his 3% lead. This is a place where it is getting harder for Harris to find where she can make up that ground. Milwaukee County is one place, but it's getting tougher. Wisconsin is getting tougher for Democrats in this moment. Also in the Senate race, same situation. Tammy Baldwin right now running pretty much the exact same race as Kamala Harris. We're seeing apparent ticket voting, and we're seeing Eric Hovde right now within reach potentially of getting the Senate seat. Again, more results to come in. This isn't over, but this is not the kind of number, the kind of comparison that Democrats wanted to see at this point of the night. So let's take a look back again at where we are with the 50 seats. Right now, I think Democrats are very closely within grasp of the Senate, and the blue wall is something that is looking more fragile. We have to get more results from Pennsylvania, but Wisconsin especially right now seems like it could be tilting Republican. But again, more results. We don't know.
All right, Lisa Desjardins with a deeper look at those key states. We're still waiting to make calls in. Let's head back out into the field. Zach Schultz of PBS Wisconsin joins us now for an update. Zach, I know you've been tracking the turnout and also some long lines there in Wisconsin. What can you tell us? What's the latest?
Well, there was a couple polling places that actually had extended hours up to 10:30, so just a little while ago here in Wisconsin on the UW-Whitewater campus in south central Wisconsin. Those have now closed. Not sure how many extra voters came in there, but the big ballot drop we're still waiting for is going to come out of the central count where they're doing all those absentee ballots in Milwaukee County. And the real question is, are there going to be enough to carry Tammy Baldwin and Kamala Harris to victory? Because everyone's expecting Trump and Eric Hovde to keep these minimal leads all the way through and perhaps grow them until all that are left are those outstanding absentee ballots. One of the other things we were looking at is to see whether Tammy Baldwin would run ahead of Kamala Harris. And right now she's maybe 30,000 votes up. And the question is that going to be enough? Will this be a 20,000 vote margin like it was in 2020 or in 2016? And finally, the last thing I've been looking at is the number of third-party voters. In 2016, third party took almost 5% of the vote. There were a significant number of votes there that were lost to both candidates. In 2020, there was almost no third-party vote to speak of. This time around, the number of third-party votes in that U.S. Senate race with Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hovde stands at 50,000, and there's almost 30,000 votes in the presidential race that have already gone third-party. That could be the margin of victory right there. So definitely an impact to be seen as we're going forward all the way into the long hours of the night.
And Zach, given that you've got some polling locations open later and we expected it to be a late night anyway, is there any updated estimate on when we might see some of those counties we're waiting on to deliver results?
Nothing more specific than late into the night, probably early morning for some of these places. And last time around, we knew that Milwaukee would take a long time in 2020, but there were other central counts doing these absentee ballots in smaller cities, Green Bay and Kenosha, that took nearly as long simply because they weren't expecting as many absentee ballots as they got And that's the same case in 2024. When I stopped into some of these locations, they were flooded with the number of early in-person and vote-by-mail absentee ballots, and they don't have the same number that Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County called in additional firefighters and other staff to come in and help process those ballots, but some of these smaller cities where there's 8,000 votes left to count don't have the ability to call in more people. So it may take just as long for some of those votes to be counted in some of the smaller areas. And if it really is down to 20,000 votes, those could make the difference.
Zach Schultz of PBS Wisconsin. Zach, thank you so much for that update.
California is the home state of Vice President Kamala Harris, and Scott Schaefer of KQED in San Francisco is in San Francisco tonight, where the VP got her start in politics. Scott, I want to ask you first, though, about California Democrat Adam Schiff winning Dianne Feinstein's former Senate seat. He defeated the Republican in that race, Steve Garvey. You've been covering that race since its inception. What stands out to you based on your reporting?
Well, I think this was really a race that everyone assumed Adam Schiff would win ever since the March primary. In fact, Schiff spent a fair amount of money kind of helping Steve Garvey, the former LA Dodger, win that second place spot because he knew Schiff did that he could defeat him. Adam Schiff has spent the last several weeks campaigning in other parts of the country, in Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin, Ohio with Sherrod Brown, in Arizona with Ruben Gallego, Jackie Rosen in Nevada. So he's had a lot of confidence that he was going to win. He'll now get that 6-year term that for a seat once held by Dianne Feinstein, who of course died in office. But no surprise, and I think he's been spending these weeks leading up to the election, kind of making relationships with some of the people he's hoping to be his colleagues when he gets back there and joins the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, he's got quite the campaign war chest and has been using it to boost other Democrats. California is an unlikely battleground in the sense, I put that in air quotes, in the sense that it is key to which party will control the House, because Democrats and Republicans are battling over a handful of House seats that could swing the balance of power. Bring us up to speed on that front.
For sure. So there are 2 races in the Central Valley, which is the agricultural part of California. And these are 2 rematches between the Republican incumbents. We've got John Duarte versus Adam Gray, the Democrat, and then David Valadao, kind of a somewhat moderate Republican who voted for one of the articles of impeachment, running again against the Democrat Rudy Salas. Those were both very close races last time, and the Democrats are hoping that with a larger turnout, they could really get themselves over the finish line. Also in Los Angeles County, we have Republican Mike Garcia, who is facing George Whitesides. He is a aerospace engineer. Aerospace is a very important employer in that part of Los Angeles County. Down in Orange County, there are several seats up for grabs, including one that Republicans are hoping could be a pickup. That's a seat currently held by Katie Porter, the Orange County Democrat who ran for the U.S. Senate, lost to Adam Schiff. She's in a very, that race is very close. It's a toss-up. Republican Scott Baugh running against Dave Min, a state senator. And then if you go a little bit east of Los Angeles, a very interesting race in Riverside County. That's a huge district that goes all the way from almost Anaheim to the Coachella Valley to Indio. And it includes a very blue part of that district, Palm Springs. And Will Rollins, the former federal prosecutor, openly gay Democrat, is facing Ken Calvert again in a rematch. He lost by about 11,000 votes 2 years ago. And he has raised a phenomenal amount of money, Will Rollins has, more than any other non-incumbent in the United States. He's raised, I think, over $11 million for that race. So that is another one that we're going to be looking carefully at. And all of these will probably take several days to really know the final results, because we're going to have millions of ballots left to count after tonight.
Scott Schaefer of KQED in San Francisco. Thanks, friend. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, Amy, as we wind our way to midnight Eastern, what are you
really? Is it?
Yeah.
The time flies when you are having
leaning
fun.
In. We are doing it.
Can't feel my feet, but it's something. Just 2 things. One about the Senate, I wanted to just weigh in. Look, Democrats knew they had a really tough map. They've already lost 2 states, Ohio and West Virginia. We're waiting, obviously, on the blue wall states, but really Montana becomes the make or break. And what Democrats were hoping was, okay, maybe we can lose some of our red states, a couple of our red states. We'll make up for it in Texas. Well, that has now been taken off the table. Florida, that's off the table. Nebraska's a wild card. He's not a Democrat, but it certainly makes the Senate math a little more interesting. But so I think now what we're looking at as we wait for Montana, but I think it is more likely than not, if these blue wall states go to Trump, that it will be a bigger margin in the Senate as well for Republicans.
Blue wall states we still have a close eye on. Well, meantime, right now, a few of our PBS stations on the West Coast may cut away for local news races. We're going to continue our coverage here. So you're still watching PBS News special live coverage on election night. I'm Amna Navaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett.
Kevin, I wanted to bring you in.
I say that with a question mark. A little technical issue on our end.
He's still Jeff Bennett. I'm still Amna Navaz. You're still Kevin Madden. And I wanted to ask you about this. We talked earlier about some of what you saw could be shortcomings with the Harris campaign in terms of what they weren't able to do in prosecuting the case, especially in the 100 or so days that they had. But what's fascinating so far, if we're seeing, and this remains true, that Trump continues to strengthen in red areas, is that this is a campaign that was really criticized for not doing enough to reach out to Nikki Haley voters, to moderates, to appeal to women. It really doubled down on the base, on getting young men and banking on low propensity voters to turn out. From what you've seen so far, does that seem to be vindication for them, that theory worked?
For Trump, yes. And also their theory of the race is that Kamala Harris and her political profile was so far out of touch with so many of the voters that were going to matter in these rural areas of the blue wall states. And I think that is, if the trend lines continue, the worst case scenario, we're looking at somewhere over 300 electoral votes for Trump. And that is just, a very, very different map than what we might have been expecting to see tonight. And I also think that it's also a reflection, I think, of the state of the race. We forget, I think, just over the last 2 months, that this was basically like a European snap election. And the theory also was that the surge in enthusiasm that Kamala Harris had, the surge in volunteers, money, that was going to create a huge structural advantage in that shortened time period. And I think what happened is it changed the atmospherics, but the fundamentals that were driving this race, which the Trump campaign was still relying on, which is that people feel the country's going in the wrong direction. People are unhappy with the current administration, and that they wanted to see some change. They wanted to see a new direction. The way that the Trump sort of doubled down on that strategy, that those fundamentals bore out over the atmospherics of the money, organization, and the sugar high that Kamala Harris got in late July.
But what about that? I mean, the conventional wisdom has always been, well, at least recently, that Donald Trump deepens his appeal. He doesn't really have a willingness or ability to broaden his appeal. Does that hold up?
We'd have to challenge that assumption, depending on the outcome of this election. I'm particularly curious as we come out of it to see people. I want to learn more about people's information consumption, because I think that'll be one of the ways in which we're going to learn more about how America is a divided nation, which we learn and hear different things. I mean, I think Trump's team, in their media appeal, I mentioned it before, going to Joe Rogan, with TikTokers, talking to Logan Paul, then was also built around some of these viral moments of going to McDonald's, wearing a garbage suit, were, intended in a certain way with the assumption that the media environment had changed and that they were going to try to reach people directly. And I imagine, it would be interesting to find out after the election, lower propensity voters, how do they get their information? Where did they hear about it? What broke through? I don't know that we sitting here have a really good answer on that, except that it sounds like they had a pretty decent working assumption.
Yeah. Well, to your point, I was looking at some of the search terms today to get a sense of what people were thinking about ahead of the results coming in. And one of the search terms was, did Joe Biden drop out? Imagine being a voter and learning on election day that Joe Biden isn't the Democratic nominee. But that's the reality for a lot of people.
On a quick note, before you answer this, we just want to say to our viewers out there, a quick note to welcome back some PBS stations who had broken away. You're still watching election coverage on PBS News.
Indeed. It's now officially Wednesday morning on the East Coast. And Kamala Harris, we can report, has won the state of Hawaii.
Let's take a quick look at where the national electoral map stands at this moment. Midnight here on the East Coast, former President Donald Trump with 230, Vice President Harris with 209. I didn't mean to cut you off. Please go ahead.
I was going to react to Jeff. Well, you want to reframe the question because I had a reaction to it. You were saying you Googled or saw.
Right, and someone was asking the question, did Joe Biden drop out of the race?
So my first reaction to Jeff, consuming a lot of conservative news, right-wing news, was actually they were wondering, was he forced out? Was he kicked out? Was there a coup? If you listen to a lot of the right-wing echo chamber, that is the proposition. Did he drop out or was it a coup? Yeah. That was my first, which goes to my point of like, how do we consume and what are we learning from what we think we're consuming?
That is such a great point. And as someone with a teen, I think there are other people on this panel who have this, just watching the YouTube algorithms is fascinating. They can start on looking for clips about sports. I'm looking for clips about video games. And it does not take long before you are in a political discussion. And everywhere that the boys are, it is a Trump conversation.
Well, this is the world I know a little bit about.
Yeah.
So More Perfect Union, my organization, now has 1 million+ subscribers on YouTube. We built it up over a short period of time. And when you can learn where do people come from and where do they go. And we thankfully getting people from Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan come into our channel. And then watching them go, and you're right, go into political conversation, which the conservative world dominates on YouTube. There are way more people on the conservative end of the spectrum and pro-Trump in the perspective than there are anything on the other side.
And this question, though, that you raised about people searching for how President Biden left the race, Jonathan, it feels like we need to talk about this as well, because Marcia Fudge mentioning earlier, the last 107 days, and that struck me because I was like, oh, that's right. It hasn't been that long that Vice President Harris has been at the top of the ticket. We have spoken at length and in great detail about this campaign that they had to kind of get going, shift over from one candidate to the other, message discipline. They seemed pretty nimble, had a good rollout. But I think there is a question here. Had Biden dropped out sooner, would we be in a different position now? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm going to deal with the campaign that we have. And I want to remind everyone that, because I think this conversation seems to be drifting into she lost and let's diagnose, let's do an autopsy on.
We are nowhere near that right
exactly.
now.
We are nowhere, correct. We are nowhere near that. And so I think the vice president has run a fantastic campaign, given that it's just been 107 days and what she's been able to do in that time. I find it interesting that the YouTube world is dominated by conservative voices, Trump voices, which gets to a point I wanted to make, which is in terms of people getting their news, that there's a whole right-wing echo chamber that amplifies all of the misinformation and disinformation that's going out there to the American people. And Fox News, the cable channel, the #1 cable channel in the country by multiples. When I look at my ratings for my show on MSNBC, I don't even bother to see if I beat Fox. I look to see if I beat CNN, because Fox is way out ahead, and that's where people are getting their news. And I also think that we have to talk about the role of gender in this race, not the people voting, but the candidates running. One of the things that I wondered about when the vice president took the top of the ticket, I wondered if we would see a Bradley effect. When Tom Bradley ran for governor of California in the 80s, and if you looked at the polls, the people said, oh, we like him, and everyone expected him to win, and he lost by a lot. And it turned out people didn't want to tell pollsters they didn't want to vote for the black guy. I wondered if, people would be unwilling to tell pollsters that they didn't want to vote for a woman and didn't want to vote for a black woman and South Asian woman. And so, again, this is why I'm looking at this, because we can't just say that, oh, her economic message wasn't right, or, oh, she didn't speak to this particular constituency about fill-in-the-blank issue. Could it be that the country still has an issue with a woman in the top job in the nation, if not the world? Even though our allies and a lot of our peers have had women leaders.
Judy, what do you make of that conversation? We've talked about this before at length.
Yes, at length. I think we're struggling with that question. I mean, if Kamala, here's a hypothetical. What if Joe Biden had dropped out a year and a half ago and Kamala Harris had been chosen? Would she have run a different campaign? She ran to the, it's not ran, run. This election's not over. She has run a campaign to the middle. She has not emphasized her gender, her race. She is, in fact, just kind of jumps over those questions when they've come up. She's talked about some of the things you all have been talking about tonight, about what she wants to do for the middle class, how she wants to address working class Americans. But it has been a short campaign. Mm-hmm. So as I think about what she could have said or done differently, should she have done Joe Rogan? I mean, should she have been out there doing more social media? That's all going to be picked apart depending on what the outcome of this election is.
We had a test case for the Harris campaign, and it was 2019.
And it was 2019.
And there's not very much there that made us think this would be a tremendous national candidate who would be able to, even win a Democratic primary if Joe Biden had dropped out earlier. And now I think what we've seen with some of the numbers here tonight and some of the underperformance is just how real that test case applied at a national scale in a general.
I don't think that's. I don't think
I didn't
that's
cover
fair.
that campaign. I don't think that's an. Even
That's not
comparison.
apples and apples. Yeah. I mean, also because remember in 2020,
primaries make you stronger, and she didn't go through primary.
Well, fine, but again, she got out of the race because anyone paying attention to that race, as long as Joe Biden was in the race, he was going to take the base of the party, and that's African American voters. And so she looked at the handwriting on the wall and got out. But you can't use you cannot use her failed run in 2019 and hold it against her after watching this incredible campaign she's run now. If she was such a disaster,
is it incredible?
But Kevin, if she was such a disaster,
and can you not take it?
I'm sorry.
You absolutely can. You can take 2019 and apply it here. I mean, did she run an incredible race?
If 2019, if she were running the race she ran in 2019, we would not be having this conversation right now.
We should turn to Laura Barron-Lopez. She is actually with the Harris campaign, where she's been reporting all night, sharing whatever information and insights she can as she speaks to officials and sources on the ground, and also just gives us a sense of the room, because we know they're reacting in real time to many of the things we're reporting here as well. Laura, take it away. What's the latest there?
Thanks, Amna. So we're here at Howard University, and the crowd has quieted a little bit as the night has gone on. But every time they see a state called for Harris, they roar back to life. At one point, they did call for the DJ to start playing rather than listening to some of the results come in. But the crowd is still going here as they hold out hope that Harris can succeed by winning the blue wall states as well as Nevada. But when it comes to the Democratic sources that I'm texting so far, a lot of the Democrats are still cautiously optimistic. None of them are saying just yet that they feel as though they're feeling ghosts of 2016. They say they're rejecting that this is like the Javits Center and Hillary Clinton's run. Right now, I was texting with a Democratic House member in Nevada who is extremely confident that Harris will win Nevada. So they're really looking to that western state, to the Latinos in that state, which are different than the Latinos on the eastern in the eastern states. And again, it really is going to seem like it's coming down to whether or not Harris's campaign was able to use their extensive ground game, which many had seen as far more extensive than Trump's, to drive up turnout in Milwaukee, in Detroit, and in Philly, and that is what they're looking to right now.
Laura, I don't know if it's made it into the room yet, but we can now report that Harris did pick up one electoral vote in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, mirroring what President Biden was able to do back in 2020. That's a place where they will allocate based on congressional district there. And you have been gaming out, as I know campaign officials have, the many scenarios in which that one electoral vote could make the difference here.
That's exactly right. The blue wall plus that electoral vote plus Nevada would get Harris there if she's able to keep a hold of all of those electoral college votes. Now, again, I was texting with some Democratic sources asking how they felt about Arizona. And Arizona is, of course, leaning towards Donald Trump right now, but they aren't saying that they think it's gone just yet. So they're still, right now, some of them are starting to admit that they're a little bit nervous, but they're trying to project as much calm as possible, reminding people here what it was like in 2020 when, at this point, some of these states were looking as though they were favoring Donald Trump, and it wasn't until into Wednesday and beyond when things started to shift for Democrats.
Laura Barone-Lopez at Howard University with the Harris campaign. Laura, thank you. Let's go down now to Florida, to West Palm Beach, where William Brangham is with the Trump campaign. So, William, if you could hear that, Laura was saying that her sources are telling her that they still hope that there's a path, see a path through Nevada, Nebraska's single congressional district, and the blue wall. What are you hearing from your Trump campaign sources?
We're hearing the exact opposite. Incredible sense of optimism. I mean, before North Carolina was called, the Trump campaign officials I'm in touch with were saying, this is clearly going to go for us. They believe Georgia is the same. They also still believe that the numbers that they are seeing in Pennsylvania indicate that that is nearly a lock for them. And here in the room, it has been the same thing. It's like that the call for North Carolina came in much later because CNN does not use the AP call like we and many other news organizations do. So we all knew that North Carolina had gone for Donald Trump, but this room did not. And so when CNN, which was what was being broadcast in the room, finally announced that many minutes later, the room erupted as loudly as it has this entire night. And I think it's one of the first times you've had a huge group of Trump supporters cheering anything coming out of CNN. But this was, again, another piece of news that they have been loving to hear and wanting to hear. They are also seeing all of these slow chipping away at the blue wall states, that every time there's updates to that, there are cheers that come out of the crowd. So very, very upbeat and strong and growing crowd here at the Trump campaign.
All right, William Brangham, thank you. And we can report that Republicans have won the U.S. Senate majority, taking control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. That says we have another race call to report. This is Nebraska Republican Deb Fischer picking up that Senate seat. Let's go over to Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, can you put this into context for us and walk us through what you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question now is not, of course, who will be in charge in the Senate, but what will be the majority for them. Right now, as you say, we've got 51 votes. A reminder of how the Republicans got here. They were able to flip West Virginia. Joe Manchin retired, and then they were able to hold on here in Nebraska, and then they were able to also flip Ohio. Now, what we don't know is what's going to happen in Wisconsin, where Tammy Baldwin still is in a very close race, could end up losing her seat. And then Jon Tester, getting late, everyone. Jon Tester. That Republicans could flip. If they won in both of these seats, then this would go up to 53. Now, that's an important number for a few reasons, one of which is you think about the Senate Republicans. There are fewer moderates in that group than there used to be. Prominently, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski are the moderates. But if they have a 53-seat majority, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski can go another way, can vote with Democrats or vote against Republicans' agenda, and they would still have enough to pass what they wanted to there. Let's look also what's happening in some of these other key states. Arizona, you all were talking about this a lot. I will tell you, I still think there is very clearly, as Laura was saying, a way for Harris to make up this difference. She's behind by just 10,000 votes right now, 50% of the vote in. Look at this. In Maricopa County, where she's leading, her lead is 24,000 votes. It's only half of the vote in there. She could make up the difference there. That is a place where you have 1 million votes. That's a very possible route for her in Arizona. Also, Apache County. Now, this is not a place where there are a lot of votes, but it is a place where Harris expects to win and have a margin, as the Democrats have in the past, that's more than 10,000 votes. That makes up the difference right now in Arizona alone. Now, Republicans would likely also point out that they have their own places where they're waiting for some votes. Down here, only 12% in And then over here, I think we've only got 50% in. But Arizona is very much in play. That's 11 electoral votes that would be critical for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, I want to point out an unexpected House race result, not result yet, but shaping up. This is Arizona's 6th congressional district down here, Tucson. Juan Ciscomani, the freshman, very popular, seen as a rising star in the Republican Party right now, behind, and he is down by 20,000 votes, 50% of the expected vote in. Now, we're waiting for results in some of the Republican dense parts of this district, but even so, we also have more Democratic votes coming in. So this is an incumbent that we didn't expect to be quite at risk to this degree. He was on the list to watch, but this is a margin that we were not expecting. And meanwhile, as you say, the path for Kamala Harris still does go through the blue wall. Nevada is still in play. Arizona is still very much in play. And, the night is young. It's only midnight on East Coast, right?
The ever-optimistic Lisa Desjardins. Miles O'Brien is back with us. Miles, I understand that as part of your reporting, you've put together that there were some 60 bomb threats, not credible bomb threats, but bomb threats nonetheless, that were called in to polling sites across Georgia. Is that right?
Yeah. 60 bomb threats, many of them attributed, we believe, to Russian sources. None of them turned out to be anything, but it did gum up the works here a little bit. But, Jeff, I think the takeaway story here from Georgia is despite all of that, this was a pretty smooth election. Georgia had a little bit to prove here. 4 years ago, they had brand new voting machines, these ballot marking devices made by Dominion voting systems. And they didn't have much experience operating them. And there was some controversy about whether they were a verifiable way of doing the vote. They've had some experience with them since then. This time around, no pandemic, of course. And the machines seem to be working. No indication of any technical failures. But you had the bomb threats, which slowed things down quite a bit. Here in Gwinnett County, they're wrapping things up. The final numbers are in. And as we would expect here, it's about a 16-point difference with Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump here in the most diverse county in all of Georgia. The picture for the rest of Georgia, it's about a 2.5-point race with Trump leading. The Secretary of State in that same news conference where he talked about the 60 bomb threats said it was mathematically insurmountable for Kamala Harris to overtake Trump. But at this juncture, there's still a lot of votes to be counted and included.
And those bomb threats, just to draw a line under this Russian foreign interference, these were called into Fulton County, Cobb County, DeKalb County. These are Democratic strongholds.
Yes. Generally speaking, they were centered around the Democratic strongholds all around Atlanta. There was one down in Brunswick, but that might have been some kind of outlier. But it seems, as if it was some kind of concerted effort. Whether it had any impact in the end, I can't say that would be the case necessarily. It might have slowed things down a little bit. They extended the closing times for the polls that were affected by a commensurate amount of time. And many of those votes that came in at the end of the day were so-called provisional ballots. But no one was turned away, and the process went smoothly otherwise. So while there was an attempt to really slow things down here, I think you could say that Georgia, the Secretary of State's office, won.
Miles, there in Gwinnett County, as you noted, they're done for the evening. We still do not have a race call in Georgia, though, for this state. Is there any sense from statewide officials of when we'll be able to make that call?
Well, it's going to happen pretty quickly here. I think they have on the order of 90% of the numbers in. But the remaining votes to be counted are from heavily Democratic enclaves all around the city of Atlanta. So stay tuned. We should know fairly soon, I think.
93% of the expected vote there we saw in so far. Miles O'Brien in Gwinnett County, Georgia for us. Miles, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Anna.
Back here in the panel now. So, David and Jonathan, I'm curious right now. We were looking earlier on to North Carolina as a potential pickup for Harris, now that we've known that's gone for President Trump and the way in which it went for former President Trump? Does anything in that, do you think, indicate what we'll see happen in Georgia now? We're just waiting for those heavily more Democratic areas to come in.
Yeah, I mean, I recall a post Nate Silver, the polling guru, had a couple weeks ago that he said the most likely outcome is that Harris picks up all 7 swing states, and the second most likely is Trump picks up all 7. And so what he was saying was, just because it's close doesn't mean that the 7 swing could all swing together. And we'll see if that happens. I think it's too soon to tell. I am, because I focus on what's most relevant, I'm focused on New Jersey. And New Jersey went for Joe Biden by 16 percentage points, and it went for Kamala Harris by 4 percentage points. So New Jersey is not exactly the Republican sweet spot. And I'm struck also, Derek Thompson is an excellent journalist at The Atlantic, said we've seen a lot of red arrows, rural places going more Trumpy. But he says the biggest Trump gains were in Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, in big cities. And that is surprising to me. But then you added to a third thing, and this is an exit poll. I never know how to take exit polls. NBC, in their exit poll, that 1/3 of voters of color went for Trump. And so I add all those things up. New Jersey, cities, voters of color shifting a little to Trump, and you wind up with Trump realizing the dream that a lot of Republicans have been talking about of a multiracial working class party. And I think the headline would be, if this all maintains, would be the class is replacing ethnicity as some of the big divides in the country, and how Democrats and Republicans have to think about the future.
Amy, this was that realignment you were talking about earlier.
Exactly. And I also don't want to get away from the fact that, so much of the conversation about the economy, there are big structural issues that we've talked about a lot on this panel that are relevant, and about elite classes that have succeeded and everyone else falling behind. But let's not also forget that we had 40-year high inflation. That I think, because people have not lived through this, if you are under the age of 65, you don't remember a time where prices went up that quickly. And so the impact that has had on you, I don't think we can, understate. It was the dog that didn't bark in the 2022 midterms, in part because the kinds of people who showed up in the midterms were the people for whom inflation wasn't as big of a concern. It wasn't a day-to-day, am I going to be able to get my kids' lunch money kind of concerns. And when you expand the electorate, and that was the whole theory of the case, again, this goes against years and years of what used to be the theory of the case from the two parties, was that, Democrats always wanted to have the biggest amount of turnout, and Republicans liked it when turnout was lower. But now Democrats doing best in the areas where you have consistent turnout, voters, but doing worse with people who turn out only sporadically. And many of them, we know who are people who show up and vote in every election, the kind of people who, school boards and down ballot races. They're older, they're whiter, they have a higher level of education, they have a higher income. That was the Republican base up until the Trump era. And now that's the Democratic base. And you can only get so far. The other thing that will be interesting to see, we have so many more votes to go. But remember, it has been since 2004, that's the last time that a Republican has won the popular vote. And so what these margins, why they matter, to David's point, is you can shave off, a few points here and there in blue states, put it on top of the red states, and that's how you get a popular vote win, even though it's not guaranteed right now, but that's how that happens. So that it's not necessarily that we have bluer and redder, it's like we have certain areas got bluer and certain areas got redder, with the urban areas being a little too mixed, in both.
Let's go back to our Stephanie Tsai for a moment, who is reporting from Maricopa County, Arizona. Stephanie, you were talking earlier about the situation in Apache County. Forgive me. Help us understand the importance of the indigenous vote in this election in particular.
Well, first let me say that Apache County is in the northeastern part of the state where the Four Corners are, and that is where the Navajo Nation is. There are 42,000 Navajos registered in Apache County, and we know that Apache County reliably does go for Democrats. There are a lot of voting blocks in this state that have been splintered, I think one could argue. But that county in 2020 went 63% for current President Biden. So those are important votes. Now, as I reported earlier, a judge agreed to extend the polling hours by 2 hours there. So Apache County, there are 10 polling stations that were kept open, just closed about an hour ago. But it may be a while before those results come in, because we saw on social media right before closing time, right before 9 p.m. local time, very, very long lines. That is, of course, encouraging that people stayed and waited to vote, but it does mean that all of those people that were in line before 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time are going to be allowed to vote, and it may be a while. And again, 42,000 Navajo voters. The Native American vote is important in a swing state like this. Again, this was a state that, I'm sure you've said this all night, this was the slimmest of margins at the top of the ticket. Biden won by just over 10,000 votes here. And so every vote matters, and we'll continue to follow that.
And Stephanie, we know you're in Maricopa County, where the majority of the state's voters are. Are we expecting more information from that county later tonight?
You're bringing up an interesting point of the process here that's a little bit different in 2024. Usually at this time of night, we will have gotten a second drop of ballots released, results released. We haven't seen that. We expected it at about 9:30 p.m. local time. It's an hour later, and we still haven't seen a second batch of results. I think part of what we were warned about, first, we were warned to be patient, but the other thing we were warned about is there's a new state law that requires each voting center to count the number of those drop-in envelopes. So there are two ways that voters could have voted today. They could have done it the traditional old-fashioned way and marked up their ballot in person, or they could have dropped off an early ballot. Those are called late earlies. We expect a lot of those. I saw a lot of people dropping off those green envelopes. The new state law requires not that those envelopes are open and tabulated at each precinct, but that they are counted by hand. And so that was expected to delay the process. I think that's what we're seeing here tonight. So as it stands, results are trickling in from other counties throughout the state, but Maricopa County has not released results for the last hour and a half.
All right, so that's Stephanie Sy reporting from Maricopa County in Arizona for us tonight. Stephanie, thank you so much. Let's bring it back to the panel now. We're at 12:30 on Wednesday morning, everybody.
Yes, we are.
Happy Wednesday. You know what we haven't had a chance to talk about, and Zach Schultz of PBS Wisconsin mentioned this briefly, but the impact of a third-party candidate in some of these places, in Wisconsin in particular, as Zach reported, could potentially be pulling enough vote that it's larger than a potential margin of victory for whoever wins the state of Wisconsin. RFK Jr. remains on the ballot in a number of states, including Wisconsin and Michigan. Judy, as you traveled the country and talked to people, was there openness to consider a third-party candidate? Was that something people were even thinking about?
I mean, to be candid, people didn't bring it up in most places. I mean, there were a few instances, for example, when we were in Florida last year, the end of last year, Sarasota, at what is called We the People Health Clinic, a place where they reject the COVID vaccine and they offer what they call alternative medicine. There was mention of RFK. This has been a year ago.
Yeah.
But I would say since then, people haven't brought up Jill Stein or RFK for that matter. So.
What about that? There's Jill Stein, there's Cornel West, who are running to the left of Kamala Harris. Of course, they don't have combined with RFK don't have the same sort of pull that like a Ralph Nader had in elections past. But what do you think about the impact there, potential impact?
I guess we'll see it in some of these results, but right now it seems negligible. Trump's numbers just pulling in a whole bunch of new voters is really the story of the night. Beyond, I think we now agree, beyond maybe even 2020, yes. Amy, you think in their expected vote or like the turnout tonight will be larger?
I don't know. I don't know
in
what.
some of the battlegrounds.
In some of these battlegrounds, it'll be.
And so that really is the story where I think Democratic assumptions had been that, if you have Trump at 48, 49.
Right. That's the ceiling.
That's a ceiling.
But it's not.
And if you're at 51, various places, third parties are not really important at that juncture.
Yep.
Do we know enough yet to know if the Harris campaign's bet that they could potentially pull in the Nikki Haley voters and that the outreach to never Trumpers or disaffected Republicans would work for them? Do we know enough yet to know if that was effective?
Well, it doesn't. Again, we have to wait until we get our numbers in from Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs. I'm sure Lisa can bring up the Philadelphia suburbs on her fancy map anytime soon. But that's what I'd really want to see is how is she doing in those suburban collar areas? It looks like in Oakland County, she won by 10, but I don't think that's any better than what Biden did, right? If not, maybe a little lower?
This is anecdotal. I don't know if the numbers will bear this out, but there's a possibility that could have backfired. If you are a traditional Democrat or even a progressive Democrat, the idea of Kamala Harris paired up with any Cheney would potentially sort of cause you to some alarm with the Harris's commitment to more progressive policies when you're carrying with Cheney, particularly on some of the national security issues. So I just really, and the other thing is, I think one of the mistakes that they made with betting that was, and I'm a Liz Cheney fan, having worked with her previously, but I think that one of the challenges that she would have is that it really didn't provide like an authentic sort of message to a lot of these voters. Liz Cheney doesn't necessarily have a constituency in a place like, Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. So I just wonder whether or not they maybe sort of put too much stock in that, put too much of a bet on that.
And on the other hand, this is my bias, where I'm coming from. Mm-hmm. But you choose to stand with Liz Cheney, you don't stand with Bernie Sanders or AOC or any of that. You don't get out there making a progressive populist case that says, hey, this is core part of our coalition. I mean, to his credit, Joe Biden all the way through and up until, before he dropped out was building a coalition that made sure that as much as you might have heard him trying to reach out to moderate Republicans, he was also making a very populist, and I use that word advisedly. Populist means there's a sense that there's emotional valence in this party that is reaching people. That's why the sense of if their YouTube videos are going to pop off, that's giving them a sense of populism, that what is reaching people, what gets them emotionally moved. And, to Kevin's point, they used Liz Cheney, they being the Trump team, used Liz Cheney against them. They went out and did campaign events literally in Dearborn to tell people, you don't go down the Liz Cheney. And it's because I think they felt this degree of populism. They knew on the ground the community did not respond to it.
Faz, are you saying you think that was a failure of the campaign, that they didn't lean into the populist
Oh, yeah,
aspect
for sure.
enough?
I mean, as a party, as a brand, this should be a moment of self-reflection. Regardless, I think she could potentially still pull this out, and maybe not. But even regardless
to be clear, she absolutely has a mathematical path at this point, as we speak.
Regardless of outcome, to say New York, New Jersey, what we're learning of people of color in major urban areas moving away from the Democratic Party, that is the story of tonight. That is the core one. What is the Democratic Party brand? If the assumptions were made of silent voters, people wanting to move off Trump, abortion would be a mobilizer, catalyzer, democracy was at risk. Class populism is the story for a Democratic Party. How do you get back to your roots of what you were?
Yeah. What about that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a moderate, so I always like when parties move to the center. Like, that makes me so happy. But, the Republicans had their famous autopsy after an electoral defeat where they said, no, we didn't move to the center.
Right.
And Trump did the exact opposite, and it turned out to win. And so it's possible for the Democrats, if they do lose tonight, we'll see, they're going to have the big debate they have every time they lose, so that every party does. And people like me will say it should have been run to the center. But it's possible the center just rings establishment to a lot of people.
But you were mentioning it earlier, David, because your point was very valid. Life expectancy, the ability of a middle-class person to pay for college, pay for housing. this isn't just the price of a loaf of bread. It's just literally economic freedom, the ability to feel like my kids will do better than me. Right. That pain that I think exists requires, I think, in a lot of people's minds, disruption of government.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Our side, Democrats are offering, give me power, status quo, comfort. I will execute the technocracy of government well. And as much as I believe that you can move the margins with that kind of approach, it is not politically appealing, and you have to talk to people. This is where populism matters, right? What emotionally moves people?
The problem for the Democrats is they are the party of the educated professional class. Right. And it's hard to run a populist if you're the party of Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. No offense to Bryn Mawr.
It also says everything, too, that Trump is with Elon Musk. You could say, again, both Trump and Elon Musk. These are really wealthy people. How on earth are they with a populist message? You know who he's not hanging out with? CEOs of major companies. He's not in boardrooms. He's not talking to those folks. It is the people like Elon Musk speak to that other issue, I think, that you've been bringing up about.
It's a fight. There's anger there. Unfortunately, as Kevin knows well, it's the immigration, it's China. It's even you're more likely to hear from Trump than from any Democrat a fight against a corporation by name. He'll name John Deere, Masterlock, whatever the company might be. He's upset at that friction, that fight against established power, or even the other, as he does. It is an animating political aspect.
The pushback from the Harris campaign would be that, yes, the affordability crisis is real. Yes, inflationary pressure is real. But if you're concerned about the cost of bread, just wait until Donald Trump deports half of all farm workers and imposes a 20% tariff on all goods that are brought in from overseas. Then you're really going to feel the pain. But what I hear you say is that doesn't necessarily matter to folks. Well, it's the feeling, it's the vibe. Is that right?
You got to fight that out, right? This is the challenge, and I know that Harris, I think, in my view, ran a very technically competent campaign for the past 107 days. What she was dealt with, of course, decided not to spend a lot of time telling you what we did in the last 3.5 years. That was by design and by choice, right? You said, we're not going to do a lot of media interviews in the first month. By design to say, no, I'm not going to talk about the Biden record. I'm just going to offer you expand child tax credit, expand Medicare, we're going to address housing affordability, price gouging. There were some aspects of that stump speech that were established. But what we did is, what have you been doing for 3.5 years? And the public needed that story desperately, because if you're going to go at Trump that way, what's his easy retort? Look how tough it was under you guys for the past 3.5 years. Yeah. What's your answer to that? And you got to. I think that was there for the taking. Is you got to tell them a story of what we've been up against to unrig this economy that for decades have been created. And here's the places in which we've been doing it and what I intend to build on. But it needed much more animation of storytelling, because otherwise they just fed everything was terrible.
It's still, I will stress again, it is too early for autopsies. It is too early for speculation. There are a lot of people still in line voting at this point.
It's too early for an autopsy again to win. But what we're missing is that it's not too early for the autopsy of the fact that a lot of working class people have moved away from the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Regardless of where, New Jersey, New York, wherever. The trend line is one that I'm asking people to reflect on, not the outcome of the election.
And to Fez's point, I think both campaigns, both parties are going to come out of this election with a very different blueprint for what are we going to do in 2026? Mm-hmm. Who is going to lead us in 2028? Because of a lot of the changes that we've seen here in the electorate. I also think there's going to be a lot of different mechanics in how campaigns communicate with a lot of these audiences. We saw $15 billion in 30-second ads. We've all seen it. Our texts are probably still going off, right?
Yeah.
And, was that the best way to sort of reach and mobilize many of these voters? I think a lot of that is going to come under question as well.
So wait, play that forward for me. What does that conversation look like in Republican circles if former President Trump loses? What is that conversation for who leads going forward?
Well, if he loses, I think it's one of these things where is he still the titular head of the party? Like, how strong is his grip? I would argue, and I've argued this for a number of years now, that Trump has as big and will have as big an impact on the profile of this party than Ronald Reagan did. Now, there are a lot of people inside the party that can't believe that that's the case, but I guarantee you 20, 25 years from now, we're going to be litigating the profile of the party and even primaries on are you a Trump guy or are you a Reagan guy or an establishment guy or a Romney guy? And that Trump contingent is going to vastly outnumber some of the upstarts inside the party. But I think they'll also be looking at what the gains they've made in this election and how that is still a key to the future, right? Which is that you'll see that many Democrats are going to come out of this more on the defensive about where they are with working class voters and continue to try to fix that. But that's where a lot of the battlegrounds of American politics are going to be over the next 2 to 4 years.
Yeah.
All right, can we just do a quick reset and put up the electoral map and see where things stand at almost 12:45 a.m. Eastern here on the West Coast?
We're on the East Coast.
I'm sorry, on the East Coast.
It feels sometimes.
I will
like
say,
we're on
a couple of years I lived in Los
West.
Angeles were
Right,
terrific.
with you,
but we're
West
on-
Coast
Actually, if we
viewers.
were on the
Thanks
West
for
Coast,
staying
this
with
would be
us.
fantastic.
This would be great.
I would
This
be
would
so
great.
fresh.
But it is a great time. Jeff's right. Let's check back in on the national map and kind of reset because we have gone down a lot of different paths here. We're still waiting
Interesting
on
thought
all
experiment.
these key races to be called, and that's where the presidential race will be decided. We'll see if we can get that back up in a second. In the meantime, I think Lisa Desjardins is over at her screen as well. So here's a look at where things stand when it comes to the race for the White House. Former President Trump with 230 and Vice President Harris with 210. And you notice those blue wall states we are waiting for. Also Nevada and Arizona still to be called. If we head over to Lisa, I'm sure she can give us some more information about what we're waiting on and what we should take away.
Absolutely. Okay, so first of all, as you say, this is the map, 230. Former President Trump needs 40 electoral votes. Georgia has not been called, as you know, so let's say he gets 16 there. This is sort of the path that might be evolving for him in their mind. And then let's say Wisconsin, which is close, also goes for Trump. Arizona, let's say those two go, and that's it. And this comes back to the blue wall again because, Wisconsin in this scenario is the ballgame. Now that assumes Nevada does not go Harris. It's possible that it does. They've got strong culinary union there. Now, so then let's say Nevada.
Lisa, can we come back to you in 1 second?
Sure.
Forgive me,
Do
I'm
it.
sorry. We have some developments over at the Harris campaign. Let's go to our Laura Barone Lopez. Actually, this is Ced Richmond, a former senior advisor to President Biden, now a key advisor to Kamala Harris. Let's take a listen.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God.
Went down, basically telling people to go home, that Vice President Harris won't be appearing there tonight. How it went down and what we know about Vice President Harris won't be appearing there tonight. How it went down and what we know about why that statement was made now.
Right, Amna. Well, the statement didn't go down very well. Even before Cedric Richmond came out to address the crowd, it was already thinning here at Howard University because some of the latest calls seemed to really put a damper on the mood here. And so a number of people were streaming out of the yard here at Howard. And as soon as Cedric Richmond said that the vice president would not be speaking, people started to stream out.
Laura, we're going to give you, let us know if you need to step away for a drink of water again. In the meantime, what else can you share with us about, as you mentioned, some of the crowd thinning out over the last hour or so? Has there been a shift from what you can tell among supporters there?
Yeah, I mean, the mood, Amna, is one that is very anxious and nervous. The mood, Amna, is one that is very anxious and nervous. Supporters are still holding out hope that the blue wall is going to come through for Harris, that Nevada will come through for Harris. But again, they are really upset that it's coming down to this narrow pathway for the vice president. So far, there isn't that much pointing of fingers in terms of the Democratic sources that I'm talking to, because the Democrats in those blue wall states are still trying to keep optimism going in terms of her pathway there. But we still, as you well know there, we may not know until into tomorrow how that vote count is looking in those blue wall states, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. And so that's created, a sour and sad mood here for a number of Democrats.
That's our Laura Barone Lopez at the Harris Watch Party there, which is now ended, it seems, for the evening in Washington, D.C. Back here with our panel. So, Kevin and Faz, I'm curious from a strategist perspective here, when you make a decision like this to come out at this hour, there are still people in line voting, there's still votes to be counted, states to be called. Why make this call now? Faz?
Oh, well, this happened in 16. Too, and John Podesta went out. It was in the wee hours of the morning, you might remember, as the chairman of that campaign, and urged people to go home because you've assembled a lot of people. And at that time, I think he told people Hillary Clinton would talk to everybody tomorrow. They're doing the same thing now. I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but I heard him say that we're counting votes, but not really give you a hell of a lot of optimism besides that about a trajectory of counting those votes.
It's a tough call to make a speech like that. I've never had to make that call. I've only been writing a speech saying that we had lost on one, and then on the other I was getting ready for a recount in Ohio in 2004. So I think the contrast is probably about to be very apparent. I expect that Trump will not wait much longer. I think we're probably looking within the next hour or two where Trump will come out and really send a very powerful contrast message to what you heard from Cedric Richmond tonight.
Well, let's learn more because our William Brangham is with us in West Palm Beach. He's with the Trump campaign. And William, at the moment, there are still mathematical pathways for both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris to work their way to 270 electoral votes. But what are you hearing from the Trump campaign, and what kind of contrast do you expect to see where you are?
Jeff, I think the mathematics, as you state them, are exactly accurate. The Trump campaign is arguing that all of those math problems are going to fall in their favor. I just had a conversation with Tim Murtaugh, who's a senior campaign aide with the Trump team, and he believes that there is virtually a certainty that the Trump campaign is going to get through all of the blue wall states that Harris is so desperately wanting to hold on to. And he was arguing, I said to him, given that the polls were so tight all along, how is that possible? How do you explain that? And his theory of the game is that voters saw over this election two very clear administrations. They had a memory of the Trump administration, and they saw the Biden administration. And that the voters' memories of the Trump economy and the border were all favorable in the Republican Party, and on those two factors were all negative for the Democrats. And he said that everything else, he said even the issue of abortion, which was obviously so critical to Democrats' belief that they would do better, all of that fell by the wayside. He said that all those other issues after the economy and immigration simply were not nearly as potent. And he thinks they are very, very confident that this will be an overwhelming victory for tonight. We understand also that Donald Trump is en route here. The word has gotten out in the crowd so that everyone in this room that was usually split, half the room that way, half the room behind me, nearly everyone has moved to the front of the room anticipating that Donald Trump will be coming here. The mood here is as on fire as it has been all night long.
And William, there's a bit of news that we can share, and we should say that while some of the other TV networks have called the state of Georgia for Donald Trump, the Associated Press has not. And I'm going to read here directly from my computer because this is important. It says, Donald Trump, this is from the Associated Press, Donald Trump is leading in Georgia, but the AP decision team still sees a path, albeit a very narrow one, for Kamala Harris to take the lead in the state. Harris is bettering Trump in the votes cast before Election Day, and there are still potentially enough of those kinds of votes left to be counted to push her ahead of the former president. The race is still too early to call. Realizing you're just learning of this as I'm reading it to you, how does that color or change at all some of what you're hearing from the Trump campaign?
Well, it's funny, Jeff, because someone from the Trump campaign, I would say 45 minutes to an hour ago, said not only was it time to call North Carolina, this was just after the AP had, but they said Georgia had as well. Again, I think that the mathematics are probably right. There might still be enough votes to eke out a victory for Harris, as there similarly may be in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, etc. But the Trump campaign believes that their analysis of exit polls and turnout proved to them internally that that's their state, that they will take Georgia. So again, it may be accurate what you're repeating, but the Trump campaign is completely confident that that will fall into their camp very soon.
William Brigham, thanks to you.
Let's head over to Lisa Desjardins for a closer look at what we were just sharing there from the Associated Press. Lisa, they maintain there's a narrow, albeit, or rather a possible narrow potential there for Vice President Harris. Walk us through it.
That's the key. As we've explained, if a state has not been called, it means the Associated Press thinks there is a way for either candidate to still win. And as they say, there's a narrow path for Kamala Harris. Let's explain what that is. Mainly the communities around Atlanta. Let's look at this. Fulton County, the largest vote total that Kamala Harris will probably get tonight in the state. 91% of the expected vote. So there's still almost 10% left. And this is a factor in the math that the AP is doing. It's not just that there's only 9% left. It's that she has such a huge margin there. So that 9%, that's thousands of votes right there. Now, how about all this other counties around here? DeKalb County, also 88%, another huge margin for Harris. We talked early in the night. For those of you who stayed with us, this is going to be a small payoff. Early in the night, we talked about this area right here, the Georgia Low Country, Savannah, Chatham County. Look at that. This is the county that actually has the least amount reported right now, 80%, still 20% left to go. And Harris does have a very strong lead down there. She really has to get all of the remaining votes, a very large percentage of the remaining votes in these places. But this is why the Associated Press has not called this state yet. And just taking a quick look around other states that are out, the blue wall, if the Trump campaign is saying they can win it, let's see what's going on. We see here that we are getting more and more results around Philadelphia County. Look at that margin that Harris has, enormous margin, but we're now at 78% coming in here. And to give you a sense of Philadelphia County in the past, where Harris is compared to the past, hold on, let me get the right button. Look at this. So right now, she is behind where Biden was in Philadelphia, which was also behind where Clinton was. That's not where they want to be. She needs to do better than this with the remaining vote in Philadelphia in order to do well here in Pennsylvania. I've also noticed that this swing county, Erie, we pay a lot of attention there. With 98% reporting Trump is winning there, he's managed to also, at the moment, with 97%, really run up the total in Lancaster. And let's look what's going on in Chester County and compare it to the past. Important suburb county. Here we go. Harris right in between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. And there's one more. Our producer, Matt Loffman, is reminding me of another good one to look at. Northampton County right here. This is a critical swing county. And right now, the Trump campaign must be delighted to be winning here. This is a place where it has swung back and forth. Look at that. Joe Biden was able to flip it. And now Donald Trump is within reach of flipping it with 98%. So you can see some of these suburban eastern counties, the Trump campaign did well. I know you haven't been talking about what happened here, but from my reporting with the Trump campaign, Chris LaCivita took a risk with a turnout campaign plan, the Trump Force 47, that a lot of folks thought might not work. It was not a coordinated campaign, but they've gotten their voters out. Is that Trump himself, or is that their ground game? we're going to spend a lot of time talking about it, whether he wins or loses. They're doing well in a lot of these counties, better than expected.
Lisa Desjardins, thanks so much. Amy Walter, we have about 90 seconds. I'm going to interrupt you, and then we're going to pick up your thought on the other side.
How about we do that?
As William and Lisa were talking, you were squarely in their amen corner, shaking your head in agreement with what they were saying. What are you seeing that tracks with that?
Well, if we can have time, I don't know if we do, to put up just to get to this point about, I think it was what William said that the Trump campaign was talking about, the contrast between the two administrations. And I think this is really another key element in this race. Biden's job approval rating overall, 43%. Trump's retrospective job approval rating, 50%. And so if you do make the case that, okay, do you want to stay the course or change direction? We think a lot about the fact that, well, Donald Trump wasn't particularly popular. He still is underwater in his favorable rating. But on the question of who do you trust on the economy, Trump has an 8-point advantage. Who do you think did a better job as president? Trump has the advantage. And that again, was the theory of the case that the Trump campaign had, that all of the other stuff about him that people didn't like would be overcome by the frustration that they have with the status quo.
We are winding our way to 1 a.m. Eastern, and we're going to take a quick break, let our audience know that a few West Coast stations may cut away for local news races, but we're going to continue our coverage here. So here I am again, Amy Walter.
Wow,
Let's
so
continue.
here I thought I had a break.
Right.
I was really looking forward to that.
Same.
So anyway, I think sometimes it's not even that complicated, right? If elections are about change or change the course or status, more of the same. If you're not happy with the current status, you're going to want to change. Although what's interesting, if you just looked at this question of who would bring positive change, again, this is nationally. So I would be very curious to see this in the swing states. Narrowly, Trump wins 50-49 on who people thought would bring positive change. But Harris at 49-49. So it's not like it was overwhelming. They both had some opportunity there. But I think this was really the key here on who did people think was a strong leader. Trump winning that by about 9 points and Harris losing that question by a similar amount. So if it is, this was the Trump campaign message all along, its strength, its economy, its, kind of the going overboard in terms of appealing. We talked a lot about the macho campaign, right? We were all there at the RNC watching Hulk Hogan rip his shirt off. And the question was it going to backfire with women? And thus far, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Kevin?
Well, I would, if I were trying to simplify it as much as possible, I don't want to oversimplify it, but if we were to take out, sort of reverse engineer, like the voter that made the most difference coming out of this election, it would be the voter who walked out after casting their ballot today and they said, they rationalized the Trump economy in a way that said, say what you want about the guy, but the economy was better under him. Yeah. And I think that's as simple as you can get in this race. Why Trump had a certain appeal. Again, to cite a Mike Murphy lesson that he taught me back in the day, he said, a lot of times this is a lot more like Hollywood than we think. And
Kevin,
Trump,
I'm going to cut you off for just
Sure,
a moment.
please,
I want to
yeah.
make sure to bring our viewers this news as we can report it. That's a major race call in the state of Georgia. We can now report, according to the Associated Press, that has gone for former President Trump. And here is a look at where the national electoral map now stands. Former President Trump with 246, Vice President Harris with 210. Kevin, back to you.
Where my brilliant movie analogy that Mike Murphy taught me back in the day.
Oh, I apologize. Actually, take a couple of seconds and regroup your thoughts if you don't mind, because we want to message something to our viewers.
That's right.
Once
It is
again.
now 1 o'clock on the East Coast, and we welcome back a few stations who cut away for local race coverage. I'm Jeff Bennett.
I'm Amna Nawaz. Polls have now closed across the entire state of Alaska. The race there is too early to call.
Let's take another look where the electoral race count stands. 210 for Kamala Harris to Donald Trump's 246. We are waiting to see which way that blue wall falls. Kevin, your third attempt at trying to tell us what Matt Murphy told you back in the day.
He had a great analogy about it being a lot more like Hollywood than we think, and that is that, Trump, for all of his flaws, is a big budget film. You're paying your $10 and you're going in, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get entertained, there's going to be lots of noise, there's going to be big bangs. And Harris was a lot like an art film, and with subtitles that was making a much more of an esoteric point. And so for a lot of these voters, it did come down to as simple as knowing what they were getting with Trump, and in the space of 107 days, Harris not really being able to fill in the blanks and tell people why they should show up.
Beth?
Well, we'll see how the outcomes of this go. I look to the House and the Senate. Trend lines are not great right now for Democrats, but hopefully, things could turn. Wrestling with the Trump presidency with House and the Senate, which is one possibility, to be clear. There could be a number of other possibilities, but the amount of disruption that is we're on the cusp of is not imagined at that point. If you got that much power and that authority, he's talked about. If you think about the pledges and the promises, mass deportation is obviously something he's talked about, and empowering police forces across this nation to start doing more raids and deportations. He's talked about drilling, so I'd assume aggressively moving towards drilling in public lands and elsewhere. He's also talked about the tariffs to be on the table, and then nothing on abortion, obviously. And so I just sense more of a retrenchment in how he animates that politics. If he were to win, I think is to my mind, hopefully something that produces a populist backlash, which the Democratic brand sorely needs. I thought the opportunity for a lot of Democrats, and continues to be, is the labor movement has been one of the most powerful things of the last few years. When you look not only Starbucks organizing wave, but Boeing workers on strike, port workers, UAW workers, that needs to bleed into a Democratic Party's populism that is searching for it. Where is that emotion? Where is that energy and enthusiasm? It's coming from that labor movement, and I hope that's one thing to reflect upon for the party as we go forward.
It's just past 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. I'll just note the Democratic sources I'm texting with are still stressing there's still votes to be counted, calls to be made. They're absolutely true, but David, it's also true with Georgia going for former President Trump. Harris's path has to go through the blue wall, and really Pennsylvania more than anything now. Let's just go down the line and get kind of your thoughts at this state of the race, knowing what we know now and what we may not know for another few hours or even into tomorrow.
Well, she's sort of got to run the table, and she's behind in all the states right now. So she'd have to catch up and go ahead in all those states. The one element I'd add in here is the international element. If you look at ruling parties pretty much across the world, they've all been shellacked. The post-COVID inflation hit the whole world, or at least the industrialized countries, and ruling parties in the Netherlands and Portugal, Latin America, they've all been hit. And in our country, I'd say the most of the inflation was caused just by COVID supply chain, but maybe a third was caused by the Biden administration overstimulating the economy. But the voters don't really care about that. They just think there's inflation, and so we're really mad about it. And then in a deeper level, not just inflation, if you ask people all around the world, Ipsos asked people all around the world, is your country in decline? 60-odd% said, yeah, our country is in decline. Do you trust experts in your country to relate to people like you? 65% say, don't trust experts. What's unusual is America is usually an outlier nation, but we are absolutely typical in distrust of authority, in feeling the system is broken. Elites don't get people like us. The whole world is going through a climate, not the whole world, but at least the Western democracies, that are just extremely hospitable to right-wing populism.
But France was one outlier on that, right? And when they did win in that coalition, there was progressive populism there, like obviously a big strike of sanitation workers in that country that led to it. And I think, as you say that, and I agree with all of that, there was a glimmer of how you could go. I would also add that it's sad for me because, and I assume for you, that the United States was the outlier also of having the least amount of impact from inflation, having the fastest recovery post-COVID. getting back up on our feet to this day. The facts and the stats are there that we have outperformed every other nation in dealing with this challenge, and unfortunately, not rewarded policy.
America was also the outlier in not having political violence on the level we did until January 6th, and now this democracy is no longer immune from that as well. But Jonathan, to your thoughts on where we are right now?
You know, I'm ever since David talked about the Loudoun County, and then you brought up my home state of New Jersey. So I went to the New York Times map, and they've got this neat little feature that shows shift from 2020. And I wish I could show it to the audience, but the red that is on this map is what's sobering. Given everything I've said over the last 5 hours, I do think that this race is always going to be close. That the vice president's path, even though they were hoping maybe North Carolina, maybe Georgia, that it was always going to be through the blue wall states. So the fact that we don't have those results and she's told folks to go home is not surprising to me. But assumptions are being challenged in this election. And this map here says to me that no matter what happens in this election, no matter who wins, we as a nation have to have a conversation about why this map looks the way it is. And I hear all the things about economics and populism and things like that, but we also have to factor in some social issues that could also be at play. And I would, when I have a chance, maybe I was going to say tomorrow, later today, dive in to see what people said when they came out of the voting booth, why they voted the way they voted. And I'm not sure if people are willing to be as honest as I would like them to be, to talk about why this shift is happening. It's so broadly as I'm looking at this map.
Judy, you're looking at the same map.
I'm seeing it over Jonathan's shoulder. Yeah. It's very red. We don't know the result yet. We're still waiting for these states to come in. I'm already thinking about unifying the country. To what extent, and were people asked in the exit polls, who do you think will do a better job of bringing us together? I know that's been asked by pollsters for the last few years. And in most cases, the Democrat would win that by some margin. But half of the country, or almost half the country, is going to be unhappy with this result. What does that look like? What is the leader, whoever it is, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, what are they going to say to the American people about that? Are they even going to address it? Are they going to continue to drive in the direction that they, in the case of Donald Trump, you didn't hear much talk about unification. I mean, he would say, I can unify, but so much of what he spoke about was criticism and worse about people on the other side. So I'm already thinking, what happens to the country? What happens to people who didn't vote for the winner? Where do we go from here? And the problems. I mean, does the next president have to deliver? Because, promising that there are going to be no taxes on Social Security, we're looking at an enormous deficit. We've got to make decisions on tax. Are there going to be more tax cuts? Are we just going to keep giving things away? I mean, where is the reckoning? When is there going to be? Is there going to be a reckoning?
There is this is the fascinating thing, Judy. There's a reckoning every 2 years. Since 2006, every election has been a change election. And so we just keep doing this. We say, oh, but we don't like that. They did bad things. Now we'll put the other side in. Oh, we don't like them. We're going to do bad things. So they did bad things. And so we just keep ping-ponging back between this. There's no doubt if Republicans do end up holding all branches of government, the backlash in the midterm election is something we'll start talking about like 2 months after, if that. Immediately. Next week about what the midterms will look like. And the retrenchment of the Democratic Party will be simply because of a backlash to the party that's in power.
Yeah, I was going to say real quickly, volatility has been the defining attribute of our electorate for a number of years now. Yeah. And look, if I had any guarantee, it's that 6 months from now, we're going to have a president who's going to be below 45% approval rating, facing razor-thin margins in the Congress. And the challenges that we have are pretty enormous. And that is going to be a very, very difficult task. And then the other thing is, too, is I think to Judy's point, we've just spent $15 billion with one half of the America saying that if you lose, it was stolen, and the other half of America saying that if you lose, democracy is going to die. So those tensions are not going away anytime soon.
Just to give our viewers a little bit of insight of what we learned, Elon Musk tweeted out a photo not too long ago from inside Mar-a-Lago, just so you have a sense of what's happening there on the ground. And you see a photo there of former President Trump with Elon Musk, and that's the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship head, Dana White, who also spoke at the Republican National Convention earlier this summer. The three of them involved in a deep conversation, just to give you a sense of what's happening there at the moment. Of course, we have not heard from former President Trump yet tonight, but this all hinges on these blue wall states we keep talking about again and again. We know, we've always known, the closer it is, the longer it will take to count. John Yang is still in Pennsylvania, in Allegheny County, reporting for us tonight. I understand he has another update for us. John, over to you.
Well, Amna, how are you? We have moved outside. As you can see, they finished their work at the Allegheny Ballot Processing Center at about midnight, processing about 221,000 mail-in ballots. They are still counting across the state in Philadelphia. By my count, they have about 20. They got in 189,000 ballots. They counted 161. That means they have about 27,000 still to go. I think the story of Pennsylvania, you heard from Lisa, who really went through it well, that Donald Trump has been overperforming, doing better in the rural counties than he did in 2020, and Harris is not matching what Democrats have done in the past in the big cities of Philadelphia. Although she did meet Biden's number, she is meeting Biden's number in Pittsburgh. But I think that there is a lot more counting to go until we know where this is. It's going to take a while, and it is just a factor that it is such a close election.
John Yang in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania for us tonight. John, thank you for being there for your reporting tonight late into the evening. Lisa Desjardins is back at the super screen wall to give us a little bit deeper dive into Pennsylvania. Lisa?
Right. Here's what John's talking about in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. This is a place where Harris is up by 19 points with 94% of the vote coming in. And let's look at it historically, why she's doing a little bit better than we've seen in other places in Pennsylvania. Right now, she's somewhere between Hillary Clinton, closer to what Biden did here. This is a good spot for her, given what's going on the rest of the map in Pennsylvania. Let's talk about that a little bit. Some other spots that I've noticed, we see some white working class areas where the margin that she's been is closer to 2016 than 2020. That's not what they want. I also want to look at another state where we just got a huge amount of data all at once. Nevada. Let's take a look at what's going on there right now. Now it's 6 electoral votes are becoming more and more critical. 75% of the vote just came in all at once. And with it, 51% for Trump, 48% Harris. Nevada, they like a show. They want to be glitzy, get some glamour and some bright lights. They've gotten our attention, that's for sure. And let's look at what's happening here. The main county, most folks know, the vast population center here in Nevada is Clark County, where Las Vegas is right now. Harris is up by 2 points. How does that compare historically? It's not great. It's not good for her. It's good for Donald Trump, where he is outperforming both 2020 and 2016. What this tells me is we were all trying to figure out what was going on with the early vote in Nevada. We saw a huge early vote there. There was a question about those who do not have a party affiliation with, which is most of the voters in Nevada. Could those be young voters that actually were going to go Democratic? What we're seeing in this 80% of the expected vote that we have in so far is no. These were voters, by and large, who might be new voters who showed up for Trump. Perhaps that low propensity formula that Chris LaCivita and the Trump campaign were talking about was actually working. Let's also look at what's going on in Wisconsin. It's 10 electoral votes, also becoming important. 51 to 47 there with 86% of the vote. But, you know, there is still a path there. This is why the Associated Press has not called it yet for Kamala Harris. It's right here in Milwaukee County. Look at this. She's up by 34 points in that county. Only 60% has been counted. This is a place where you get tens of thousands of votes, not just hundreds. So for Wisconsin, that's what we're still watching there in Milwaukee. Let's just quickly kind of sort of reset. I know everyone's probably got their boards at home, their maps, and actually the panel, you're welcome to tell me what to hit, what paths you like, but here's how I'm looking at things in this moment. This is where the race stands right now. 247 electoral votes have been called for Donald Trump. Let's say Alaska goes to Donald Trump. That's the expectation. It has not been called yet, but just gaming out where we are in this moment. So that would get him to 250. Also, Maine's 2nd district, that's a place where he's leading right now. This is sort of up here, the county, huge portion of Maine. Let's give him that. So then we see Donald Trump within 19 electoral votes of becoming president. He could get that in Pennsylvania, or it could be a combination of, let's say, Wisconsin and Arizona together. Now, Arizona, very much in reach for Harris. So let's say he doesn't get it. Let's say he wins in Nevada. That's not enough. So Harris could still lose Wisconsin and Nevada, but as long as she gets Arizona, she still stays in the game. So what I'm telling you is of these 5 states here, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, she's got to win, depending on the combination, 3 of them, especially Pennsylvania. The path is getting narrow, but it is there for both candidates right now.
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you. Faz, when we look at Nevada, it's the service workers that have helped Democrats win Nevada in past elections. The army of culinary workers union members, the service workers. How has the Harris campaign, first it was the Biden campaign, obviously, but then the Harris campaign, how have they been able to put that group of folks to work for them?
It's the most working class state of the 7 battlegrounds, and it's one that I have a fair amount of history with myself, having worked for Harry Reid for many years and built what we long referred to as the Harry Reid machine. That was built out of culinary and a whole host of unions who helped galvanize those workforces into a consistent voting bloc. What we saw, even when I was running Bernie's campaign in Nevada in 2019, we could already see that there was a fracturing of the union movement that Donald Trump had started to carve into it in his 4 years at the presidency. You go forward, and you look at the union politics as it is now. Obviously, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, did not endorse Harris, held out, said positive things about Donald Trump. You could sense and feel the fracturing among many unions around this country, despite the fact that Joe Biden had been a very strong pro-union president. And I think, it has to do with, more of a desire of this disruption, that there's a feeling in many of the union movements that they want structural reforms and bring the hammer down. And I think some see in him, one quote comes to mind, that because our government is corrupt, one union member told me in Michigan, we need a mob boss or a crime boss to fix this. And you can imagine, you understand a little bit of the empathy of if the thing is so corrupt, we can't play by rules to fix this. And you can sense that among the union membership. There is some of that feeling.
We have a race call to share with you. Kamala Harris has picked up the state of New Hampshire, with 88% of that expected vote in. So let's take another look at the overall electoral map, 214 to 247, as we wind our way almost to 1:30 a.m. Eastern.
And in the meantime, we have another House flip to report as well. Democrat Josh Riley has won his election to the U.S. House in New York's 19th congressional district. He would beat the incumbent Marcus Molinaro there. So that's another flip there. Amy Walter, I know you love to talk about the House races.
I know
you do. I know you do. Now there's, I remember correctly, two flips in New York.
Right? And that was the number they wanted to get to. I don't know if we've had any other flips. I see some other.
Matt Cartwright.
Did Matt Cartwright get called?
It was on the cusp.
Okay,
yes.
so I don't know if that would be.
We're being told 2 total.
2 total have flipped. So just New York. There's a possibility that a Republican flips a Democratic seat in Pennsylvania. At least one of those. But it is just like this. The House really, truly hanging on a thread, and it is coming down to the same district. So this is the other fascinating piece of this. As we're seeing all of this talk of red moving the country in these states, moving more toward Trump, you're not necessarily seeing it having an impact on the House races.
Right.
And were kind of operating in their own atmospherics. Now, we don't have Michigan, we don't have Pennsylvania, so that's going to be very important. But if they do end up sort of splitting the difference, what does that tell us, right? And again, as a House person, what it tells me is that those individual candidates and campaigns they do matter, and that you could be able to, even as the margins maybe were a lot narrower or bigger in some of these places, that it didn't necessarily knock those candidates off. And as we get to it, the kinds of places will matter a lot too. So we're talking about states, but within those states, the House districts can be so very, very different from what the final statewide vote looks like.
That's interesting. What do you make of that, David? This potential disconnect between what people say they want in a House races versus what they say they might want in the presidential race.
I was thinking what would happen if the White House, the Senate, and the House all flipped.
Yeah. Well, it has never happened before to have we've never had a double flip, right? We've never had the Senate and House
both
each flip.
Control.
And we've not had the House flip in a presidential year since Eisenhower. Yeah. So that would be also historic if Democrats were to take back.
Yeah, and it wasn't that long ago, I don't know the answer to this question, when you would have these movements of 40 and even 60
exactly.
seats. And now we're
down to 20.
Now we're down to 20, and the rest just kind of line up.
Is that the mapping, or is it?
No, you know what it is that there aren't any more rural Democrats and there aren't any more suburban Republicans. Right. And so...
Remember the Blue Dog Democrats?
Yeah. Remember
that was the thing?
So that if this really were a big movement, I think this is what we're going to find as we go through these individual congressional districts. In the suburban areas, so part of the reason Democrats are doing well in New York and flip those 2 seats, those are in suburban, sort of Biden-friendly territory. Long Island, though, these races are a lot closer as Long Island is going further and further right. We'll see what happens in, I'm trying to think about Nebraska. They haven't called yet, I don't think, for the Bacon seat. But, that's another place that you have a Republican holding on in a very blue urban area. Can he outrun Trump? Has always been. He's been able to do it in the past, and this is a bigger margin than he's had before.
There is an argument that closed primaries contribute to this worsening partisanship in the Congress. That, of course, it encourages candidates on the far right to run in the Republican primary, on the farther left to run in the Democratic primary. And it's part of this whole argument right now about moving to more open primaries, but it's not having much.
Well, we'll see, because in Nevada, the other thing that's on the ballot is a ranked choice voting, which only a couple of states have, Maine and Alaska. Colorado may have it as well, but in Nevada, it would be it would have a pretty big impact. We've never seen it in a state of that size. I mean, Alaska's obviously a big state, but it is not, population-wise, certainly not what Nevada is.
Let's go to our William Brangham, who's in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. William, we should say that a TV network, Fox, has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. The Associated Press, however, says that several 100,000 ballots are left to be counted, and a flip is still possible if most of what's left to count is advance vote. Give us a sense of what's happening in the room and bring us up to speed on your reporting.
If you had gone to me 45 seconds ago when Fox News made that call, I wouldn't have been able to hear a single word you said, because this room erupted with as loud of a cheer, a raucous, ongoing chant of USA, USA, as we have heard all night long. Because if, in fact, that turns out to be the case, and we should say, as you did, AP has not called it, and that's what we at the NewsHour go by as our metric. But Fox News, which is what is playing here in this room, Fox News called Pennsylvania, and this place erupted, because if that went forward, Trump is within 3 electoral votes of winning. So incredible jubilation here in the room, with a real sense that tonight Even though many people have been told that maybe we won't know the results, many people here are starting to feel that tonight could be officially the thing that pushes Donald Trump back to the White House.
William, I'm not sure if you can see what we're seeing or hear any of this. There appear to be some high-profile guests kind of being ushered into the room. We can't quite make out who they are, but I wonder if you've heard anything from the campaign about when any campaign official or even former President Trump himself may come out to speak and address the crowd.
We don't know. I can see the crowd that you're talking about. I can see them. There were some seats up near the stage that had been blocked off and reserved all evening long, and it clearly does seem as if some of those people are being escorted in. From my vantage point, I can't see who that is. We know we are expecting the Speaker of the House to come at some point. We've seen several senators, many congressmen. We also know that the Trump motorcade is here any minute now. They have also put up the teleprompters, which is often a sign that the president is about to speak soon, and they've parted the blue curtains over there on both sides of the stage. So we expect to see the former president any minute.
Or William Brigham in West Palm Beach, Florida. William, thank you. Let's bring it back to the panel. Kevin, your takeaways.
Well, I'm surprised they have a teleprompter. I would have thought that Donald Trump would be coming out tonight and speaking without one, because if you look at the last 2 weeks, he wasn't exactly on message discipline. And I think
he still might, Kevin.
What's that?
He still might go off the telephone.
I think he will. But I think clearly you're seeing the emotion and the enthusiasm from the Trump folks. I think they increasingly feel like this is trending in the right direction for them, and that they're going to be able to declare official victory pretty shortly. But we'll still see where we are on the House, I guess, until tomorrow.
Faz?
Yeah, I was tracking some of those House races too, alongside Amy, and I think Becca Cook not going to pull it out.
Yeah.
She was 10
in Wisconsin.
Yeah, she was about 10,000 points behind. So looking at the places where you could have seen House Democratic pickups, they haven't quite materialized at the rate at this hour that we would have hoped for. Not to say that we know definitely what the outcome will be, but we had hoped that it'd be a little bit cleaner at this point about the House. And given that it isn't, the fears of a potential trifecta for Trump are very much, if you were playing that game that everyone always likes to talk about, would you rather be us or them? Right now, obviously, you'd rather be Trump.
David and Jonathan, of course, we should reiterate here that only Fox has called Pennsylvania for former President Trump. The Associated Press has not. Therefore, we have not. No other network has. But when you look at the blue wall, Harris needs to run the blue wall to get to 270.
She needs to find a lot of votes. She's down by 3 and down by 6 in Michigan, which is kind of surprising, though there's some of the big Democratic counties are still out there. So that'll tighten. But down by 4 in Wisconsin. If you had told me that the gap in Wisconsin and Minnesota would be the same, I would have been surprised, because Minnesota is a pretty Democratic state. And so it's just, there's not much more you can say, but there's a prevailing wind in this campaign, and the wind is touching pretty much everywhere.
Prevailing wind, which I hope shifts. She has to win the blue wall. And it is my fervent hope that Fox, that call by the other network, it's 1:30 in the morning. I can't even think anymore. But it is my hope that the AP will flip that.
Fox was premature.
That Fox was premature, and that she hangs on.
And if she doesn't, we could be looking at it. Sounds like we're saying a Republican White House, Senate, House.
The House is going to be really
Supreme
hard
Court.
because we've got, between California and Oregon and Washington, there's so many races out west and Nebraska. So it does feel a little bit too early. I haven't been able to look at all the math, but it's probably right now that Democrats are up 1. Mm-hmm. And overall, but they're probably going to lose at least one Michigan if not 2, and so that will even it back out. And
So it is 1:30 in the morning. This is
It
not the
is.
time for me to be probing for deep, thoughtful conversation, and yet here we are.
And yet here we are.
Only because, and between everyone here, there is so much incredible experience and knowledge that if we just pull back the lens a little bit, because this election cycle has been one for the ages already, and we still aren't able to say who won it. Judy, if I can start with you, just to kind of reflect back on, I was just thinking on some of the big stories we've covered. There was 2 assassination attempts against one of the candidates. There was a change at the top of the Democratic ticket.
There was a debate at the end of June that left everyone stunned. I mean, there were people who predicted that the incumbent president was not at the top of his game at this point in his career, but watching that debate, there's no question it left everyone with, I think, big questions about whether he should remain on the ticket, and we saw what happened. It took a few weeks, but you're right. And then the vice president, who had, frankly, people had not thought through what was going to happen. People did not expect that debate to go the way it did. So think about from the end of July until November the 4th, now the 5th. Where are we? The 5th?
It's now the 6th.
I have no idea
It's now
what
the
it
6th.
The 6th, I'm
Yes.
sorry. A lot's happened.
Yeah.
A lot's happened.
Well, one thing
It's
that
head spinning.
also happened.
I'm leaving something out.
Well, so
many things.
If Trump were to win, one of the major things that I heard from working class people on July 13th, assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And it had an effect that I don't think was fully appreciated by people in more the elites, but I felt and heard it and saw it on the ground of those who were worried about democracy at risk. What that assassination attempt did for some folks is, this guy is running and he wants it so bad. He's doing something for this country. Fight. He wouldn't be putting himself on the line if not for the fact that he wanted to do something for America. And I think in the psychology, particularly of working class voters, I think it had a bigger effect than we may even know of just what it meant for them to see.
And that photograph of him with the blood on the side of his face, that one photographer captured, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember his name, but
I can't tell you how many Republicans, said after they saw those images, and again, it was an entirely different race because Biden was still in the race then, said it was over, that the race was over, essentially, that this was the defining moment of, Trump returning. And so that had a huge impact. I can't help but think, though, I know we're being premature about it earlier, we were joking about it earlier, but we are 48 hours away from 2026. Starting already, and everybody trying to take the lessons from this campaign and immediately turn it into the next move on how to either sort of learn from this and then return to power. But I also can't help but think, and we still have a lot to learn about what the state of the the balance of power in the Congress is going to be, and whether or not Trump is going to be able to pull us out. But we're still an incredibly divided country, and that does not change at all just because of the results tonight. And so much of this is going to again be relitigated throughout the next couple of months, and trying to pull the country together around a big agenda. We have big challenges around not only in the country, around the globe. So much of that work is going to be incredibly challenging over the next couple of months.
I would hope that we'd pause before starting 2026. Donald Trump right now, with all the votes that have cast or been counted so far, he's at 51.2%. So this is not an electoral college issue if it stays this way.
Right.
And so, my response to any election, no matter who gets it, if your team lost, your instinct is to start blaming the voters. Mm-hmm. And it's always useful to, in my view, the voters are not always wise, but they're usually sensible. They know their own lives. They make sensible calls. And so instead of rushing to blame them for this or that, just humbly, what are they trying to tell us here? And usually there's a valuable lesson in there. And, my instinct is always, well, whatever my priors are were confirmed by this election.
Yeah.
But it is necessary to take some time.
I would agree, but I think the reality also is that first we're going to see there's going to be some recriminations from this. I mean, there's going to be so much second guessing.
As there is after any campaign,
any campaign,
right?
yeah. I mean, and that's going to be a very real part of the raw teachings of some of the judgment that we saw tonight, and that's just very real, I think, right now. And I can tell you it's happening already in campaigns.
Let's go to our Laura Barone Lopez, who, as I understand it, is outside of what the Harris campaign election night headquarters used to be. She's joining us from a parking lot. Is that okay? Oh, actually, no, Laura, you're still there. You're still there. So bring us up to speed.
I'm still here.
Okay. So bring us up to speed.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, Jeff, the yard, which is where the election night event for Harris had been set up, has entirely cleared out because after Cedric Richmond said that the vice president was not going to be speaking tonight, people just started streaming out. She is expected to speak here tomorrow to address her supporters. That's what Cedric Richmond said. I mean, look, the campaign has gone almost entirely quiet at this point. The vice president called a lid. Her pool did, so we aren't getting much from her vice presidential office side, and the campaign has not been sending really any more updates in terms of what they're watching closely. The last that we had heard from them, from my sources inside the campaign, was that, again, they are just laser focused on whether or not the turnout in those major urban areas, in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, are going to reach the numbers that they thought. They had said that they were overperforming 2020 turnout there, and that they had hoped that would ultimately mean that could put her over the top in those states. And again, they are still holding out hope for Nevada, Jeff.
All right, Laura Barone Lopez, our thanks to you. Lisa Desjardins, you are tracking the latest on the House races.
Yes.
What are you seeing?
Yes, it's getting interesting. I mean, it's been interesting. What am I talking about? It's remaining very interesting. All right, this is how the Associated Press looks at these races. Right now, they have a net no change, even though we know we've had some Democratic pickups, and one of the reasons for that when I look at the data is because they've given 2 North Carolina districts, which were picked up in redistricting, to the Republicans. So that's something we've sort of factored in, but technically on the math, this is where we are right now, 187, 163. Let's look at some of these calls that are important. First of all, here we go in New York. This District 19, Josh Riley, you all mentioned this. This is a Democratic pickup, as we said. Now, here's a race we're watching closely. This is that Long Island race here. And Laura Gillen, the Democrat, still remains ahead with 98%. You know, that looks like it's close, but really 51-49 in a district like this, that's a healthy margin with 98%. But again, the Associated Press has not called this. They still see a potential path for the incumbent, Anthony D'Esposito. Now, I'm watching this race as well. Henry Cuellar, the Democrat in Texas, the 28th district. He was indicted in May on bribery charges, but here he is right now with 88% of the vote, keeping his seat at the moment, 52%. This would be a Democratic hold. This is something that Republicans had hoped to pick up. Right now, they're not in reach of it. And here's that Nebraska district you mentioned, Amy. Tony Vargas, the Democrat, right now ahead, but just barely. Look at that, by 0.2 percentage points, fewer than 1,000 votes there. This is going to be a tough race to call, I predict. We'll see how it goes with the remaining 9% that's left. All right, let's talk about Nevada. This might be a little bit of a surprise. Susie Lee, she is a professional campaigner. She is good. I followed her on the campaign trail 2 years ago. She's great in her district. But right now, she's in a pretty close race with 84% of the expected vote in. You know, this is Clark County by and large. So we're seeing some of what Kamala Harris is facing in her district as well. Now, of course, she could eke this out. She's ahead right now. But this is a race we're watching. This is a little bit more competitive than I expected at this time. So right now, we just have these 2 New York districts. New York, we've got a +1. We've got another New York. We've got another +1. My messy handwriting. How many races do we have left? Oh, about like 48 that we're still waiting on. So, you know, we really don't know what's going to happen in the House. One more House race. Amish Shah is winning here in Arizona over Dave Schweikert, but we're still waiting for a lot of votes in Arizona. Let's take a look at the Senate race there. Carrie Lake, someone you guys have been talking about tonight. Right now, Ruben Gallegos still holding that 6-point lead, but we're waiting for a lot of votes. I think we've hit this plateau for the moment of when we'll be getting votes in from Arizona. And then that brings us, of course, to the Arizona Senate race. Boy, this is sure close. Look at that. Just 1 percentage point between Harris and Trump. And why not? I'm going to take a look at Pennsylvania because it's really what we're talking about, what everyone's looking at. Right now, 93% of the expected vote in. Harris is behind by 3 points. And we've been spending a lot of time talking about where votes are or are not coming in. Right now, Philadelphia County, this is 95% expected vote. And I remind you, this is with Trump up overall by 3 points. That's not good news for Harris. This is where she's going to be getting most of her remaining votes. Still 5% out. That's thousands of votes. But her ability to close the gap here, which, by the way, let's look at the number. She has to find now 200,000 votes roughly in Pennsylvania in order to win back the state. That's going to be difficult, but the AP has not called this race. That means they do see it as mathematically possible.
And Lisa, can we talk about the Senate for a second?
Yeah.
And mainly with Republicans taking control of the Senate, the next big election is on November 13th. The two Johns, Texas Senator John Cornyn and the Senate GOP whip John Thune, are running against each other to replace Mitch McConnell as the Senate Republican leader and effectively majority leader. How is that race shaping up? Because the two of them have been crisscrossing the country, pouring millions of dollars into Senate Republican coffers.
That's right. And I will say it is almost the opposite of what we've seen on the presidential level. These are two men who've worked together for a long time. They are not just in public, but behind the scenes being careful to be polite to one another. I haven't seen any elbows thrown yet. But I think as we get closer, they realize the importance of the job that they have. And as we know, Republican Senate majority leaders tend to stay in that job for a long time. So this is the opportunity for both of these men to advance. They may not get another opportunity like this in their career. So it's going to get intense. And I think regardless of the outcome of the presidential election, former President Trump will have something to say about it. So we're going to watch these two men as they contour or not to former President Trump and what he's saying and how they aim to work with him or perhaps, I don't know, ingratiate him as we've seen from others before.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you. Kevin, what are you watching for in that race? I think it was Lisa Murkowski who said to a reporter, either one of the Johns would be great.
Or you can just say, you know who I'm for? I'm for John. So you get away with having to answer any specifics. Look, I think both really good, strong leaders, both well-liked, both would be great at the job. I think one of the interesting things is which one of them will be able to curry more favor or has a history of currying a better favorable profile with Trump. That'll be key. I think the edge there would have been with Cornyn. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I think one of the things that I remember from working on Capitol Hill, too, is right when you think all of these external factors play a bigger role, it really does come to the relationships that each one of these senators has with the members of their conference.
Yeah, and Steve Daines took his name out, right, of the mix. That was my I was always curious to see if he would run for this, because the more success you have as the head of one of the campaign committees, your colleagues like to reward that. But each one of these Johns went on the trail too, for their candidates.
And one last point: Mitch McConnell is an institution. I know people hate him. I know a lot of people who work with him, particularly me. I have a great deal of admiration for him and like him, particularly with his skill as a Senate leader. We are going to see a very big gap with how that job was being done. It is just, he was a master at being able to manage the conference and work all the different factions that were in it. He was also an institutionalist. He felt very strongly in the role of that job, and I think that's a lot of institutional knowledge that is going to be leaving the position.
Exactly the point I was going to make. I was working for the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid at that point, seeing Mitch McConnell understand how to work the Senate. If you look at Donald Trump's first term in the first 2 years, how did he get these 3 Supreme Court nominations through? It's Mitch McConnell. How did he get judicial nominations through? It was Mitch McConnell. How did he get a tax cut bill through? It was Mitch McConnell. And it was his ability to know and understand how you schedule votes when you force these things through. And, I do think that this decision will be a big one that I have no doubt that Trump will determine essentially for the Republican Party of who's going to be the Senate Majority Leader.
I was just going to say, and denying the Democrats their choice for the Supreme Court twice. The book that I think, Jeff, you
That's right, Michael Tackett of the Associated Press.
Among other things, it's clear that he's not a fan of Donald Trump. He's been very careful about how he's handled it, but he said some pretty tough things about the former president.
Yeah, and Tackett reports in his book that McConnell viewed it as a strategic misstep not to lead Republicans to convict Donald Trump in the first impeachment case that he faced.
I think our William Brangham is back with us now. He's been down in West Palm Beach, Florida with the Trump campaign. William has been giving us the latest on the ground there. William, tell us about what's happening in the room now.
Everyone is waiting on tenterhooks at this point for the former president to show up. This room is at maximum capacity. Everyone is pressed up against the stage behind me. The Secret Service was just out a few moments ago, opening the curtains, preparing what seemed to be a possible route onto the stage and into this audience. But this crowd is as eager to see him and to hear what he has to say as anyone. Again, they all are under the impression here, because Fox News called Pennsylvania, which the AP and thus the NewsHour has not called, that Donald Trump is all but certain to be the next president of the United States. That is not what other journalistic organizations have called. Whether or not that happens soon, we still do not know. But everyone here is under the impression that they are about to hear from the next president of the United States.
And William, give us a sense, if you can, because you're there, you've watched people coming in and the crowd grow. Obviously, this is West Palm Beach, Florida, but give us a sense of who's in the room. How would you describe this crowd of folks who have gathered here among his biggest supporters there?
I've talked to as many people as I could about who is here. Hang on just one second. The cheers have been coming so fast and furiously, Amna. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something
Well,
critical.
William, if you don't mind, I'll interrupt you here,
here
just to share a bit of news, which is that Fox, and only Fox, this one network, has declared former President Trump the winner. Associated Press has not called it, therefore we are not calling it. No other network has called that, but that may have been what triggered this response we're seeing now.
I don't know if you could hear that behind me through this microphone, but that is now what is on the screen behind me on Fox News, on these two massive screens here in the room. Fox News has just declared that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. And this audience is reacting as you would expect. These are the diehard of the diehard, the people who have volunteered for him, who have worked for him, who have been donors to him, who believe fervently, according to many people that I've spoken with, that some people have even said that he is ordained to have been this man at this moment in time. And they are now, again, no one came here really thinking that this would happen this evening. They all hoped that it would, but now it seems like for many of them, their dreams are coming true.
And William, just a level set for our audience. I know you're fighting a lot of noise in the room there, but it's coming up on 2 o'clock here on the East Coast. Only one network, Fox, has now said that former President Trump has won the presidential election. The Associated Press has not called this race. There are still a number of key battleground states they have yet to call. No other network has called it at this point, but that is the reaction you're reporting on there in the room, correct?
That's exactly right. That's everyone here thinks this race is now over. We are, as we are reporting and other journalistic organizations are reporting, that is not the case yet. Again, in the course of our conversation, in the course of our broadcast this evening, it may turn out to be that way. But thus far, it has not been declared that. As Laura was reporting, the Harris campaign certainly believes that they have maybe the most infinitesimal chance, but a chance still, that they could eke out some final victory and get some of those remaining blue wall states. But according to everyone in this room, that ship has passed. Trump is the next president.
And William, has there been any word from the Trump campaign in the last 10 minutes or so?
No, I've reached out to all of them to find out if is the former president even in the building? How confident are they that this is actually what is happening? And they have gone radio silent. I think they're all probably backstage preparing for what they hope to be this grand entrance that he is about to make.
All right, William Brangham, stay with us. We'll come back to you shortly, I'm sure, there in Florida. Let's bring it back to the panel now. Kevin, kick us off here. We're in a very unique position here, we should stress, in which a number of people, maybe millions who are watching Fox, believe that this presidential race is over. We have not called that yet because Associated Press has not called it. No other network has called it. There are still a number of key states to be called. But what are your thoughts at this moment?
Well, I think all of the folks at the Trump rally are sort of going off of the information that they're getting from their main source of news, but they're also looking at the trend lines that they're seeing in all these other states that these numbers come in, and they feel confident that this is going to keep going in the right direction. I also think they probably feel a tremendous sense of vindication. So many of these supporters of Trump have felt written off, and they already have a lot of apprehension about mainstream media calls anyway, and they also a lot of apprehension about public polls. And a lot of apprehension and criticism of those who counted Trump out. So in many ways, I think what you're seeing there from folks at the rally is a sense of validation.
One point I'd just make, literally this morning, when Trump was speaking, as he was, I think after he voted, he attacked Fox News. He said Fox News should be ashamed of themselves. They aren't pro-Trump at all, was his quote. And I think part of what you're seeing, Fox News seeing a little bit of the writing on the wall, wanting to ingratiate themselves back over with Trump and be the first ones to call it for him, tells you a little bit about how the conservative ecosystem might work under Donald Trump.
We have another race call to make. Donald Trump has picked up the 2nd Congressional District in Maine that comes with 1 electoral vote. Amy?
I love the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. It's beautiful. I think it's the largest.
That's Presque Isle?
Yeah, it's the entire northern part of the state. Acadia National Park is in there. You've got Western Maine. It's beautiful. Yeah, a lot of that. This is going to be a fascinating. Both Omaha, the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District, and Maine's 2nd Congressional District are unicorns. You've got a moderate Republican sitting in Omaha, and you've got a conservative Democrat sitting up in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Both of them are hanging on by a thread right now. But when we talk about why our system is so polarized and why people are so frustrated that we don't have more consensus, or why we're not seeing bigger swings between elections on the House side, it's because of how difficult it is. Even for these two candidates, you can like them, dislike them, but they are trying to be they're more representative of their community than the national party would be. But it is very hard now to separate yourself from that, and that's where we end up.
I see Lisa Desjardins has taken up her post by the super screen, which tells me we're about to learn something.
Just in this
Lisa?
moment, I think it's an important moment to understand the math here, where we are with the Maine 2nd District, the county. I also share a great love for that place on this earth, where we're at. So Trump, 248 electoral votes. Now, a state that we will not get results in anytime in the next half hour is Alaska. But it is assumed that those 3 electoral votes will go for Donald Trump. So let's just put that in there. That puts him at 251. Then you have, if Pennsylvania goes with its 19, that's it. Kamala Harris can win everywhere else, Arizona, Nevada, everywhere else, Michigan, Wisconsin, and that's it. So I just want to stress to our viewers the importance of watching that state. And undoubtedly, it's one reason that the AP is being so careful. Having interviewed them, I know that they spend even more time as the stakes get higher, looking through everything. They do the opposite of rushing once they get closer to these important calls. As for Pennsylvania itself, where are we? Still 94% of the electoral expected vote, and we're still at about 200. We've gotten a few thousand votes in, not very much since I last talked to you, but still Kamala Harris has to find 200,000 votes in this state. And really, there are not a lot of spots where she can go. As I said, in Philadelphia, she's still got 95% of the vote in. There we go. Chester County, 86%. All these places where she gets great margins are closing. There's not a lot of votes left for her.
Lisa Desjardins, thank you for that update. As always, facts and math, that's how we follow this race. David and Jonathan, your thoughts at this point, as it looks like we could potentially hear from former President Trump soon. Of course, if he does come out on that stage where we know our William Brangham is reporting, we will bring that to you live. But here we are on the cusp of not being able to officially report the results of this presidential election, but it looks like millions of Americans believing it's already over.
Well, I expected Trump to declare victory tonight, no matter what. But I didn't expect that he'd have some cause to do so. But we're in the normal Trump world where, I think a normal candidate would wait for all the networks to endorse, but he doesn't play by those kind of rules. So it's welcome to the future.
Jonathan?
Well, I come to elections with a sense of humility simply because, polls don't vote, people vote. And so in elections, we finally get to hear what the American people have to say. And I've come to this election with an open mind, and I want to know what the American people have to say. What was it, 6 hours ago, I was mystified by what was going on. And now I can't help but think that if this election if it proves out that the millions of people who are watching Fox News, if that ends up being the case, then I can't help but wonder if the American people have given up on democracy simply because of what he's told us, what he wants to do, simply because of what the Supreme Court decided in terms of immunity. I mean, he has said he wants to go after his political enemies. I am your retribution. So if indeed what Fox is reporting, if that ends up being true and ends up being the case, then this conversation about who we are as a country, I was going to say will pop off in earnest, but I think we will have an answer, especially because I'm looking over your shoulder. Right now, Donald Trump has 51.2% of total votes. 51.2.
Judy,
which is better than he had in the previous two. Was it 48%? Is
When
that
was the last
right?
time a Republican got 50? Was
Just a couple things. Number one, this is not where we thought we would be. I think many of us thought this election could go on for a day or two or three longer. As David just said, here we are. We could be knowing the result within hours. The second thing is someone, maybe I'm the only one here who was sitting on an anchor desk in 2000 and I happened to be at CNN at the time, and there were we had a lot of company. All the networks called Florida for Bush and then for Gore, or Gore and then Bush, and then the country for Bush, Gore, and then it went back, and then Gore did the remarkable thing of conceding, and then 15 minutes later or 40 minutes later, called Bush back and retracted the concession. So we're not quite at that level of uncertainty, but I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting. I think I learned from that painful experience that it's better just to let the voters speak and see what happens. And we're going to know soon enough. I mean, we see where the arrows are pointing, but we don't know yet.
Well, the way that those arrows are pointing, David, you made this point earlier, that the long period of the liberal ascendancy in our politics appears to be over for at least right now, because you could argue that even the Democrats were shifting rightward in their approach to major issues like immigration and crime.
Yeah. So there are obviously going to be major differences between the two parties, but there are some similarities. So we were going to have a tighter border policy. We already have that under Biden. We were going to have industrial policy, and we are going to have industrial policy. We had that under Biden. There are a lot of Republicans, including J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Josh Hawley, who want to have some form of industrial policy. The Biden administration, to a surprising degree, continued the reshoring, the crackdown on China, the decoupling of our economies. So that will continue. And so what happens when you get a new political era, it's not like the two parties agree, but the Overton window shifts. And so what had been, whether it was Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, that's over here, and we've moved a little over here. And so if Trump does go on to win, that'll be one of the big takeaways for me.
Amy Walter, think back with me to the 6 o'clock hour when we were all younger people and better hydrated.
Oh my God.
But we had this conversation about what we would learn tonight.
Yeah.
We're all looking to answer the biggest question we cannot yet answer, which is who has won this presidential election. But you also talked about what we learn about this country, about where we are and how we're viewing this moment. We have a lot more information now than we did back then. What are you taking away?
Well, this realignment question that has been, going into the Substack debates, but it's been beyond that. I mean, this was really as we were wondering, how you put a winning coalition together. Every time you gain someone, is it coming at the risk of losing another group of voters? And so Trump didn't do better with women, and Trump didn't do better with college-educated voters, and Trump didn't find any more success in the suburbs, but of some of these key areas. But what he did do was he expanded his coalition with these voters we've been talking about a lot, whether it's Latino voters or Black voters or younger voters. And those matter too, especially when white college voters make up a small percent overall of the electorate. It's a growing share of the electorate, but it is by no means a majority of the electorate. And so if you're trying to get your coalition by holding on, I mean, that was always a question, could she hold on to enough of the Biden crew that turned out in 2020? And it looks like she did. And this is what's interesting. If you look at, again, in the exits, did you, for people who voted in 2020, I think she won them by 3 points or something. But among the people who didn't vote in 2020, they were tied. So that suggests that the new people who came into the system were not coming in as an anti-Trump vote, which I think a lot of Democrats were hoping. If there were going to be new people into this process, it's because they're going to look at Donald Trump and say, we can't have more of that. Instead, there were an equal number of people. Somebody said, we can't go that way. And then the other 48% who said, yeah, I like the fact that he's going to shake things up.
Faz, how does that fundamentally upend the rules of politics such that Democrats know them and have known them?
Well, I want to be, as David mentioned earlier, be humble about learning and challenging our own assumptions. So one of the assumptions for a lot of Democrats was the gender gap would work to their advantage. To a degree it didn't, but it did. But, if you think of it, the Biden win in 2020 and then the midterm wins in 2022, I felt that the Democratic brand led by him was starting to give the permission slip of Democrats to overperform him. That because you had a working class focused Democratic Party that now Fetterman wins and you run through, not to run through all the 2022 wins, but you have a bunch of outperformance of him. That's a mark of a leader that, raises all boats. I think the challenge here is I feel like we lost some of our working class appeal on the margins. Again, we were just talking about these margins. And that margin means everything when you lose, 2 or 3% in a lot of these core places. And we got to go back to the drawing board of having that as the front and center question of a class appeal that speaks to working class voters for the Democratic brand, because I think it's gettable. I'm not in this place, there are Trump people that have given up on democracy. I tend to think that they want a democracy to function and they need a Democratic Party that speaks to them.
Just want to share with viewers, we put up this live shot now from inside Trump headquarters where both our William Brangham has reported, and it seems as if the crowd there is eagerly anticipating the arrival of former President Trump. If and when that happens, we will, of course, bring that to you live. Lisa Desjardins is back over at the super screen with Pennsylvania up on the wall. So let's take a look.
Yeah, we can't forget about the U.S. Senate, and there are some interesting numbers coming in. This is in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey is still behind 1 point. Dave McCormick with 94% of the expected vote in. Now, this is the difference here, about 85,000 votes. So Bob Casey is doing better than Kamala Harris here. This is a number that he can make up. Of course, we know that because the AP hasn't called the race. Probably not in Philadelphia where most of the vote is in, but maybe in some of these collar counties where he is winning by large majorities. Still, it's a large amount that he has to overcome at the moment. How about in Wisconsin? Tammy Baldwin also behind. She is now behind more than 2 points in this race, so we're going to watch that. How about Nevada? We haven't talked about this Senate race at all, but guys, look at what's going on here. Sam Brown, the challenger, Jackie Rosen, the incumbent. This is exactly what's happening. These are the exact totals. It rounds up for my board here, but he's at 47.9. She's at 47.6. Incredibly close, just 2,500 votes separating these two candidates right now. And we do see a place for Rosen to do better in Clark County. So we'll keep watching this.
These are thanks to you. Amy Walter, is there any place where Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020?
I was just trying to look at that because when I look at, and again, I'm not going into this county level data, just looking at every one of the states.
And as you're looking,
that,
I should say, we have the live shot up of the podium there because we expect Donald Trump to come out and address his supporters literally any minute now.
Just to see that, this looks a lot more like what we saw in 2016 than what we saw in 2020 in terms of states that we consider pretty blue: New Hampshire, Minnesota, Virginia, places that Biden won by really big numbers that you kind of assumed would follow suit if at the very beginning of this conversation when David was talking about blues getting bluer and reds getting redder. But in this case, there wasn't enough of the blue getting bluer, even in blue states.
All right. And we should say that Fox was first to call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So too are ABC, NBC, and CBS. We here at the NewsHour are not because the Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Kevin?
So, moments like this always eventually lead to a bit of a reshuffling of the power structure inside both parties. And I can't help but think that that's going to happen here, or at least an attempt to reshift some of those power structures. And I can't help but think and wonder, what is Gavin Newsom thinking tonight? What is Amy Klobuchar thinking, AOC, other leaders inside the party, about the lessons that are going to be taken from this and what they need to be doing going forward? The other thing, too, is we have to recognize that Donald Trump, if he were to continue on the trends the way we see them and become the next president, he's immediately a lame duck. And there'll be a power structure fight, I think, about who would possibly be his heir. Now, of course, J.D. Vance has the sort of pole position in that. But where do the Cheneys, who have spent a long time saying that this is what a loss was of Kamala Harris winning was what the Republican Party needed in order to reclaim its soul? What do they do inside this party? Do they start to now shift away and officially join the Democratic Party, or do they begin to start to fight a new, albeit very outnumbered battle inside the Republican Party? I think these moments, I know we want to be humbled and we should take a moment, but these type of power structure battles take place in the immediate aftermath of an electoral judgment like this.
David, what about that? I mean, this idea, if Donald Trump does win, what happens to the never-Trumpers? Especially if he winning the popular vote.
All six of us, I could call them.
Meet in the same phone booth.
No, I do think, I would say among the never-Trumpers I know, a lot of them are Democrats now. There are very few who have remained and Republicans, and I think this result will only confirm that decision and shift people over. What changes, and I've noticed this over the years with the donor class, who were sort of anti-Trump in 2016, but said, I can't vote for Hillary. Then they became more anti-Trump in 2017, 2018. By 2020, the big Republican donors I know were pro-Trump. just because he's on our team, and I think the donor class will get on board. And so a lot of the corporate people, a lot of the finance people, the tech people have already got on board. So I think they'll get on board, and he will have consolidated the donor class, which is an important part of the party.
Jonathan, to this point Kevin raised about what some Democrats may be thinking in this moment or in the hours, days, weeks ahead. And again, this race has not yet been called by the Associated Press, so not by us either. I just can't stress this enough. He mentioned Gavin Newsom. He mentioned AOC. Gavin Newsom, of course, many thought could be a presidential contender at some point, thought should have primaried President Biden a while back. How would they be looking at this moment right now?
Well, I mean, they'll be looking at what they can do to regroup the party. I mean, Gavin Newsom, Senator Klobuchar, you mentioned, AOC, Wes Moore, Josh Shapiro. I mean, the one good thing the Democratic Party has is a deep bench of great elected officials who now will be called upon, assuming this trend continues, who will be called upon to take a look at what happened and then figure out how to do battle with a potential Trump presidency, and try to, well, we don't know where the House is yet, but do battle in the House 2 years from now, and when the Senate map is bad in 4 years for, or is it Amy?
So
the bad Senate map for Republicans is the next cycle, right?
I mean,
so
it's not
26
bad, but they've got a couple of
2026.
But this was the whole. This is why Democrats wanted to keep that gap into the 2 or 3 seats, because there aren't that many Republican seats that are going to be
gettable.
Yeah.
It should be said, we're entering whitewater. Like, Donald Trump creates a lot of churn in the American body politics. It's very hard to predict.
That's exactly. I'm so glad you said that.
Imagine
right.
trying to navigate that whitewater as a lame duck, an actual lame duck presidency. Given the challenges that we have around not only in the country but the globe, I mean, that's going to be some serious. There's some serious tumult on the horizon.
And moments of high tension on the world stage, as you alluded to earlier as well, an ongoing devastating war in the Middle East, questions about whether or not Ukraine can continue to defend itself without U.S. and Western alliance support and all of this.
And what we learned from the first Trump presidency, it was really critical to have however many voices there were who would be willing to tell him no and stand up to him. But they made very clear early, throughout the course of the campaign, this time, no room for those people. And I don't know who he's going to select. Obviously, it'll be a major point, assuming he does win. We'll all be focused who's the chief of staff, who's going to be filling out the major departments. And I think one of the questions is, are these just acolytes? J.D. Vance, for instance, still can't tell you whether Trump won or lost the 2020 election. I mean, that's the level of acolyteism we're dealing with here. And is that become a threshold question for everybody to join this cabinet or not? Do they allow in anyone who has a different point of view? Take Sean O'Brien, for instance. Here's a labor leader. Do you bring him into the fold? Is he allowed to have a role? I don't know.
J.D. Vance also said he would not have certified the vote on January 6th had he been vice president. And we are having bigger conversations here. Well, again, I need to reiterate for the sake of our viewers, we have not yet called this race because the Associated Press has not called this race. Judy,
it'll be interesting to see what tone he strikes right now, because coming off of a campaign that has been quite negative, very negative, right up until the last day, it'll be interesting to see if he decides that now is the time to dial it back, to reach out, to... Kevin's shaking his head no.
I love the question. I am betting against that. I mean, he was not humbled after an assassination attempt. If you look at the convention speech, I expect to see exactly more of that, which is 15 minutes of on-message discipline and then 40 minutes of going on the attack. I mean, Donald Trump, if there's anything we've known about him, it is go on the attack at all times and you will be rewarded. And so I expect that's the type of demeanor that you'll see tonight. even given the circumstances.
I'm just going to say, as we keep our eye on what's happening in West Palm, we saw what looked to be members of the Trump advance team coming out on the stage and putting prepared remarks on the lectern there. And then we saw in the front row Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum, and Kristi Noem. And so, is that the Trump brain trust part of it? And then you add to that Elon Musk and Dana White, who we saw, he was locked in conversation in Mar-a-Lago earlier this evening?
Not Dana White, but to Faz's point, I think you're going to see an administration that is over-indexed on loyalty, less indexed towards experience and sort of, tailored sort of experience to the issues that the cabinet's going to be charged with dealing with. But yeah, those are the folks who have pledged their loyalty to Trump and have been very, very vocal surrogates for Trump. That is one of the ways to get into his good graces. So I expect all of them to play very prominent roles. Doug Burgum was in there too. I expect all of those to play very prominent roles.
Faz, I want to shift it back to Harris for just a moment because we are still waiting to make calls in those blue wall states, but we know what we know so far, and the trends are what they are. And I just want to ask about the choice of Tim Walz as a running mate, which was meant to bolster her in those blue wall states in particular. How do you look at that decision now?
I don't think it was Tim Walz. I don't think that was the issue. Let me start it this way. The issues were not competency of running a campaign. She raised $1 billion. I mean, it was a lot. Money wasn't the issue. Intensity wasn't the issue. You look at some of the crowds that she built, thousands and thousands at tons of rallies. So I say those things because now you're diagnosed, well, what was the issue? Because Biden, in many ways, didn't generate the same level of intensity. We knew that. Mm-hmm. But when you go into the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, was he someone who spoke to enough of the margin of 2 or 3% in 2020, certainly? I think Walz had a working class appeal. We didn't really get to see after he became hear a ton from him. He was on the script. So was Harris on a script. There was a far more, and I mentioned this at the beginning, a very cautious approach to this campaign, an assumption, a fair assumption that had from 2022 onwards after Dobbs that Democrats had been performing well in a lot of elections, that there was a gender gap, a lot of late deciders were going to move their way. So we were going to just basically play it safe. And I think you don't want to overlearn too many lessons of Trump, but I do think as the Democratic Party reckons with stuff is one, not only the class populism of appeal of getting out and talking to people, but also the type of campaigns we're running, right? The level of authenticity. What's expected of people now to hear from candidates off color, off script, in different settings, in different formats. We live in a different age where you just don't do the teleprompter rally and assume it's going to work.
I'd say really quickly the lesson is that VPs can't do for you what the candidate needs to do for themselves. And that's I think the lesson of the Walz pick. The idea that he was going to be able to appeal to all of these Midwestern working class voters in a way that Kamala Harris would not be able to. They just put a lot of false hope in that. It's always up to the top of the ticket to make that case.
We're keeping one eye on live picture here from Florida, from West Palm, where we do expect former President Trump to come out in just a moment. We're keeping the other eye over on our super screen where Lisa Desjardins is back to give us a little bit more information. Lisa, take it away.
I'll be nimble here in case we get some action there in Florida. Let's talk about Nevada. We are getting more votes in still, 78% of the vote in now, and Trump is increasing his margin slightly in this state, 5 percentage points. But let's look at what's going on in the biggest county, Clark County. Right now, he's up by 80%. So this is one reason that I think the Associated Press has not called this race. Still 20% in the biggest county for Kamala Harris. One thing we also want to talk about is the AP voter surveys. Nevada, 30% of the population there Hispanic. And let's look at what we know about Kamala Harris. From those voter surveys, 60% of Latina women voted for Harris. That compares with 2020 when it was 69% for Biden. She's lost ground there. Also, let's talk about Hispanic men. 51% told the Associated Press that they voted for Harris, but that compares with 59% for Biden in 2020. So this is one place where we could see some answers to the many dynamics in Nevada and other places. She's lost ground with a key group of the electorate there in Nevada.
Lisa Desjardins, Lisa, thank you. Let's go to William Brangham, who is at the Trump campaign election headquarters tonight. And William, one of the surreal aspects of this moment is that Donald Trump has a standing court date in a couple of weeks, November 26th. It was Judge Juan Merchan who is overseeing his criminal case out of New York. He delayed his sentencing date, and you correct me if I don't have this right, delayed his sentencing date until after Election Day, and that stands on November 26th. So what does his potential victory mean for that case and, of course, the special counsel cases against him?
This, in some ways, fundamentally changes the entire legal landscape that has been arrayed against Donald Trump thus far. As you mentioned, 3 weeks from today, he was supposed to be sentenced for those 34 felony counts for falsifying business records to cover up the Stormy Daniels affair that he had. Now, let's just to say, for the sake of conversation, again, we have not called this race. The AP has not called this race yet. Let's say he is the president-elect. The pressure on Judge Merchan to not give Donald Trump a prison sentence for this case is going to be very, very intense. He's a 78-year-old. He's never had a felony conviction before, no prior convictions. So are you going to put the president-elect in jail for these, granted, very serious felony charges, but that's one issue. Secondarily, if Donald Trump becomes president, he then takes over the Department of Justice. And as such, he would have control over the two major federal cases against him. Those are both of the cases being run by special counsel Jack Smith. The January 6th election interference case, which is also currently on hold in Washington, D.C., trying to work through some of the legal complications that was created by the Supreme Court granting Donald Trump extensive immunity. The second case on that is the classified documents case at Mar-a-Lago, which also had been indefinitely suspended because the judge ruled that Jack Smith was inappropriately appointed. So both of those cases will now fall under a potential Donald Trump Department of Justice, and he could simply appoint a new attorney general who would get rid of them. Donald Trump has been very clear about what he would like to see happen to Jack Smith. Not only does he want him fired on day one of a new Trump presidency, but he also has said that Jack Smith should be sent out of the country and deported because he calls him a deranged maniac or something like that. The third case that is then pending against Trump, the fourth case, is the Georgia election interference case being held by Fani Willis. That case, again, does not fall under the Department of Justice, so Trump wouldn't have direct authority over that. But that case would become incredibly complicated for Willis to prosecute if it's allowed to go forward, simply because there is this long-standing federal prohibition on prosecuting sitting presidents of the United States. So, again, not to put the cart before the horse, but if Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, all of the legal jeopardy that he is in for current convictions and ongoing cases suddenly look like many of them, if not all, will disappear or be severely neutered.
Yeah. And since you mentioned her, Fani Willis, we should just mention that the Georgia DA leading the Trump election case, she did win re-election tonight. Another thing, William, we got a 2-minute warning to Trump remarks about, 15 minutes ago, which is not uncommon on a night like tonight. Do you have any other guidance about when we might hear from him?
No. What we've been seeing is there's a whole phalanx of Secret Service members just to the right of the stage here over my shoulder. They clearly seem to be anticipating the former president coming out and walking the line of supporters. Every time the curtain parts, everyone's cell phones pop out as they're anticipating him about to walk out. But, here we go.
There he is.
President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be
Donald Trump takes the stage there. We can now report that the AP has called the state of Pennsylvania for former President Donald Trump. He's taken the stage there with his wife, with his son Barron, with his running mate J.D. Vance and his family, and also the Trump adult children. We're going to go live now to Florida, where former President Trump, is expected to speak.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate.